Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Good morning, everybody. We got Crew 11 attempt number 2 today. All right, astronauts are getting suited up right now. So here, let's go. This. Hello? Everybody sleep well? Get enough sleep? Good, because we got another crew launch today. So let's get to it. Here we go.
You know, so this is the third time that they've gone through this process in the last week. You had dry dress, and then yesterday.
Suit up and leak checks are complete on schedule.
Yeah, and as we can tell, they passed their leak checks because they're doing photo ops in the suit up room. But you know, after going through a scrub, the next day, you know, everything's pretty fresh. The nerves aren't as much. You still have that blender of emotions that you're going to be going through. But you're ready to go, and you can tell the mood is positive, and they are excited.
I do sense that more relaxed vibe inside this room than it was yesterday. It seemed like there maybe was a little more nervous energy, but just like you said.
This is LD on countdown with a situational briefing. Currently, all bottles are at MEOP, and earlier Dragon Gyro Compass alignment was completed and passing. We remain on track to an 11:43:42 a.m. Eastern T0. Both NASA and SpaceX have completed the COLA screening process with no COLA conjunctions at our current T0. The advanced team is at the White Room, and the side hatch is open, and they're making preparations for receiving the crew. The crew's ongoing suit up at the ONC building. Launch site weather for today was briefed earlier at 40% POV due to the cumulus cloud rule, and we'll be monitoring the chance of convective activity near the pad. Reminder to use procedure 52.911 crew contingency procedures for any required crew contingency action in today's operations. Overall, Falcon, Dragon, and the pad remain healthy. Pending any questions, that concludes the brief.
Well, that was a brief from SpaceX's launch director for today. You heard.
So is there a debrief from a scrub? Then what do? You go to the pub? I mean, zombie. When a mission scrubs like that, you have to do the offloading procedures. The offloading procedures for the rocket and safing the vehicle and stuff takes as much time as it does to undo it, or to do it. It takes as much time to undo it as it does to do it. So you wouldn't be going to the pub. I mean, the people working the ground, like pad closeout crew and stuff, they spent a good amount of time yesterday safing the vehicle, getting the astronauts out. They had to put raincoats on them yesterday. They have like a little smock thing that they put over the spacesuits so the spacesuits don't get wet. The helmet's fine. Helmet can get wet. So they didn't go to the pub, dude. They're probably working until pretty late last night. Probably about as late as I stayed on, and then probably went home and probably went right back to sleep. It's just because the coverage picks up at T-minus 4 hours, right? Just because the coverage for the crew launch picks up T-minus 4 hours doesn't mean they weren't there already. They've been there. They probably went right to bed, dude. Hey, Dan, what's going on? Leaking all over me. Great. So we have 60% probability to go, which it's pretty meh. All right. That's not great, but they'll monitor the weather. They'll send up a balloon every hour, so. Could you explain the limit of their suits? They don't seem to be able to handle true vacuum. They can handle a vacuum. They just can't be outside in the vacuum. They're there in case of cabin depressurization. Think like the oxygen mask that pops down on an airplane that you put on. It's that, but where they're going, oxygen will leave the cabin if it depressurizes very quickly. So wouldn't have time to like put one on. It's just better to wear one, right? Those suits do work. They work, but they're not really rad hardened and they're not really designed to be outside. They're designed to resist vacuum, and that's about it. Why not outside? Space debris, UV. That's correct. That's the difference. EVA suits need to be a little more hardened to go outside, but yeah.
Of social, we're going to jump right into it. We mentioned earlier we want you to be a part of today's launch coverage, so we're taking questions. And the first one we have is from Annie Gonzalez, who asks, what did the astronauts eat this morning, Nicholas?
Yeah, that is a great question, and it's very dependent on the particular astronaut. I actually don't know exactly what this crew ate this morning, but I can tell you that it tends to be a fairly light meal, something that's pretty hearty and that's going to stick with you.
I don't know if you wanted confirmation or not, but I was disappointed that there wasn't MSC yesterday. I was looking forward to it after a few field days of Hearts of Iron because I don't play that game and I really don't understand it enough to care. Yeah. Only saying something because I know you generally appreciate honest feedback. I'm aware, Dean. Thank you.
They launch, and then after they launch, from liftoff, maybe 45 minutes after liftoff, until they get out of their suits and have an opportunity to eat. So it's a good 6 to 7 hours that you're going to go before your next meal. So they want something that's going to stick to their bones.
That's correct,
And
Zombie.
you had heard what they ate a couple nights before.
Yeah, we get this opportunity to select, our favorite meal, if you will. The
Hearts is
the
a tough
crew,
game to play. Yeah.
3 of them had steak as their penultimate dinner, and one of them had ramen and a corn dog. I'll leave it to the audience to try to figure out which one's which.
Okay.
Well, you were telling us yesterday that you want to eat food that you're familiar with.
Yeah, you don't want to shock the system.
Right.
You're about to adapt to microgravity, and that's a big enough shock. You don't want to change up your diet a couple days before. My technique was just let me just continue to eat the breakfasts I normally eat.
Let
me eat the dinners that I would normally eat. I wasn't trying new foods or trying to cram in all the things I was going to miss into the last week of dinners. Just try to keep things normal.
Is that a heater?
There's going to be enough
No,
stress on the body.
It's an HVAC system for the spacesuit. It gets pretty hot in there.
Oleg threw us a heart as he was sitting there, which we appreciate. Mike Fink, meanwhile, looks like been there, done that.
He has.
It's true.
He more than a year in space already, and he's getting to go up there for another 6 months. He's a lucky dog.
Those chairs look super comfy, by the way.
In preparation for the mission.
He really is flexing
This
that up.
crew,
You see how he was
of course,
sitting?
like
That's pretty
all
cool.
crews
Look at that, dude.
that we see their mission patches that we're looking at right now. Going all the way back to Demo 2. Look at that. Demo 2, Crew 1, 2, 3. Axiom is in there as well.
Inspiration
Yeah,
4.
you can see all of the crewed missions where they did a suit leak check in that chair. And so each of the 4 chairs has a slightly different version. You see that you don't see a Crew 9 on there. Alex and I only used 2 of the 4 chairs. So we only zapped the 2 chairs that we were in. But
Cool.
all along the way, little places where you leave your mark of, we were one of the missions, one of the many missions.
With Polaris Dawn, did they suit up in the EVA suits on the ground, or did they have an IVA suit that they changed out of? I think they had them on the ground, Methane.
Quarters suit up room, or putting patches there on the suit leak chairs, or even signing the white room wall. You leave your marks along the way.
And they left those marks yesterday during the launch attempt in many places, including on the wall inside the white room. Won't have to do it today. But yesterday also essentially served as yet another dress rehearsal. One that, if you count it with the training, would be a substantial amount of preparation for today's launch. Let's look back a little bit at some of their training. Nick, talk us through what we're seeing here with Crew 11's preparation.
Yeah, some of the launch training, a lot of our training is stuff that, what do you do when things...
Weather right now is currently 60% go, 40% probability of violation. We'll see what happens.
Learning how to use their survival...
Their water wings.
Yeah, their water wings, their survival equipment, how to get into their rafts, how to call for help with the search and rescue forces from the Department of Defense, Det 3 that's going to come out there and rescue them should they have to put down in a place where they weren't planned. Additionally, you've got emergency training on the inside of the space station, obviously how to do spacewalks, and then when you have a really bad day, we need to be able to provide medical care, and so how do you provide CPR in space? Not a simple thing to do when you're floating in microgravity.
No, I would imagine not.
It takes...
Don't you have to brace your back against something in order to create the force?
You do, and depending on the person, you come up with different techniques. So there are straps where you can strap yourself down to the ground. Some people will just put their feet on the ceiling above the person.
So they do have the backup crew. Anybody that's wearing dress blues is the backup, I think, for this. At least I saw the gentleman in the blue with the Russian guy. That's Alexander Grubenkin. He was on crew 8. I'm looking around to see who else is here. Everybody seems to have gone, which means they're going to move out soon.
Interesting training, Nick. You trained to be the pilot all the way up until...
And then there's a JAX astronaut there.
Indeed.
Then you had to switch to commander.
I'm not sure who that guy is.
Kind
of looks like Weird Al, though.
To make that shift is...
There's Alexander Grubenkin right there.
To figure out how to, obviously Xena and I had created...
That's the
our own
Roscosmos
balance
flight
of
surgeon, so he's the
activities,
doctor.
How we divide
That's the doctor for the cosmonauts.
And then having to kind of rewicker that.
NASA has the
mind,
flight surgeon too.
Huge team
the astronaut doctor.
Approach to try to figure
Pretty cool.
out.
Pretty cool job.
As a crew of 2, what exactly we needed to do differently. And so worked very closely with Xena and Stephanie Wilson and Alex and myself, as well as the entire training team out at SpaceX and also the training team at Johnson Space Center to figure out, okay, what do we need to do differently? And so it was a 2-week crash course on how to adjust everything, and it took all of us to figure it out.
Why are some people not wearing face masks? Are they isolated? Well, the backup crews and the flight surgeon would be in isolation as well. Anybody that's near the crew, anybody that's not, so like closeout teams, any other personnel, containment procedures. I mean, guys, like, and don't get me wrong, like they've been wearing masks. They've been doing masks like this for a long time. It's just standard containment. Like, dude, who the heck is that? I'm not sure who that guy is. Never seen that dude before. You had no clue there was a space launch today. Oh, yeah, well, it was supposed to be yesterday, Ivar. That's what happened. So we're suiting up again, but... yeah. Dude, he's got that Weird Al here going on. But, yeah, they, you can clearly see who's been contained in O&C for a little while. That's the building that they're in right now. It's the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. This is where every NASA mission is suited up since Apollo 8 in 1968. Every single crewed NASA mission coming out of Kennedy Space Center is suited up in that room. Like, if you... we go here... give me 1 second. Like here, check it out. You're seeing the crew suit up over here? Check that out. That's Apollo 11. Same room. Pretty sick, huh? I think that's super cool. All right. Dude, I told you dealing the cards yesterday. I swear I saw him deal a joker. I swear I saw Joe Acaba deal a joker, and I'm like, that's not
The
good.
crew does this.
That's
before
not,
they
I was
leave.
like, I kept that in the back of my head the entire day. I'm like, the Joker, man. He dealt the Joker. We're so screwed, and it's not going. And then it didn't.
He's third from the left for the cruisers to lose the card game, lose to the commander. You want her to lose because you want to get rid of bad luck. But yesterday
Question
we
E,
saw
do they have enough room
Xena
for lasagna?
win
But
hand after hand after hand. So we
I wouldn't be eating lasagna as my last meal before I got to the spaceship. I've told everybody, like, I'd have beef stew. Like, I want something hearty with protein, man. You don't want something that's gonna, like lasagna or a burrito or something. Like, you don't want to do that. All the astronauts had steak and eggs, and Nick Hague was saying, another one had ramen and a corn dog. Like, it's all light or protein heavy. Like, it's one or the other. I wouldn't want to have lasagna, man. You break the toilet.
now we're just waiting for the mission specialist.
You break the damn toilet, which does happen,
Oleg
apparently.
Platonov. And he loses.
There we go.
He loses and they applaud.
Yes, well, time-honored tradition.
Prime rib.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, there you go, Hurt Dog. Now
That's
you
the way it
understand.
works.
All right.
Put that high absorbent diaper to the test. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Yeah,
Let's
no,
do
hard
it.
pass, dude. But I still think that's super cool. That is the operations and checkout building. It's been used every mission since Apollo 8. I said Apollo 7 yesterday in yesterday's attempt, dudes, and Apollo 7 suited up at Hangar X. It was like the last mission to do it. 8 was the first one that utilized all of Complex 39. I did get that wrong yesterday. My apologies.
Yes, we do want to let you know about the expertise that we have with us. You've been listening to astronaut Nick Hague, who has been walking us through operations. He walked us through the entire launch attempt yesterday, and he's here
Yeah,
for
that
us
is
again today.
Some of you noticed that there's a real Norman Rockwell painting in the ONC of astronauts doing operations and checkout. Yeah, Wendy, that's the real one. What are the health requirements at SpaceX? Have there been people with spinal problems in space, for example? Depends on the spinal problem, dude. You generally want to be physically fit, and that's not like I want to be very clear about this, because people sometimes take this the wrong way. There's the in-flight abort. They're showing it again. Oh, that's good. Just show it again. Yeah, that's fine. Just show it again. No, Hangar X, it may not be Hangar X, Methane. I forget which hangar it is. Hangar X is where SpaceX does stuff, but so with Spaceflight, guys, it's not even and once again, I'm not trying to be a dick. You need to be in shape. At least pretty damn healthy to get into space. It's gonna really, really screw you up on the way in on the ride. The ride to space is tough. It's not like Formula One driver tough, but let's say if we put Max Verstappen in the spaceship, he wouldn't have any problems. You know what I mean? Or Leclerc or Hamilton, they'd just be like, this is nice, But if it's if you're not in shape, or even have some muscle mass and low body fat, you're really gonna feel it. So, I mean, it kind of depends on the spinal problems and stuff, if you have scoliosis, I would not do that. You will herniate a disc on the way up. That will hurt. That'll hurt a lot. But who knows? I mean, scoliosis is fixable, it's not, and I don't want anybody to think well, NASA's gatekeeper. Dude, you do not want to be unhealthy and fly into space. Your body will not like that. It will not like that at all. And that's not even a NASA thing. If you look at all the private missions, you look at all the private missions, like the Axiom missions and Inspiration and Polaris Dawn, everybody is pretty in shape. Like, you don't have to be like a bodybuilder, right? But, you know, I mean, think about all the physical activity that you need to do the abort contingencies and stuff. What if the capsule lands in water, and what if water's coming in the hatch? If you're out of shape, you're going down with the ship. You know what I mean? It's not even, like, you have to be able to move. Like me, with my back, I don't know if I could do it. I have a herniated disc in my back. I don't know how well I'd last. Ooh, I hear F1. What's the topic? It's about being in shape. NASA astronauts have to be in shape. You have to be healthy if you want to go into space, dudes. It's like, it will really screw you up if you're not. Like, you will really have some pretty bad health problems up there. Like, the other thing is, like, when you launch into space, and keep in mind, I'm not a medical guy, not too much. I know a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure, like, the way your lymphatic fluid gets distributed when you're up there. Like, if you look at all the astronauts when they're on orbit, they have like a puffy face and stuff. The lymphatic fluid in your body, like, redistributes in microgravity, and that can really screw with things.
To tank up the
Leg bone is connected to the shin bone. Yes, I'm a doctor. I'm not. John Glenn went to space at 77. Well, it's not that, and that was the point of that mission, LS. It's not necessarily about age. It's about how in shape you are. You got to stay healthy. You got to stay healthy if you're going to fly. I mean, don't get me wrong. There have been, you know, high body mass astronauts. It's a thing, but the vast majority, like, dude, even if you got a little bit higher body fat, you still have to do the egress procedures and stuff. Like, that's really, really important. You know, you don't have to be like a Formula One driver or something, even though, like I said, they would have no problems. Like, Formula One drivers are in tip top shape. Like, you have to be. They in F1, you don't need any extra mass driving a car around. They're like, those guys are like, what is it, like 5% body fat or something? Like, it's nothing. Like, they would have no problems. They would just be like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is a smooth ride, you know? I didn't think I'd find a streamer covering space news. Andre, that's what I do. I play games and I cover space. And I play games about space. And usually every game that I play has something to do with a rocket in some way, shape, or form. I like space. It's what I do. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know, dude. You know, spinal problems, it depends on the spinal problems, Lev, to be honest with you. It really does. Like, I probably could get away with it with a herniated disc if I got really in shape. Like, if I got really in shape, I'd probably be okay. If I built up all the muscles in my back, which is something I should just probably do anyway, right? Going to pull in Superpower Hearts of Iron today. I don't know, man. I should probably play some Summer Car. Let's play some MSC between coverage in the Flame Trench, dude. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, dude. I want to finish that Hearts playthrough. I kind of want. We're kind of in the end game, but I kind of want to see how it plays out. I want to see if I could go toe-to-toe with late Hearts of Iron UK. I mean, even if I do, like, I don't... Dude, what are we going to do? Fight the US? Have you looked at Wrench yet? I've seen it, Porter. Yeah, an F1 driver and a Dragon. Yeah, when did the G-Forces start? See the SpaceX video of the single-engine static fire? Dude, I did. Yeah. I did get to check in on some space news yesterday. I apologize for not doing it. I was needed elsewhere.
And you've been on a second launch attempt, albeit with very different circumstances surrounding it.
Here.
When you do it again,
I'm going to pop this up. I want to show you guys this. This is wild stuff, dude. I still can't believe they hot-rodded this damn pad to do this. It's so rad, dude. Here, take a look. Bro! Oh, let's go. Dude, it looks like it, dude, it's so funny because like the OLM is there to take 30, it's there to basically tank the heat and the pressure from 33 Raptor engines. Dude, it doesn't even care. So what makes this so ridiculous, dudes, just in case, this is not Crew 11 per se, but Crew 11 is launching on a Falcon 9 rocket. This is SpaceX's next generation rocket. So this isn't in Florida, this is down in Texas, right? And SpaceX yesterday, after Crew 11 scrubbed, they static fired Starship. Starship is, if you want a quick gist of what this thing is, like a quick synopsis of what Starship is, fully reusable, two-stage launch vehicle. It's like if you took a Saturn V and a space shuttle and kind of combined it into one and then doubled the thrust, right? So what SpaceX did, that right there is ship serial number 37, okay? So with ship 37, they had to test it out on one of their launch pads. If you notice, that is a launch pad right there. This is the pad that they use to get into space. It's actually the same pad that's in my mission control right here, right? And usually it's there for boosters. You see, there's the booster on it. That's the first stage. The ship is the second stage, right? So I told you this is ship 37. And what happened was ship 36, the previous ship before this, was out on a test stand that was probably about 4 or 5 miles that way, right? Or about, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 kilometers down the road, right? They were testing it on their test stand that's just designed for ships, and it blew up about a month ago. It exploded. It blew up and destroyed the test stand. How much was that worth? If you have to ask, you probably can't afford it, okay? So what SpaceX did was they took their orbital launch platform. This is designed to accept a booster. They made an adapter. They made an adapter to adapt the super heavy, so the first stage hold down points to the second stage, Starship, right? And then they just jerry-rigged some extra plumbing to the top of the booster umbilical housing. So like right here is the attachment point for a first stage. It's obviously not being used. And they just tapped some pipes off of the damn thing and basically just grabbed the ship, set it down here, and then they had some guys go up there with some hoses and attach hoses to it manually. Which, all right. And then they went and fired it on the launch pad. That's... Link to the picture, please. Why, certainly. And then yesterday they went and fired it. Today they obviously did a single engine, right? But today they're going to do all of them on the pad today. It just shows the industrial robustness that SpaceX has. It's actually kind of nuts. Oh, our test stand exploded? All right. Hey, you can make this into a test stand. Screw it. Let's do it. Build an adapter. Okay. In less than a month, they had this test stand up and running. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy for the spaceflight business. It's actually it's inspiring stuff. It makes me really happy because, you know, for rocket science being this crazy abstract concept, right? Like, oh, it's not rocket science, right? Like, rocket science is rooted in really hard common sense. You know, it comes full circle. You know, like, it's such a complicated thing, yet here it's a very interesting dichotomy. It's such a complicated thing, yet somebody just at SpaceX, probably Elon, to be honest with you, was just like, all right, what if we put the ship on the launch pad? Well, you can't do that. The ship can't be on the launch pad. It won't work. All right, what if we build an adapter and we weld some pipes to the side to get it to work? Oh yeah, we could do that. All right, do it. Okay. Like, what? What? And, you know, I know a lot of people at SpaceX. Obviously that's not like an actual quote, right? It's not verbatim, but that is absolutely how that conversation went down. All right, what can we do? We need to test the ship, and we got to do it quickly. How long is it going to take to rebuild the damn thing? It's going to take a while. All right. What about that? It's like that scene in MIB. Hey, old guys. Does that still work? It's like, yeah. All right. Yeah, do that. Hi, new try? That's right, Daggett. Mm-hmm. Any other company would have suffered for months. Yeah, it's very... Lev, that's right, man. It reminds me of Apollo 13 when they put the square peg in the round hole. And I think that's one of my favorite things about spaceflight, dudes. It is... Sometimes it gets... It seems to get very contrived. Like, you know, you're dealing... Like, even to get one rocket engine to work, there's a bajillion moving parts, right? And it's a super abstract, complicated thing to us laymen's, right? You know... And yet it comes full circle like that. You get presented with cold, logical analysis. You know, Methane, Dan, that's a good example. You know, Apollo 13. Oh, you know, our life support systems on, you know, one spacecraft that's docked to another spacecraft, they're two different systems, right? This one has a square connector and this one has a round connector. Okay. Well, we can't make them talk to each other. Well, we need to make them talk to each other. All right. So fit the square peg in the round hole. Now, you're confusing me. Just let me put the ball in the hole, you know? Like, oh, man, it's so much easier to get a hole in one. I should just try to do that every time instead of putting. Yeah, you know? Roughly 3 hours until the launch. Yep. How's the car rebuild going? The IRL one, not summer car. Good. Here, I'll show you a live shot from the garage. I think the lights are off. The lights are off. Give me 1 second. I shut the lights off because of the heat. But here, let me turn it on. How's that? Is that better? I did a lot of mock-up the other day when I had some downtime. And by that I mean I didn't have downtime. I came out here before the stream on Tuesday or something. And I started just fitting parts together. I had the whole back of this car apart. Oh, hold up. Hold up a second, dudes. Boom. Right there.
For the final time before
Chevelle,
launch.
go EJ, go Crew 11. Thank you.
Hopes of starting a mission years in the making.
How the weld's looking? The frame rails are 100% AP. Hang on, I'm gonna miss this. All right, we got Crew 11 roll out here. They're gonna get into Teslas.
See him, but he was literally waving at the screen.
How can you not?
Yeah, baby. Over there, that's Kjell Lindgren. He's the NASA flight surgeon. He's the doctor. That's Joe Akaba right there. He's the chief of the astronaut office.
Our crew today,
pretty good stuff. So the frame rails are all good on the Coronet. They are fixed and they are way stronger than the factory frame rails. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because I'm not entirely sure if Mopar did analysis on chassis flex back in the day. Most likely not. But building a lot of extra structure into the back of the car can't be a bad thing, right? If anything, it's going to be more rigid. Wing doors so they don't have to bend over or duck. Yeah, Model X's make really good astronaut transport vehicles because of that. Because of the gull wings, which is actually pretty cool. I mean, I think the gull wing doors on Model X's are super cool, but also at the same time, I mean, if we're going to go gull wings, like give me a Lambo or something, or a DeLorean. I don't know if the DeLorean would have enough torque to move two astronauts in the spacesuit though. So those things came with caca engines. Nice. It's been a minute since I saw a stream. You're just starting to cut them out. Yeah, AP, the frame rails are all good. Yeah, you don't want to nick the suit, guys. Like, the suits are pretty dang robust, but you know, you don't want to get like hung up on something and risk a suit puncture. I mean, honestly, if they had a punctured suit right now, launch tomorrow, you know, like, you don't want to do that. Dr. Brown can fix it. Yeah, unfortunately, these cars are not fitted with flux capacitors, but yeah, the gull-wing doors on them, like, to be honest, guys, obviously it's SpaceX, Tesla, etc., etc. Like, you think, like, of course they're using Teslas, right? But the Model X is actually super great for astronaut ingress and egress because you don't have to worry about nicking a suit, like getting the suit caught on something or scratching the glass on the helmet. Like, that is, all that stuff is what we talked about yesterday. All that stuff is just another thing that can go wrong. You know, so believe it or not, ergonomics for riding to the pad is a big deal. There's a reason why Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins in this exact spot got into their vehicle got into basically a milk truck with like 3 lazy boys in it to get to the pad, because you do not want to puncture the suit. You know, like, they got to do a milk truck. They just got in the back of a truck because, if you tried to sit in a car, you know, you snag the suit on something, you poke a hole in the suit, even if you tear it a little bit, that's it. Don't fly. Don't risk it. It's not worth it, right? So, you know, they're not just using Model X's because Tesla, you know, and SpaceX are both Elon companies. They're doing it because this is ergonomically a great vehicle to minimize cutting the suit on something. It's actually pretty damn well thought out. Can you talk about how easy it is to wait until the next day? Oh, Hernt, yeah, I mean, what do you mean how easy it is? I'm sure it's a little bit nerve-wracking. There's also a Starlink antenna hot-rodded on the back of that thing. Is that Frank Rubio? All right. Jessica Watkins right there. She's another astronaut. She's been up to the space station. Falcon doors on the Coronet. I'm not doing that, methane. That would be cool, though. Can you talk about how easy it is to wait until the next day? This is the next day. Are you talking about, like, for me or for the astronauts? I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. Have you seen this? What's that, Nocturlux? Tracking to launch Starship in mid-August. That's what I would think. Yeah. For the launch, I don't mind waiting 24 hours. That doesn't bother me. Can a Starship fit 100 people, or is that too optimistic? Maybe eventually, Lev, but right now it can fit no people. They're leaving the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. They're going to head down Kennedy Parkway towards 39. I always get asked this. It gets asked every time. Why the SWAT van? Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Kennedy Space Center does have a SWAT team. I don't think I need to tell you why you wouldn't want people snooping around a rocket launch pad or something. So, yeah, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's a 9/11 thing, guys. That wasn't always there, but it's been like that since 2001.
Solutions to problems that we didn't even know we had. My name is Zena Cardman, and I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station.
So, like, in terms of the astronauts waiting and stuff, I'm sure it's a little bit nerve-wracking for them, but whatever. If anything, round 2, you do everything a little bit better. A scrub, I might just be parroting NASA because I don't really have much hands-on experience in the matter here, but like, what do I know about crew launches? Well, I've watched a lot of them, and I've picked up a lot over time. Every scrub is just an opportunity. That basically just another practice, And practice makes perfect. So, if anything, when you go to do, if you scrubbed yesterday and when you go to do everything again today, it becomes more like it's easier to do because you know what to do, right? You're never going to do everything perfect like on the first try, right? The second try, you get better. And the third try, you get better. And maybe the fourth time, you know it cold, right? So, I mean, if I was an astronaut, I would just be like, all right, cool. We just got more practice. And I wouldn't let it bother me too much. They've been training to go to space for years. And crew assignments get put out a long time in advance. So they've been training for this mission for a little while. Waiting an extra day is not a big deal in the scheme of things. In terms of me, dudes, it's going to sound so screwed up. I like it. I like it when stuff scrubs. It's fine. You know why? Like, it's going to sound so bad, okay? When stuff scrubs, I get to sit here and do this all again tomorrow. I don't look at that as a chore. I look at that as an opportunity to tell you guys more information. And as far as I'm concerned, that's an opportunity to get more people involved because more people are more likely to click when they see a crew launch. So if a crew launch scrubs, no problem. We get to do it all again tomorrow. And I get to sit here and talk about what I love all day. Easy peasy. I don't mind scrubs. Scrubs are fine. It's a little bit of a ball buster, right? Like getting as far in the damn count as we did yesterday and having it scrub at like 45 seconds. That was a little bit, ugh. Come on, man, just go. But also at the same time, I get to sit here and do it again today, which is fine. That's fine with me, man. I'm good with it. Scrubs equals more content. Pretty much, dude. It's already freaking August morning. Thanks for that. Where's the Mustang going? Of course, they cut the camera. Do you think RoboVan would be a good astronaut vehicle for Starship? That would be sick. To be 100% honest with you, Lunprod, that would be sick. Nero House, 6-month resub. Oh, wait. Australians, I figured it out yesterday. I figured out how to say, oh no. Oh no. There we go. I got it. I figured out how to do it. I couldn't do it, but I figured out how to do it. Oh no. Yes. I figured it out. I was like, how do you make your voice do that? Oh no. Sorry. Quick side note. No, probably not, Nick. Can you explain the NSF Danger Van? I think it existed before I found NSF. The NSF Danger Van, that was Mary's van. Mary is a resident down in Boca Chica. That's this Boca Chica girl, all right? That was her van. That was just her personal vehicle. They parked it out there, and during flight 1, a hunk of concrete from Starship came flying off the pad and embedded itself in the back of the van. Needless to say, the vehicle was a little bit of a write-off. Was insurance paid out? Yes, absolutely. Mary has another van now. Don't worry about it. That's what Danger Van is. Danger Van is still out there. It's on private property, guys, so don't go near it. But if you're driving down Highway 4, right before you take the turn, like there's the road kind of bends, you start going towards Star Factory, it's on the right. Yeah. It's on private property, though, so don't go out there unless you're asked to. But you can absolutely see it from the road. It's there. It's by NSF's river site. Is she still doing NSF stuff? Haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, Katra. Mary likes to stay anonymous. She doesn't like the whole social media stuff. I've talked to her about it. And you know what? I can empathize. I get it. Like, dude, I'm pretty private about that stuff too. It's not that I don't want to tell you guys about it. It's just, just like keeping to myself. You know, I fool a lot of people, but, you know, off stream, I'm actually pretty introverted. I'm just like, okay, you know. What's the lowest the count has gotten to? For a crew launch, I don't know off the top of my head, goalie. I've seen Falcon 9 scrub at T-minus 2 seconds. 2025, most people are. Yeah, but Krasno, I was introverted before everybody was. I was introverted in like 2005. People just thought I was weird. See that right there? That's a crew access arm right there. And a white room. I think that's from the Apollo program. There's Orion's a launch abort system test. That's the VAB. You have Artemis 2 is inside a High Bay 3 over there, and then Artemis 3 is being assembled in High Bay 2 right there. At least the core stage is. Oh, dudes, that actually reminds me. Okay, so real quick, over there, that's OPF 1 and 2. Those are space shuttle hangars, or were space shuttle hangars. There's the transfer aisle to the VAB. That's the LCC, the Launch Control Center. And then Mobile Launcher 2 over there is being built. Looks like they're making pretty damn good progress on it. That is SLS. That's the SLS launcher that will start being used on Artemis 4. But and there's a shuttle MLP still sitting back there. Interesting. So this is the crawler way, and this is the road that runs next to the crawler way. They're heading, well, not towards that pad. That was Nick Hague. That's Crew 9. That was pad 40. Crew 11 is launching for 39A. Repost. Scrub yesterday. Think it was an automatic trigger, or somebody had to decide to trigger it. That was probably manually overridden, Flykin, because of the weather. Because of the weather, excuse me. Did they finish widening that road? I mean, I would be able to tell you, Phil, if they, you know, didn't show the astronaut B-roll footage. Dude's tractor. All right. Looks like they haven't finished widening it just yet. It is definitely a lot wider, though. Because it's a wetter. Yeah, what am I, from Chicago or something? You could see that they've actually paved over some of the parts of the road. So it looks like they're repairing and expanding the road, which is cool. Kamiya Yui right there on a side note is it, you know, it's, yeah, test pilot. He was a F-15 test pilot, which is pretty damn cool. We learned that yesterday. What was I saying? Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. Dudes, so Scott Kelly was in the VAB, or was it Mark? I'm not sure. They all look alike. Scott is the senator? Are you sure? Or is it Mark? Wait, crap, Mark is a dude, they're identical twins, man. I'm sorry. It's hard to tell the difference, okay? Okay, one of the Kelly brothers was tweeted yesterday that inside of the VAB, and he was standing in the VAB next to the Artemis 2 stack, and he said it's launching in February. Curious. I mean, both Scott and Mark Kelly were both astronauts, so I'm inclined to believe what they say, you know? What year? February 26. That's not that far away, guys. That's 5 months. That's nothing in spaceflight time. It was Mark, not Scott. There you go. It was the one that's the senator. Not the other one that crap posts about the, you know, the war. Here. Take a look, dudes. Real quick.
Hey folks, this is the solid rocket boosters and the external tank for SLS, which is the rocket that carries Orion, the capsule, around the moon in February of 2026. So not too far away. This thing's going to the moon. It's part of what's called the Artemis program, and Artemis 2 takes 4 astronauts around the moon, Artemis 3 down to the surface of the moon. And This is really, really great for our country.
February 30th.
Hard to go to the moon, hard to put people on it, but it's something that we do really well, and we get a lot out of it. The science and the innovation that comes from NASA and an investment in science drives our economy. But this is the rocket, part of it, and the capsule's at the top. Hey, folks.
No, they cut him off pretty dang quick. Ivasi, you're right. He definitely called it an external tank. He definitely called it an ET. Hold on. It's not an ET. That's the core stage. There's no shuttle here, man. But then again, space shuttle pilot. What are you gonna do? Look.
The solid rocket boosters and the external tank for SLS.
I didn't even notice that, Mossy. He definitely called it that. All right. Okay. All right. He says the ET, then it's an ET. I wish it was an external tank. Using the shuttle to move people to build architecture in space to go to the moon is a good idea. It's almost like the shuttle was designed to build transfer vehicles like Gateway and then send them out to the moon. You know, it's almost like it was built for that, and then we never did it. Which is, you know, I'm not bitter. Jeez. What is this? Old habits die hard, for sure. Acting Administrator Duffy says he's spoken with SpaceX President Gwen Shotwell and got a guarantee that Starship HLS will be ready on the current schedule for Artemis 3. You know what, man? You guys can say whatever you want about this dude. To be 100%, you say whatever you want. You Transport Secretary, Real World, whatever. You can say whatever you want about him. You know, showing up here is very telling. You know, showing up to work. I'm still very, I mean, I wish it was Isaac, man. I'm not going to lie. But him being there and being at the crew launch, that means a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. That means a lot. And I'm looking for hope because we know the circumstances here. You know, that.
Yeah, listen, everything has to be safe. I mean, that truly is the top priority.
Oh, the audio is terrible.
If we can move these missions up, we're going to. And so I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I want to underpromise and overdeliver. I feel like we're gonna. If I tell you April, we are gonna hold it. That's okay. Anybody else?
Is NASA worried about Starship recent explosion during tests for the next missions?
That's a great question. Not really, and here's why. SpaceX has this unique process where things don't work, and everyone thinks they're falling behind, and all of a sudden it's like they get to the goal line, right? So it seems like this is a similar process to what they've done in the past. They learn from their mistakes, and then they quickly get to the finish. And so I talked to their leadership team yesterday, talked to Gwen. They feel very comfortable on Starship. They feel like they're on.
The audio from this sucks. Here, I'll turn it up, guys. We'll see if I can get you a little bit of a boost here. This might be a little bit loud, but yeah, here, just turn your volume down and you adjust accordingly, okay? Headphone users. Listen to what he said. That's okay.
For the next missions.
Here, let's go over here.
I feel like we're gonna. If I tell you April, we are gonna hold it. That's okay. Anybody else?
Is NASA worried about Starship recent explosion during tests?
Like
for
I said,
the next missions.
That's a great question. Not really, and here's why. SpaceX has this unique process where things don't work, and everyone thinks they're falling behind, and all of a sudden it's like they get to the goal line, right? So it seems like this is a similar process to what they've done in the past. They learn from their mistakes, and then they quickly get to the finish. And so I talked to their leadership team yesterday, talked to Gwen. They feel very comfortable on Starship. They feel like they're on page for the lander, on track. So they feel very good. They said if there's a holdup for Artemis 3, it's not going to be them. I said, you promise me? And they said, yeah, I promise it's not going to be us. Mm-hmm. So they feel really good.
Wait a minute. Okay, all right. I might be reading too much into this. Does that guy actually know what he's talking about? Or did I not? Am I looking for hope? I mean, that sounded right. You know, he said SpaceX seems like they fail and seems like they fail and seems like they fail, and then they do it. Does he actually understand what rapid iteration is? Like, that very much sounded like he did. Huh. No, I'm not trying to be a dick. That sounds like he understands what's going on. And forgive me in this day and age for being skeptical of politicians understanding what's going on. Is that bad? It's kind of bad. But also, that's right. That is correct. I mean, you're a politician, I don't trust you, but that's correct. That is right. What he said was accurate. I'll take it. I'll take what we can get, dudes. I'll take it. That's fine. That's fine with me. Okay? No, I'll take it. That's fine. Let's go. I don't know who that guy is. He's the interim acting administrator for NASA. That's Sean Duffy. He's a member of the president's cabinet. He runs the Department of Transportation and NASA right now. NASA kind of on the interim. NASA was going to have Jared Isaacman, but the president and Elon decided they didn't like each other and had a spat. And part of the fallout was Jared Isaacman's nomination getting pulled a day before his confirmation, which sucks. You know, I'll be honest with you guys. I wish Jared was there. He would be doing an amazing job. There's no doubt in my mind. Two things that are very interesting, though. Sean Duffy was at Oshkosh. He was at EAA, and he talked with Jared Isaacman, interestingly enough. And Jared Isaacman took him for a ride in his MiG-29, which is pretty cool. Second thing, man, guys, like I said, it means a lot. And like I said, I'm looking for some optimism here, okay? It means a lot, him showing up. That's pretty cool. The NASA administrator doesn't have to be here, but it certainly is nice when the person that runs the organization is here when an important mission happens. That's actually super cool. I do appreciate it, even though he's just the interim administrator. But I'll be honest with you, dudes. It seems like he knows what he's talking about. Like that. Look, all I'm saying is that's how it started with Jim. You know, I was kind of like worried with Jim, right? I was like, dude, I don't know if you know about spaceflight. I don't know if you know what's going on, right? And he proved that he absolutely did. And he was one of the best administrators for NASA around. So we'll see. Bated breath, okay? That sounded right. That was correct. He understands that SpaceX blowing up all the time is not that big of a deal. That's huge. That is a really good thing. So, okay. All right. Okay. Gwen probably explained it to him. Well, yeah, Matt, Gwen probably explained it to him, but he understood it. That's what gets me. He understood it. He knows that is a big deal. Yes, please. Yes, understand that this is important. Please, for the love of God. I'll take it, man. I'm actually pretty happy about that.
Thank yous for all the work.
We got 4 riding today, Ninja Tuda. He understood it, and he can reiterate it, which...
Walk out the arm and...
Really? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, please. Even if it was just a surface level understanding. Dude, that's all he needs to understand. Dudes, I've always said you need someone that's fluent in politics to run NASA, okay? But you also need somebody that loves spaceflight as well. That's a very, very specific set of skills. Now, Jim was the ultimate. He's a good politician. He knows how to speak the language. He knows how to talk to people. And the guy that's obsessed with spaceflight. Bill's a little too much on the politician side for my taste. Too much, hey, we'll do this, and then not doing it. and then secretly canceling programs. You can't be all about science and then cancel a bunch of scientific programs. No. I by the end of his tenure, I was like, yeah, okay, pal. Right? I don't know. You know, how Sean Duffy turns out, I don't know. But that was, I will tell you this, that's a step in the right direction. That's good. That's good that he demonstrates a surface level understanding of it. That's all you need to be the NASA administrator. Just understand the concept. That's all I'm asking. That's how low the bar is set, and he clearly knows what's going on. Enough to throw himself into the press corps and be like, yeah, all right, I'll answer questions. That's a ballsy move. You really need to know your stuff to put yourself in the limelight and answer questions about this. You really need to know what's going on. That's a pretty cool move. I'm pretty happy about that. As a friend put it, Jim was the equivalent of taking a guy off the street to pitch in the World Series, and then he proceeds to throw a CGSO. Yep. Yeah, exactly. NG. Jim, nobody saw that coming. But did you see that tweet about NISAR? Yeah, that was a step in the wrong direction, Hydrolox. Yeah. Somehow, Sean Duffy got community noted on X the other day for saying that the NISAR mission, which is an India Space Research Organization, so ISRO and NASA, saying that it was a project that was orchestrated by the president. The NISAR mission has been in planning since 2014, before President Trump was even president in his first term, before he even announced his candidacy for president. So I'm not sure what you were trying to say there, but that's pretty much wrong. So that's a step in the wrong direction, but we also have a step in the right direction too. So I'd say with Sean Duffy right now, I'm kind of like, all right. Okay. But once again, Hydrolox showing up to a crew launch. Bill didn't do that all the time. Jim was at every launch, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, he was only there for DM2, right? And then I think he left after DM2. I think he was gone by crew 1. But showing up and being there means a lot, dude. It means a lot. It's like Elon showing up to a Starship launch, right? That's like, okay, that means a lot. There we go. We got Ingress. Pilot Mike Fink going into the capsule there. Too bad he's only interim with limited freedom to act. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but the wrong direction was probably right, as the occupant of 1600 likes praise. I mean, what politician doesn't like smoke being blown up their tailpipe, David? They're politicians, dude. What do you want? Like, I don't know how to say that any better, dude. Some people are just better at hiding it than others. Yeah, Aaron, once again, I'm not saying that Sean Duffy is our guy, okay? But that bodes well. The X tweet does not. But that's cool, man. Showing up means a lot. All right? That's why Artemis got canceled. They were looking at moving completely to private companies. Well, that's why Constellation got canceled, because they wanted to offshoot the whole thing to commercial. And I don't think that's a good idea. And I still don't think it's a good idea, Strickler.
Oleg and Kimia.
And I love SpaceX. I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy, but commercial and government missions need to be agnostic of each other. They can work together, but like this, you know, sending NASA astronauts on a commercial rocket to a NASA facility in space, I don't have a problem with that. It needs to be a hybrid partnership. That is the best way to be sustainable in the future. I don't want to subject our entire national space program to the whims of a commercial entity. I think that's a really bad idea.
Wildlife refuge that just goes on and on and on. So it's natural Florida the way it was before, you know, it became populated.
Yeah, and it's that that stark contrast of nature and then this technology.
Why did they load them 1 and 2? Why did they load them 1, 2, and 1? I don't understand, Flykin. They load 2 at a time because these 2 seats are higher than the others. It's better to load these. It's better to load Xena and Mike first, the pilot and the commander and the pilot, and then load mission specialists after. Once again, trying to get all 4 people in there all at once, you're running the risk of nicking the suit. You do not want to do that. If you notice when they get in, like the ground closeout crew is like holding them in place to get them through the door so they don't hit the suit on anything. Stupid question. What is the blinking green light in the white room signify? That is your caution, your safety condition. That's what that's for. If that's blinking red, run. Blinking green means you're safe. That's safe conditions. It is your traffic light, so to speak, to proceed with spacecraft ingress, or at least one of them.
Left eye.
What is that thing on their legs? This thing right there, on the right thigh, the right-hand thigh, that is your HVAC system. So these suits are pressurized suits, but they don't have a backpack like an extravehicular mobility unit. So let's take let me get a shot of the EMU. Right here, this thing. That's not one of those. These spacesuits right here with the backpack, those are full extravehicular suits. So like that's what you go outside in. These suits that they're wearing right there, those are flight suits. They don't have life support on them. That's what that backpack is. It's your life support system. It's your oxygen tank and stuff. I mean, amongst other things. And a CO2 scrubber, etc., etc. These suits don't have that. Those tubes right there plug into Dragon's ECLS. ECLS is an acronym for Environmental Control and Life Support System. So the capsule isn't just air conditioned and heated, guys. The capsule's HVAC systems the HVAC system inside of the capsule, so the heating, heating, venting, and air conditioning system is what keeps you alive, and that they're plugged into it. Now, where is the ECLS? So the Environmental Control and Life Support, it's actually down there. It's below the floor, inside of the capsule. So below this floor right here, right? So under the seats, there's some cargo space. You can see, well, the guy's head is in the way. See that right there? That's ISS cargo, this metal box. Below that is the life support systems, and that's what they're plugged into. Those are your life support umbilicals, because these suits are not flight suits. These suits are flight suits. They're not EVA suits. They're not designed to go outside. Yeah, Mike Fink has a upgraded suit for extra mobility, so they can move around in the suit. If you notice, Mike Fink was sitting in ONC a little while ago. He was sitting cross-legged like this. That is not something you can do with spacesuits, with flight suits of the past. Maybe pre-Challenger, but you can't sit one leg crossed over the other like that. But he was doing it, and I think he did it on purpose. Isaacman might not have been politician enough. Yeah, I don't know, Space Ghost. Who knows? 3 hours strapped in the chair. Fit, I guarantee you it's going to go by very quickly. For us, at least. I don't know about them. I remember me. I wonder why they don't put temporary padding on the hatch. They do. Dill. Yeah, there's a flange cover on the door. You'll see. I'll show it to you when they remove it if you're watching for a little bit. You have to pee. Well, Sussy, you know, I said it once, I'll say it again. The first thing that the crew did when they get to the pad is use the head. Use the toilet. That's the first thing that they did. There is a, that was my alarm going off. This is usually, that was my alarm to basically be done with your morning routine and get ready to go for the day. And then I have another one that's an hour until stream to make sure that I'm on time, and sometimes I'm still late. You turn on closed captions. Yeah, sure. Closed caption funding provided by viewers like you. See, this is my plight, dude. With the closed captioning, I got to be over here, but NASA has a view that's a double box with the frame right behind me, so. Yeah, the seats are all form-fitted to them, and so are the suits. The suits are custom tailored. Anyway, oh yeah, the first thing that they do is go to the bathroom. Now, I was saying, I said this yesterday, but I'll say it again just because this is one of the most asked questions that I get. You're sitting there for 3 hours in the capsule, and you're strapped in, and you can't go anywhere. What if you have to go to the bathroom? Well, that's why they go... That's why the first thing that they do when they get to the pad is use the crapper. That is the first thing. They don't show it. They don't show it on stream because it's like, oh, we can't see astronauts doing a human bodily function. Not that they're going to show them like actually doing it. They don't even show them going into it. Like, they don't even talk about it anymore for some reason. They're like, no. I'll talk about it though, because that's real. That's real, man. That's like one of the most asked questions that I get. Like, what if you have to pee? Well, if you didn't get everything out before, the toilet that's at the launch pad, you do have an absorbency garment just in case. That's there. You can use it, but I'm pretty sure no one's going to clean up that mess but you. So that's why they go to the bathroom when that's the first thing they do when they get to the pad. That's why they go to the bathroom as the first thing. It's there if you need it, because that gets messy really, really quickly, right? But honestly, guys, so they use the bathroom at T-minus 3 hours, right? Dragon does have a toilet on board. The toilet is actually up there. It's above the door. So if we were inside of the capsule, it'd be over here somewhere. In this view, it's right through that wall right there. It depends. I wish NSF wouldn't talk about traditions for 5 minutes. I'm watching it. What do you mean, Peter? What were they talking about? So the toilet's actually up over the door, believe it or not. It's between the door and Dragon's forward hatch that's up there. The forward hatch is how they get to the space station. They don't use that door over there to get to the space station. That's just for getting in and out on the ground. So that's used for terrestrial egress. The docking port up there that's above them, that's how they get to the space station. That's the docking port. The toilet's actually in between them. Now, the point that I'm trying to say is that, look, you went to the bathroom at T-minus 3 hours. The toilet basically you're obviously not going to use that when you're flying into space. But the second you get up there and you get a separation, the fasten seatbelt sign gets turned off and you're good to go. So it's a 9-minute ascent, give or take, from launch to capsule separation. And then a couple minutes after that, you can use the toilet. You're not holding it for that long of time. Now, this Dragon, just because of orbital mechanics, right? If I'm remembering the Crew 11 press briefing correctly, this Dragon is going to have a little bit of a longer rendezvous time. So they're going to be free flying for, I think it's 2 days. It's closer to 2 days. Just so they can basically get in a good rendezvous with the ISS. Now, I know what people are going to ask. Why the long rendezvous? Well, with Dragon, with spaceflight in general, you always try to optimize it around being most efficient. No, that isn't some eco thing where it's like, oh, we got to conserve fuel. Meh. No. With orbital mechanics and just the way physics work, you really, really want to try to find the most efficient way to transfer. Sometimes working with gravity you have to wait until you work like working with gravity because of like the Oberth effect or something. I'm getting into orbital mechanics, but long story short, they're trying to optimize the ascent to use the least amount of fuel to get to the ISS. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer, depending on where the ISS is when you go to launch. But yeah, I mean, I could get into the orbital mechanics of it if you want.
Go at throttle up.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, even with a 39-hour rendezvous, it's not like they're not going to be able to use the toilet until they get to the ISS. Dragon has one on board, and basically after ascent, you know, you could use it. You can use the toilet. It's there. So you're actually not holding it for a very long period of time, right? Between using the head down here, right, and then the head on Dragon being ready to go, that's probably like a 3.5 hour time period. You can hold it for 3 hours. That's fine. Or just poop in the suit if you really want to. I wouldn't do that. Ain't nobody gonna clean that up but you. I don't feel like doing that. I mean, if it was me. I listened to an astronaut describe what it was like to take a number 2 in space and what happens to the gas and all the stuff, your bowels. It doesn't really settle because there's no gravity, so it's kind of uncomfortable. And you can't pass gas because everything is kind of together. I mean, I've always said that and this is why, you know, they were talking about meals and stuff. This is why I wouldn't want to have like a burrito or lasagna or something, or like chicken parm or something as your last meal on space. I would just want something hearty with protein, not too spicy, right? Because, dude, your suit, when you're launching, your helmet's down, and you're sealed inside of your suit, and you have the HVAC umbilical, you have your Eclipse umbilical on your thigh. If you pass gas, the only one smelling it is you. You've essentially crop dusted yourself. Congratulations, you crop dusted yourself. So everybody loves their own brand and stuff, but I would nah, I'd be very careful about what I eat as my last meal. It's a personal hotpot, Flying Dutch oven. That's right. Lots of thunderstorms in the abort corridor. Check out the satellite. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, I just keyed the audio for SPL. Will astronauts dehydrate themselves some before launch? I mean, I wouldn't, Loco Texan. I'd be drinking a lot of water. Dude, getting dehydrated in space would suck. That would be awful.
Yeah, so today they could just zip right out to the pad.
Yeah, guys, we might see a... I'm not sure if the weather's going to cooperate today. It was 60% go, which is not... That's not great. VOKP yourself as long as you were hydrated. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they got absorbency garments on. They're wearing diapers. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Just in case. Just in case. Why take the chance? I mean, once again, it's better to... They're checking for punctures. That's why they have them doing this. Yeah, you have it, and you can use it if you want, but I would, dude, if I had to go number 1, I would just hold it. Just hold it. The toilet will be ready in about 2.5 hours. You're good to go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rick! 9-month resub. What's up, man? My name's not
As they do that, they begin to prepare that side hatch.
Okay, so,
Into place. One last
Dill, check this out. There's the flange seals right here. They're going to pull the seals right now, and that's your positive pressure for the capsule.
Into the capsule. That's a really special shot right there.
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Arguing the waving at the rocket, signing names to snacks. It's boring. Interesting.
They're going to rotate seats here shortly.
See, Peter, I like talking about the traditions and stuff, but I also like talking about the technical stuff. Or the toilet. Okay, all right, I lied. I don't like talking about the toilet. People ask about the toilet. It's the most asked question I get. So, you know, give the people what they want and all. Okay, correction. I don't like talking about that, but people do ask. Because it's interesting. You know, like, is it, you know, there was one time I was covering an International Astronautical Congress on Twitch. We were watching it, and some guy asked Elon about how he's going to deal with poop because he went to Burning Man. Like, the guy was like, I went to Burning Man, and everybody needed to poop. So how are you going to deal with poop? And I was like, I made fun of the guy at the time, but it's actually a pretty pertinent question. Like, if you send, seat rotation, there it is. If you send 100 people to Mars, That's a lot of poop. That's a lot. That's something you actually have to take into account. That's something that's very important. The toilet has to work. If the toilets don't work, that's going to get messy real quick. When you try to get to the ISS, do you chase it or do you get ahead of it for it to come to you? Okay. Basically, zombie, depending on the orbital mechanics. So the biggest thing, all right. Then you grow a lot of potatoes. Yeah, Tessa, I've seen that story before. A grill lighter? No, it's a microphone. Okay, they're gonna pull the flange shields now. That's one big pile of crap. Yeah, exactly. It's a Turdian question, right? So okay. Zombie, that's an orbital mechanics question. How much do we want to nerd out today? $40,000 Dragon branded porta potties. Yep. Which astronaut had to test the diaper? I think diapers are plenty well tested down here, Gugu. I'm pretty sure there's no astronaut that needed to test that. Just saying. Yes, we have time. All right. So right when I was saying what they were doing, they cut the camera to show Nick.
Get ready to launch.
On MS-10.
You never know what's going to happen.
Oh, good. They're talking about the abort again. That's lovely. Yeah, let's talk about the mission that Nick was on that failed. Well, a crew is getting ready to launch into space. That's not bad karma or anything. No, it's fine. That's fine. Anyway, okay, so zombie. All right. The first thing that you got to understand. So this is some nerd stuff, okay? Spaceflight is a little weird. It's a little counterintuitive with how stuff moves around in space. At least counterintuitive to what we're used to down here. Actually, it's pretty straightforward stuff when you're up there. It's actually physics at its purest almost, right? The ISS is up 270 miles that way, or about 400 kilometers and change. Okay? At that altitude, the ISS's orbital velocity is a little bit lower than an orbit that's, let's say, 100 miles by 100 miles, or about 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers, okay? That orbit is a little bit slower. So your orbital speed at 400 kilometers, completely circular, is going to be slightly slower than an orbit that's at 160 kilometers, okay? Your orbital speed is going to be slightly different. Now, why is that? Well, if you think about, if you have a funnel, a big funnel, and you roll a marble around in that funnel, okay? The closer it gets to the center, the faster it's going to go. That is a great visualization for how gravity wells work. Now, keep in mind, gravity wells work in 3 dimensions because we live in 3-dimensional space. If that's news to you, I don't know what to tell you, right? So, long story short, the closer you are to the center of gravity of the Earth, the faster you need to go to not get pulled back down, right? As you get further and further away from Earth's grav well, just like that marble going around in the funnel, right? You don't need to go as fast to stay in orbit. Right there is the key. So, what is Dragon going to do? Does it catch up to the ISS? Well, that's what they say. But in reality, it's slowing down to get to the ISS. If that makes sense, I'll tell you how. So, when the ISS gets over Florida, right? Ideally, this is the ideal circumstance, and this doesn't happen all the time because the ISS is in a funky orbit. I'll tell you about it in a second. The ideal thing to do would be launch right when the ISS is overhead, right? When you go to launch, right, and the ISS is going by overhead, it's going, let's say it's going 27,000 kilometers an hour, right? It's going to go out in front of you because it's going way faster. You're going to slowly accelerate, and by the time you get into orbit, you're going to be basically right behind it and right below it, okay? But remember, you're in a lower orbit, you're going faster. You can use that to your advantage. You will eventually catch up to the ISS, but remember, if you did your insertion at 200 kilometers, the ISS is at 400, and there will be a time where you're very, very close, right? But you'll ultimately speed past it because you have a 200 kilometer altitude difference. There's a slight differential orbital speed there because, once again, rolling the marbles around the funnel, right? The ISS is 200 kilometers higher, so it's going a little bit slower, but you can use that to your advantage, right? They basically time it, and these are called phasing burns. They time it so when Dragon is kind of below and behind the ISS, albeit going faster, they accelerate. You accelerate Dragon. And what that does is that pushes the highest point in the orbit, albeit on the other side of the planet or celestial body or whatever you're trying to get to, right? That pushes it to the ISS altitude. Now Dragon's orbit is in a perfect circle. That's what a phasing burn does. It makes the orbit kind of elliptical, with the highest point at the ISS and the lowest point where you got in, where you inserted from space or from the ground, right? Where you ascended to. So Dragon will catch up to the ISS, but because it's going further out in that grav well, right? You're getting out to the ISS altitude. When Dragon gets to its highest point, you will match its speed, but only for a second, because remember, you're in that elliptical orbit, so you're going to fall back down, right? Earth will pull you back in. So it's like if the marble isn't rotating around that funnel in a perfect circle, if it's rotating kind of pendulum-like, right? Its speed is going to change, right? So you put yourself into a slightly elliptical orbit, okay? This will get you up near the ISS. You'll get close to it. But if you just kept going in that phasing burn orbit, that transfer orbit of what it's called, you'll fall back down and then you'll speed up. So Dragon is decelerating on its way up because Earth's trying to pull it in. It's trading kinetic energy for potential energy here, right? And then what they do is when they get near the ISS, they fire the engines again and accelerate, but they accelerate at near the ISS and circularize right near it. So essentially Dragon and the space station are kind of flying, they're kind of flying in formation with each other. And then Dragon will slowly make slight tweaks to its orbit and do another phasing burn and another phasing burn, another phasing burn. And they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until Dragon is there. Till Dragon's basically at the ISS, and then it'll use its thrusters to dock. This is called Rendezvous Proximity Operations and Docking, so RPOD. We'll see that when they get up there, if they launch today, right? They're still doing leak checks on the hatch. They're inspecting the flange seals to make sure that the hatches will make a seal correctly. But long story short, ideally you want to launch right when the ISS is over you, because it's going to keep going, and you basically want to get put into into phasing with it, where Dragon is slightly below and behind. But orbital mechanics are counterintuitive. You think that the thing that's higher is going to be faster, but it's not. It's not. It's the reverse. Sometimes you've got to speed up to slow down, and sometimes you've got to slow down to speed up. It's weird, dude. Like, orbital mechanics is all backwards. This is the same as the experiment with the bowling ball and the tennis ball on the cloth. You put the bowling ball in the center and the tennis ball, you could see its quote-unquote gravitational effects. That's just a visualization, Zombie, but that's the idea, yes. Mm-hmm. Did the shuttle do the same thing? Yes. Yes, Stickler, of course. Mm-hmm. So, just because it's a capsule versus the space shuttle, that doesn't mean anything. Remember, the space shuttle space shuttle has its wings and everything, right? But the wings aren't doing anything in space. How you move around in space doesn't, like, the shape of your vehicle doesn't really matter as long as you have thrusters that are pointing through your center of mass, right? It'll push you in a different direction. Or, rotational thrusters or forward and backwards thrusters. It doesn't matter what the shape is. It's just it's just force affecting a mass. Like I said, when you're up in space, because you're in a microgravity environment, physics is at its purest. So that's why it's kind of counterintuitive. How small is the launch window? Kroll, for going to the ISS with Dragon, it's an instantaneous window. So it's down to the second. So if at any point in this count you see a hold, you're not going today. Now, why? Well, there's a couple of different reasons. So Dragon has abort corridors, okay? So now another thing to take into account, and Zombie, I told you that, and Kroll, this has to do with what your question as well. So we have Earth's equator. The equator, the equatorial plane of Earth is basically right there. That's close enough. Right? The path that the ISS is in goes something like this. Okay? So if the ISS orbit is very tilted. Let's say the yellow line is the orbit that the ISS is in. Okay? The ISS orbit is super tilted. The angle that the orbit makes when it crosses what's called the ascending node in its orbit, the angle of the orbital track and the equator is a defining characteristic of orbits around celestial bodies. That's a huge variable. That's called inclination. So the ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit, meaning that when the ISS path crosses the equator on the ascending or descending node, AN and DN, I'll talk to you about that later. The angle that it makes right there is 51.6 degrees. So the ISS is in a very funky orbit. Now, why is it in a very funky orbit? It's in a funky orbit because if you follow that yellow line and you take it, I mean, the orbital track would go something like this. It would go out over Europe and back down. The reason why it's in a tilted orbit like that is so all the international partners can get to the space station. We can get to it from Florida. The Europeans can get to it from Kourou. The Russians can get to it from Baikonur in Kazakhstan over here. And the Japanese can get to it from Tanegashima, where their launch site is, which is on that island right there. There's the Japanese launch complex. It's one of the prettiest launch complexes in the world, to be honest. Now, the reason why Dragon has a bigger phasing burn and why it has a longer rendezvous period to the ISS this time, and Zombie, this still kind of has to do with your question. The reason why that's what's going on here is because not all the time the ISS orbital track can cross over Kennedy Space Center, but the ISS might not be directly overhead. The ISS might be down here. Or it might be over here somewhere, in which case, as long as you launch into the right inclination, Dragon can stay in that lower orbit, right? And eventually, you'll catch up to the ISS. Eventually, you'll get in the right phase. Sometimes, the ISS isn't right over Florida when they go to launch. Sometimes it's on the other side of the world, and that's fine. It's just going to take a longer period to get into the right phase area, to get into the right phasing, get into the right position for the right type of phasing burn, for the right type of transfer burn to get to it. Now, Kroll, this is your question. This has to do a lot more with your question. So the ISS track goes something like that. It's something similar to this, okay? Why is it an instantaneous launch window? Does Falcon 9 not have the power to push to like launch it in an hour? Well, once again, with orbits, guys, the ISS is in that 51.6 degree inclined orbit. You're dealing with a couple of gravitational effects here. Let me just check back in on the stream just to be sure. They're still inspecting the flange on the hatch, but they've removed the hatch seal covers. That guy is inspecting the hatch with a flashlight and taking pictures. So, because everything should be documented. If you take pictures, if the hatch leaks, right, they'll go back and check the pictures. That's what all these guys on tablets are doing. They're taking pictures and they're uploading it to SpaceX's mainframe so they can, that guy is playing Galaga. No, he's inspecting it and taking pictures of it with a phone. All the pictures get uploaded. Everything is documented with Spaceflight. That's why all these guys are on the tabs. Guys ain't just browsing Instagram. I mean, that guy might be, but who knows? So, Kroll, this has to do with your question. So the ISS isn't always in this type of like, the track doesn't always go like this. When something goes into orbit, Earth is still spinning underneath it. So when the ISS does one rotation, the next orbit is going to be over here. And then the next one's going to be over here. And then the next one's going to be over here. And the next one's going to be over here. Earth is constantly spinning underneath, right? So if you waited, let's say 90 minutes, the ISS is going to be over here. Okay? Its track will, it precesses from east to west because the Earth is spinning that way underneath the orbit. Okay? So if the ISS is over here, going 27,000 kilometers an hour or 17,500 miles an hour that way, launching from here, guys, you're not getting to it. You can't get to it. Now, why? Well, okay, rockets need enough fuel to accelerate to 17,500 miles an hour to get into orbit, to get into that parking orbit that I was telling you about. They have enough fuel to do that and maybe a little bit more, okay? Doing this, right? Trying to get into an orbit like this, if you launched out of the Cape, you'd need to launch this way. And I don't think I need to tell you why a rocket launch going directly over New York City is probably not a good idea, first and foremost. Even if you did do this, you have the point where your orbital path would cross the ISS. You're going 17,500 miles an hour in that direction. And the ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour in that direction. It is hard to make a right-hand turn like this when you're going that fast. The rocket does not have enough fuel to move to change its direction like that. This is how close the margins are. You would need a much bigger rocket, like a Saturn V. A Saturn V could probably get that done with a Dragon capsule on the top, sure. But Falcon 9 ain't no Saturn V. Okay? I mean, it's pretty damn good, but it's not a Saturn V. So let's put that back down near the equator. So the ISS orbit, right? More importantly, they wait until the track goes over Florida. But Zombie, the ISS doesn't necessarily need to be over Florida, right? It's just the track. Launching in the same direction, getting a very similar speed at the same orbital tilt is more important than if the ISS is overhead. And that's why some of the windows to phase to the ISS are a little bit longer, because sometimes the ISS isn't directly over. The most ideal position for the ISS to be to get there quickly would be right here. Right? Launch right when it's overhead, which does sometimes happen, right? Now, Kroll. Why is the window instantaneous? Well, once again, there's that whole taking a right-hand turn going 17,500 miles an hour or 27,000 kilometers an hour. It's kind of hard to turn when you're going that fast. You need to actually turn. Ask an SR-71 pilot how hard it is to fly one of those planes in turn going Mach 3. It takes entire states to turn around when you're going that fast. And spacecraft are going 4 or 5 times as fast as the SR-71 could ever go, at least the acknowledged speed. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? All right, so why is the window instantaneous? Couldn't Falcon 9 compensate a little bit? If they launched an hour later, right, they could still or a couple minutes later, they could still go, right? And you wouldn't have to take as sharp of a turn. Like if you launched a little bit later, you could get into a track like this and then take a slight turn with your trajectory, right? Well, yeah, you could do that as long as the turn isn't too hard, because once again, turning in space is not easy because you're going very fast in one direction. Turning is very difficult. You generally don't do that. It's better to just go launch in the direction of the ISS that the ISS is going when the ISS's orbit goes over Florida. It's much easier to do that. You're saving a lot of fuel if you do that. This is very inefficient to do something like that. Okay. Now, but Falcon 9 could. So why don't they? Well, okay. Interesting thing. Kroll, this really getting your question. Sorry, this took a little bit longer because this is a complicated question. Now, because of the fuel requirements, etc., right? Could Falcon 9 compensate? Yeah, it absolutely could. Will it? No. Why not? When you launch this way, okay, when you have an instantaneous launch window, there are abort corridors up the East Coast. This is a very nice window, or this is a very nice track You know, and this is kind of a plus for ISS missions. This is a really easy track to get into. It's really good for recovery because if at any point, if the vehicle fails, God forbid, you're coming down not far from the East Coast. There's plenty of boats and plenty of, you know, stuff all along the coast of the United States, even up into Canada, right? Where you could have a recovery crew get dispatched and you could get to the crew with a helicopter, with a, you know, a plane dropping supplies, or even a ship sailing out there. You can get to the crew pretty fast in the case of an abort, right? So you have these corridors that are along this line. All right. Falcon 9 reuses that first stage. There we go. Hatch is closing. Falcon 9 has its first stage boost back and land. SpaceX is notorious for reusability with the space program. Now, the reason why the window is instantaneous is because Falcon 9's first stage needs all that fuel to turn around after it accelerated the second stage in Dragon to a speed where it can get, you know, you can accelerate to 17,500 miles an hour to get to that ISS. That first stage needs enough fuel to turn around and come back and land back at the launch site. Now, why do you want it to land back at the launch site? Doesn't SpaceX have like a drone ship or something? SpaceX does have autonomous spaceport drone ships that they do use to land boosters out in the ocean with, like that. But remember I told you about recovery. Do you want one of those coming back down, potentially where the capsule could be coming down in the event of an emergency? No, I don't want that. I don't need something that spews fire next to a capsule that just aborted off of said rocket. If there is any type of abort that would happen after stage separation, right? If the second stage malfunctioned and it didn't work and Dragon had to abort, God forbid, right? The first stage in the Dragon capsule would fall back down in the same area. You don't want that. But reuse saves NASA and SpaceX a lot of money. So you still want to reuse the booster, right? But you don't want to risk having the booster in a capsule potentially coming back down in the same area. You don't want that. So the first stage needs the fuel to be able to turn around. And that takes away any margin in the window. Because remember, that left-hand turn going that fast, right? It's hard to make a turn when you're going 17,000 miles an hour. So that basically, the fuel that's needed on that first stage is needed to get back to Kennedy Space Center, right? So it doesn't potentially come back down in an abort corridor, right? Where the capsule could potentially land in the event of an abort, right? You don't want those coming down in the same spot. So that fuel is needed to get that first stage back, right? And because of this, Falcon really doesn't have any extra performance. It doesn't have any extra fuel to be able to compensate, you know, if the ISS goes by or you get out of it, you're not launching right when the ISS orbit goes over Florida. This is all orbital mechanics and phasing and stuff. It's a little complicated. So if I seems like I'm speaking another language, yeah, it is some complicated stuff. But long story short, they need the fuel for the booster to get back to the launch site because they don't want it coming down where the capsule could potentially abort, where a recovery crew would be needed. That's not a good idea. And that feeds into something that I was talking a lot about yesterday. If you really want to put yourself into the mindset of like what a crew launch is and how it works, okay? It's all about being preemptive. You got to think about stuff like that, you know? Because Murphy's Law is a huge thing in the space program. That's a huge thing that can absolutely happen. What can go wrong will go wrong. So you got to be preemptive. This is why this stuff takes so freaking long. You got to think about every possible chess move, right? Because the one move you don't anticipate in a game of chess, you're going to get checkmated pretty badly. You do not want physics to checkmate you. That's bad. Sorry, that was a little bit of a long explanation, dudes, but that I told you, nerd stuff.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You can do, guys, a small turn is possible, and that's why some launches have a launch window. Because a small turn you can make a small adjustment to your trajectory, and you can do what's called the dogleg trajectory. So if you guys are familiar with golf, there's holes that are like a dogleg left par 4. Like if you looked at the hole from the top, it would look like kind of like a dogleg, like a slight turn. You can do a dogleg trajectory. That's fine, because as you're going up, if you turn while you're accelerating, you can essentially mitigate the high performance cost of trying to take a turn going 17,000 miles an hour. Why does that mitigate it? Why is that more efficient? Well, because when the rocket is turning, it's not going 17,000 miles an hour. It's on the way up to ascent, so it's only going 10,000 miles an hour. It's easier to turn going 10,000 than 17,000, or it's easier to turn going 15,000 kilometers an hour than it is when you're going 27,000 miles an hour. It's just physics, man. If you're driving a car and you get to a 4-way intersection and you want to take the turn, you have to slow down for the turn and then take it. You can't do that with a spacecraft. If you tried to make that turn when you were going at a high rate of speed, you'd go straight. You'd go to turn the wheel and the car would just keep going straight, right? In car terms, you'd get nasty understeer, right? That's how spaceflight works. You don't have any brakes. You can't turn. If you want to turn, you basically turn the spacecraft left and fire the engine. There's no brakes. There's no slowing down to make the turn. That's not a thing. You have to, it's better to just go with the flow. Go with gravity. Have gravity work for you, right? And that's what those phasing burns that I was telling you about are all about. That's working with gravity. And that's the most efficient way to get there. You work with gravity instead of working against it. And that's why you have launch windows in the first place. It does sound like you're speaking Klingon. Keplach. When physics checkmates you, there's no go again. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, there you go. Ordon, right? Yep. Then there's Atlas, 30-minute launch window on ISS missions. Well, Phil, that's because with Atlas, right, they're using all of the booster for all the performance, so you can perform RAN steering. But the flip side, the trade-off there is that Atlas is expendable. And, I know what people are going to ask. Well, wait a minute. Why are they cool with an Atlas 5 stage coming back down where the capsule could potentially abort, but they're not okay with Falcon? With Falcon 9, if it was coming back down to land on a drone ship in an abort corridor, it's a fueled rocket coming back down, as opposed to an Atlas stage, which burns to depletion and then inerts itself before it comes down near the ground. Basically vents all the fuel on the expendable stage, so it's just a piece of metal coming down. Like, don't get me wrong, you still really don't want that. That's kind of a nightmare scenario. But the inerted stage is seen as safer than a fueled powered rocket coming back down to land, right? How do I put physics into checkmate? You really don't, Dean. Chess probably isn't the best analogy. You don't really beat physics. You just kind of get a leg up on it. Chess probably isn't the best way to, checkmating physics in this particular case means a successful mission, right? But speaking of using games as an analogy, what I like to tell people about spaceflight is that you don't really win at spaceflight. You just complete the mission and then you go on to the next one. Like, it's much more like a Tetris game. You're never going to beat physics, right? You don't beat Tetris. You just keep, there's that one kid that did it on Twitch, which is actually super cool. He was playing Tetris and he got to such a high level that the game bricked itself, which is technically beating Tetris. But I don't think we want to get to that point with physics. I don't need to brick the physics system in real life. That's probably not a good idea. Large Hadron Collider people, I'm talking to you. That was a joke. Please keep doing that. That's cool. Spaceflight is it's like Tetris, man. You get lines and you get better at it. And maybe you set a new record, but you're never going to beat it. You're never going to beat physics. Every spaceflight mission, you could just hope it goes for the best, and you don't lose. Just keep getting lines, right? In this analogy, every line that you get in Tetris is a successful mission. Tetris bricked itself. Pun tax. But I want to beat physics. I want 0 point energy and the zero distance wormhole travel. I want hyperdrives. That's why I said Large Hadron Collider people. Please keep doing that. I want Coco. I need to go poopy.
Infectious personality, her positivity, and
okay, so the hatch has been closed. They're doing a hatch leak check now. Remton, you better than the official channel. Thanks, man. I love telling people about this. Spaceflight is cool, man. It scratches the same itch. Like, you know, I stream on Twitch, so I'm not unfamiliar with video games. It scratches the same itch as playing a very good PvE game. Spaceflight is like addictive in the same way that like Minecraft is addictive. It's good stuff, man. You can't get enough of it, you know? It's, to speak in gamer terms, dude, it's like, you know, you beat the Ender Dragon, right? And then what do you, then you're free to play the game. Then you can do whatever you want. You know, you go do it again. Like, it's spaceflight. Human spaceflight has infinite replayability, you know, and it's all out there. There's a whole world to see, just like in Minecraft. There's multiple worlds to see, and moons, and all this other stuff. It's the ultimate PvE game. I love it. It's great. Weather check coming up. Okay.
Good side hatch leak check.
Side hatch leak check is complete. They're going to put the cap on
Second copies. Good leak check. Great news.
They're going to put the cover on the hatch, and then the next step is to put on the harness and undo the HVAC blanket for Dragon. Right now, the White Room is a sealed environment. It's a surgically sterile environment. And when the door closes, it doesn't need to be in like a surgically clean environment anymore. So they're going to remove the seal right here on Dragon. This thing actually moves up to Dragon and seals up against it. There's a little like blanket thing that they have to pull back, right? After the hatch is sealed, you're good to go. You don't need to worry about contamination. I talked about this a lot yesterday, but long story short, the reason why you don't want contamination is because space HVAC filters and life support systems they have to be as light as possible and as simple as possible. They're not really like a heavy duty HEPA filter system, right? Because it's not designed to work down here. It's designed to work up there in space where it's relatively sterile compared to down here on Earth, right? You want to minimize contamination. You don't want bugs and stuff flying in and getting caught in the filters on a spacecraft. That could be problematic. You don't want like ants climbing around inside of the thing, or dust or dirt or debris or anything. That's why it's all sealed up, and that's why everybody looks like a ninja in there, because you don't want contamination. Contamination will screw up the filters on the ship. Now, don't get me wrong. If someday that's got to change. Someday that you have to invent a system that's robust enough for people just to be able to walk on to get up into space, like in Star Wars or something, right? But that'll come in good time. Space flight, at least commercial space flight in this regard, is still in its infancy. So it's going to take some time to invent more robust systems. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Graham. What cars are the Space Ninjas leaving in? Model X's? Yep. Remton, it helps us understand who we truly are. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Not counting the ISS long-duration space travel... long-duration space travel has been inside small capsules, but the interior volume of Starship is a game changer. What discipline of science studies how best to use that space? Daveldud, engineers at SpaceX are probably working with NASA in some capacity, NASA scientists in some capacity, to figure out what the best utilization system would be for that. It's where like engineering and science kind of cross. So I'm sure if I was a SpaceX engineer, if I was the chief engineer of Starship, I would be making a Starship with a payload bay like the space shuttle, so you could basically put whatever you want in there. Make a common adapter system. Eventually, guys, someone's going to have to figure out how to make a shipping container for space. I mean, the shuttle kind of did it with its multi-purpose logistics modules, or MPLMs for short. But at some point, someone's going to have to figure out a standardized pallet system of moving cargo and stuff around in space. And then from there, you can utilize that off-the-shelf technology to leverage science, which is basically what they did with the shuttle program and the ISS. It's a good question, though, for sure. If I'm being honest, Cars and Halo is what got you into spaceflight. I don't know how Cars did it, Enzo, but Halo I can very much understand. Hey, Outdoorsman, what's going on? Drummer, how you doing? That's what Outpost Space is doing with reusable containers. Yeah, eventually we're going to have to figure it out. I mean, like I said, we had it figured out with the shuttle. The shuttle basically carried a pressurized box, a space shipping container in the payload bay, and when the shuttle would resupply the ISS, the robotic arm on the shuttle would basically grab the container out of the shuttle's payload bay and just attach it to the ISS. Like there's container ships with cranes that are on the ship that can pick the container off and put it on a dock. Same idea. We had it figured out, and then we decided we didn't want to do that anymore because my asteroid redirect or something. I don't know. I always think, when I was talking about the shuttle, like we had a thing that do that. I always feel like Mike in Breaking Bad. I had a guy. I don't have a guy anymore. You are not my guy. I had a guy. He's gone now. You're not my guy. Like, I always feel like Mike. You're not the guy. You're not the space shuttle. We had a space shuttle. We don't have a space shuttle anymore. You are not the space shuttle. What if you put the ISS... What if you put the arm on the ISS? Then you don't have to weight of the arm every time you have to launch. The ISS has an arm on it, zombie. The reason why the shuttle flew with the robotic arm towards the end of the missions, even though the ISS had one, it's called the SSRMS, Space Station Remote Manipulator System, or just Canadarm2, right? There is a robotic arm that's up on the space station that's there to berth spaceships and do maintenance on the space station. The space shuttle installed it on STS-100, believe it or not. Chris Hadfield flew that mission with the shuttle. The Canadian with the awesome mustache that, sang David Bowie in space with the guitar. Yeah, that guy. He flew that mission, installing a second robotic arm. Now, despite that, the shuttle always flew with a robotic arm, especially after Columbia. They always flew with it. And they always flew with the robotic arm, believe it or not, had a selfie stick. It's called the Orbiter Boom Sensor Sweeper, or OBSS for short. The shuttle, believe it or not a lot of people knew that on either side of the payload bay, there's provisions to have two robotic arms. The space shuttle could carry two of them. Two space shuttle robotic arms. Not the one that they carried for the ISS, they carried folded up in a pallet, believe it or not. And then they took the pallet and put it on the ISS, and then the arm unfolded and it attached itself, and then they took the pallet and put it back in the shuttle's payload bay. STS-100 is an awesome mission, by the way. That was really good for the spaceflight historians there. The shuttle could carry two robotic arms. They never did, but they could. The idea is that if the shuttle needs to rendezvous with something, with, a transfer stage, right? The shuttle can fly up to the transfer stage, grab it, take it, install payload on the stage with the other arm, undock from both of them, and then have the two modules docked to the shuttle, and then you could transfer people in, right, to the transfer stage, and you could send them to the moon, or send them wherever, or build a space station. You could do whatever. Like I said, the shuttle's UX is very, very well thought out, and its concept of operations is really, really good. It's amazing. We just never did it because I don't know. We had a freaking space Ferrari and we didn't race it, We just used it to go get groceries, you know what I mean? But I digress. So the shuttle flew with a robotic arm and the selfie stick in the spot where the second robotic arm could go. Why? Why would the shuttle carry a selfie stick? It actually is just a long pole with a camera on the end. They did that after Columbia, so the shuttle's robotic arm could grab the selfie stick, it could grab the OBSS in the payload bay, separate it, and then use it to look, so they could look at an external view of the shuttle. They did that so they could make sure that no tiles fell off or no tiles got damaged during ascent. Every shuttle post-Columbia flew with an arm attached and the OBSS. Fun fact. Just on a quick side note, I need a picture of the ISS for you guys. So, fun fact, after STS-135, they left one of the shuttle selfie sticks stored up on the space station. See it right there? It's just basically a long pole with a camera on the end. The space station remote manipulator system, or SSRMS, that thing can grab the stick. And what they do is if they need to get an astronaut like all the way out here to do maintenance on the solar panels, the arm can grab the stick and they can basically have an astronaut on the end. They can tie their shoes to the end of the arm, which is basically tie their boots to the end of the arm. It's basically what they do. And they can extend the astronaut out on the selfie stick to do maintenance out on the solar panels. Yep, that's one of the shuttle selfie sticks right there. They left it up there at the end of the space shuttle program. Astronaut on a stick. Dude, it's happened. Let me see. You want to see something wild? This is from STS-120. Scott Parazynski. Now, they brought the thing back, right? But on STS-120, they figured out that so when they were assembling the ISS, at some points they had to collapse the solar panels to move the solar panel modules out to the edges of the space station. Like if you picture the ISS in your mind, it's got big solar panels on either side. That wasn't always the case. Initially, they sent up one solar panel and they put it on top of the ISS, right? And when they installed the other solar panel on STS-120, they had to grab one of the SPMs, I think it was the P4 truss segment, and they had to move it. So they had two solar panels on either side so the station wouldn't be lopsided. Yes, that's absolutely a thing. It has to be on an even keel. The gyros on the space station won't work right if it's heavy on one side, right? When they folded the solar panel back out on during STS-120 construction operations, solar panel got bound up and it actually tore. Solar panels don't have like a metal frame up there like they do down here because they don't need it. Solar panels are very much like a blanket almost, right? So check this out. During STS-120, they put astronaut Scott Parazynski on the end of this stick, tied his feet to the end of the stick and had him go out there and zip tie the damn solar panel back together. It's some of the gnarliest pictures that no one ever talks about, dude. Look at that. That's wild. That's some like 2001 stuff right there. Dude, it's some of the absolutely craziest pictures ever. Like, that's a long way away, but you can see that's the selfie stick, and he's tied to the end of the damn selfie stick, and they moved the arm up there so he could go and zip tie the stupid thing back together. And yes, they are zip ties. He absolutely zip tied it back together. It's still zip tied together. Still together, still works because it's a zip tie. They ain't breaking. I'm serious. He freaking zip tied the stupid thing. Works. Hey, if it works, it's not stupid. Ballsy freaking mission, dude. It's like I said, those are some of the most righteous freaking pictures ever from the shuttle program. Like those are so cool. Isn't it replaced with the latest solar panels deployed? The big solar panels are still generating power, Zizep, despite the IROSs being in front of it. But yeah, They do have newer solar panels that they installed on the ISS using the same exact idea, using the same thing. You got to get the astronauts out there somewhere. They have to get out there somehow. Crazy, right? Now that's some Apollo 13 stuff, dude. I'm telling you. You know, me, Sawyer, Chris B, there's a reason why we love the shuttle program, because it was some damn cool stuff. I just wished we used it to go further, dude. Because, dude, imagine having that kind of dexterity and being like, nah, the moon's too far away. Never mind. Like, it could have been so good, dude. Could have used that to make awesome stuff. I mean, it assembled the damn ISS, right? Damn thing assembled the ISS, dude. Like, you know, you're going to draw the line at building a 400-ton space station in low Earth orbit? You telling me you can't, if you could do that, but you can't make something go to the moon? Not even a flyby? Give me a damn break, dude. I was had a question regarding the Canadarm. The bigger the mass, the whole thing will move with the shuttle included. So at the end of it, doesn't the RCS become the real hero of keeping everything steady? Yes and no. Pogo, the payload that comes... Would you stay a week on the space station if you had the chance? Yes, absolutely. Pogo, okay, there's a couple of tricks that NASA used. The shuttle is never going to move a payload that's more mass than it, right? The shuttle is about 60 tons. The shuttle's max payload capacity is 25. So the RCS does play a component, absolutely, for keeping the shuttle on an even keel when you're moving stuff around. So NASA has a little bit of a trick with their robotic arm. They have servo power amplifiers and modulators on the robotic arm. So the arm can actually use differential amounts of power to move larger masses around. Very similar it's a similar idea to a crane having a counterweight down here on Earth. Cranes can have a different amount of counterweights, right? To counter whatever they're picking up. If you're picking up something heavier, you add more counterweight, right? More counterweight, less luffing, right? That's crane 101, right? I mean, that's not necessarily the case, but cranes are complicated. What do you want? So obviously you can't use a counterweight in space when there's no weight. So NASA, Canadian engineers came up with this, right? Our Canadian friends up north came up with the idea of modulating power. So you have servos, and those servos can be able to be fed differential power. Like they can work with 5 volts, or they can work with 12 volts, or they can work with 24 volts, or they can work with... You can change the power to everything to get the arms to move quicker or slower. Or basically have more torque. They don't move quicker or slower. You also set the rate of motion. I mean, inverse kinematics is very difficult. It's a really tough thing to figure out. But power modulation is what they primarily used, because power is relatively, compared to a commodity like your RCS, right? That is much easier to make. You can make power with the fuel cells in space, right? But the RCS, you only have a finite amount of that. Now, don't get me wrong. You only have a finite amount of consumables on the shuttle to create electrical power, right? To get the robotic arm modulation working correctly. So it's a balance of electrical power and RCS when moving stuff around with the shuttle. One of my favorite shuttle missions, the Solar Maximum Repair mission, is where they figured all this out and where they actually put it into work, right? The Solar Maximum Repair mission was in the early 80s, and it was the first mission where the shuttle went up and grabbed the satellite and fixed it on orbit. That was the precursor to the Hubble missions, basically, the Hubble servicing missions, which is really cool. That's why it's one of my favorite missions. Do you think the shuttle would still be in use if a Columbia hadn't been lost? Friend of Monkeys,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Personal opinion, even post Columbia, I don't think we should have retired the shuttle if we were going to cancel Constellation. You know, I wouldn't have mind keep going with the shuttle program and canceling Constellation, or keep going with Constellation and get rid of the shuttle, which is what the original plan was. Doing both of those things at the same time was a really stupid thing. It kept us out of space for a decade. I don't like that. Even post-Columbia, I still think... Dude, the shuttle should still be flying right now. Yeah, I know people are going to look at me funny. Actually, if it was up to me, I would start retiring the shuttle. I would have started retiring it right around when DM2 started. That's when I would have ramped down its missions. Because Dragon is plenty sufficient. You know, I don't... In spaceflight, getting rid of something before its replacement is operational is a mistake that everybody's made that mistake. You know, like that is it seems like the right idea at the time. It's never a right idea. You always want overlap in capability. That's how you keep the proverbial ball moving forward. You know, if we're going to talk American football, that's how you keep getting first downs. You know, I'm going to speak hand egg here for a second. You don't get first downs by punting, okay? Punting was getting rid of the space shuttle. You don't do that. That's not a good idea. Real question, do you think they could restart the shuttle with 2025 tech? I mean, with money, anything is possible, dude. Do you think Starliner will ever make itself viable? Yeah, Venom. Yes. Starliner's problems shouldn't be ignored by any means, dude. Oh, hold on. You're talking about weather.
But those clouds are more over towards the land side. So we will see what happens with our sea breeze. We're watching it closely. We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. Showers are moving through that area at this moment. We also need to have good conditions there. This is where the Dragon could potentially splash down.
Port corridor.
What's good about the showers there, Nick, is that they are expected to clear that area in an hour or so. So hoping for a good ascent corridor. And then, of course, you have the abort zones. If they were to get to orbit, that they would later splash down to. They are monitoring those as well. So essentially, more watching, more waiting. We've got a crew that's ready to go. And we've got weather that's just a watch item and continues to be at this moment.
Yeah. No, it's actually... For me, it's fun to listen to the...
Okay, so weather, they're keeping an eye on it. It's not great. So, Lava Eagle, follow-up question. Having modular power does not guarantee that the shuttle would remain steady and not move with respect to the target. If it moves, you would need relative inverse kinematics. The ARM has that. The ARM has that, dude. It has it. I'm telling you, that the Space Shuttle RMS and the Space Station RMS is very, very trick hardware. It's really good stuff, even by today's standards. That's why they still use it at the ISS. And that's why even Gateway is going to have one. It's good tech, man. Canadians did good, man. They did a good job. Which is still possible, just even bigger pain. So using the RCS to fix the shuttle's position does seem crucial. That wasn't a question. Lava Eagle, how was that a question? Are you telling me? Are you telling me what I just told you a second ago, where it's a balance between inverse kinematics and the RCS, or... I just said that. What are you talking about, dude? Graham, $20 super chat. I told you I'd find some way to pay you back for the advice that changed your life, man. I found a passion and I'm working towards EE in college, one step at a time. Thank you very much. Talk to me when you graduate. But I appreciate it. But yeah, you still got a lot to do, bud. I'm telling you that the Patriots will win the Super Bowl this season. I would like to see that. That's all I'm going to say. Outdoorsman, you're okay. Sorry for not answering your question. Don't worry about it, dude. All good. Was that the mission where they grabbed the satellite by the hand with multiple people? No, that came a little bit later.
Acknowledge and demonstrate new technologies.
Hey,
After a few
Shmamaron.
days of handover activities, the members of Crew 10 will prepare...
I'd love a tractor beam for docking. So, Kroll, something like that is... A tractor beam theoretically is right. You'd have to create a gravitational field, though. That's not something we couldn't do. like, but the thing about it is that, so what makes a gravitational field? What makes a grav well? That's because that's what a tractor beam is. It's right from Star Trek. It's it is you affecting another object and using gravity to pull it towards you, right? The thing about that is you either need a lot of mass to generate a gravity well per Einstein's relativity, right? Like, or you need to generate a lot of energy for a tractor beam. You need a lot of power. Power generation is something that's a little bit hard to do in space right now. I know that sounds ridiculous, guys. Like, what do you mean it's hard to do? It's 2025. Blah, blah, blah. Everything in space, guys, is either powered by a fuel cell, which has commodities, which means it'll run out, right? Or solar panels. And now, don't get me wrong, solar panels work a lot better up in space without an atmosphere being in the way. You're literally in absolute direct sunlight. You don't have to worry about gas diffusion of light through the atmosphere. Solar panels do work much more efficiently up in space, but at the end of the day, they're still solar panels. We have better ways to generate power. It's just figuring out a way to get those better ways to generate power up there, and then generating more power is a little bit of a right now. Don't worry, it's coming in the future. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I mean, either that or we need to use some dilithium crystals, you know what I mean? If we're talking about tractor beams and stuff. But, you know, maybe Mr. Scott can help us with that. Who knows?
This is space. I'm in space.
Power and cooling. Well, yeah, of course. Totally.
This is space.
Graham gifted a sub. Graham gifted another sub. NASA's watching the weather right now. Totally unrelated, but I need to share. It's amazing how well optimized Satisfactory is. Your 1660 Ti gets you 60 FPS at 1440. That's Unreal 5, Sebi. U5. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Voice needs a rest.
We are good to go.
I've been liking Mr. Scott on Strange New Worlds. No spoilers, Fishy, but I've been watching Strange New Worlds as well. I'm caught up, but no spoilers for anybody else here. Watch Strange New Worlds if you like TNG and TOS. Strange New Worlds is the real deal. It's good. It's real good Star Trek.
And now we are marching to our next few
I'm going to go get a glass of water.
We have
I'll be right back.
margin in the schedule now, so a little time for the astronauts to, as Nick was telling us yesterday, do some reflection, chat amongst themselves. And there was a phrase that you used as well yesterday, chair fly.
Yeah, aviation term.
Yeah.
To, sit there and visualize what you have to do and go through the motions mentally of everything that's going to come down the road. And so chair flying the launch sequence and everything that you're going to have to do, thinking about all the different radio calls, all the different cues that you need to be able to see. That's chair flying.
Well, let's chair fly ourselves right to the International Space Station now with some video. We are commemorating a very significant anniversary coming up on November 2nd, 25 years of continuous human presence aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And liftoff. International Space Station is underway.
We are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return
There's
on
the rollout
investment and what we're able to do there.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration.
Long time ago, Ziza. Now that you're not knee deep in an explanation, can I get a roll for your ad time? Nah, I don't feel like it.
When I first joined the astronaut corps, I'd go to elementary schools and say, you know, everybody in this room doesn't
You
know
rolled a
life
two.
without someone living off of the planet Earth. Now I can do that at colleges. It's just impressive the legacy of scientific research and international cooperation that the station program has built over the last 2.5 decades. It's a treat to be part of that, and everybody that's part of human spaceflight, that big team I keep referring to, that 100,000 people across the globe, everybody should be so proud of being part of that.
Spacesuits are interesting looking. I mean, I always tell people, Bipstone, I always tell folks that, you know, SpaceX is a commercial company at the end of the day, and they have to sell the idea of spaceflight. So the spacesuits look
One
like
of the first things
something from a crazy
Crew 11
sci-fi
did as a
movie.
team was design their mission
That's
patch.
entirely
You,
on
of course,
purpose.
participated in the design of yours. This is Crew 11's patch. Its colors celebrate the 3 nations they represent.
Cody, I really enjoy the in-depth orbital mechanics explanation. Thank you. Thank you, and you resub 10 minutes ago. Oh, Cody, I'm sorry. If I'm getting orbital mechanics situated in my head, man, yeah, sorry, I may have missed it. I'm glad you learned something, man. I know a pretty good amount about, like, how orbital mechanics work and stuff. Like, not necessarily the math side of things. I'm sure I could figure it out, but in terms of, like, how they work, yeah, pretty good.
Home. And if you look closely, you can see a tribute to their
Space isn't a fashion
stars,
show.
a reminder that
Well,
missions like this
Refford,
inspire the next generation.
I understand what you're saying, but also at the same time, do SpaceX's suits not work? They work really well, actually. There's no reason you can't combine form and function. Now, hear me out here, okay? I don't mind that SpaceX's suits look like a fashion show. They look like a sci-fi movie. They look like that on purpose, right? I don't mind that. But I also think there is something with form and function, right? A functional spacesuit is best, but there's no reason you can't do both of those things. Now, personally, I like NASA's Spartan suits. I like SpaceX's suits. There's no reason why you can't have both of those. And I think we should have both of those because ultimately, at the end of the day, dude, a commercial space program isn't NASA. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, dude. That's why I think it's important for these two programs to kind of coexist and commingle, right? NASA should be doing their own thing and SpaceX should be doing their own thing. You know, I think in spacesuit aesthetics is kind of, not really like a crazy point to reinforce this, but it is, I think that's representative of a much bigger and important thing, right? You know, I think us, like if you're an American, I think us as taxpayers, still want NASA to be doing NASA things like planting flags on the moon and, it serves to organize and measure the best of our skills, right? Like we still want NASA doing that, but also there's no reason why you can't do this too. We shouldn't have to pick one or the other. That's really stupid, right? We shouldn't have to pick one or the other. We could have spacesuits like this, and then you could have NASA Spartan spacesuits for doing their own thing, right? Like, dude, in my mind, that's like all different branches of the military in the U.S. have different uniforms. I mean, they're all kind of rooted in MARPAT nowadays, right? But they're all slightly different. Like a Marine Corps uniform is very different. If you look, at face value, they kind of look similar, right? But it's different than an Army uniform. Those are two different things, right? A Space Force uniform is completely different, right? But like even the dress uniforms for like a Marine Corps versus Navy versus the Air Force versus the Army, those are all different things, right? There's no problem with them coexisting like that. Why can't that be a thing for spacesuits and stuff? You know what I mean? I don't know, just something to think about. Plus different suits for different purposes, for getting into orbit, for EVA, for space exploration. Dude, I personally would welcome it. I don't... The other thing to kind of think about, guys, is that, you know, I don't think it's right. Like, and this is just, you know, food for thought. Sit here and think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a private company's spacesuits versus NASA's spacesuits. You go back 15 years ago, this isn't a conversation you have. This is not a thing. It was just NASA spacesuits and that's it. You know, the fact that we have we fostered a spaceflight environment here where we can have the conversation for which spacesuit we like best. It's pretty damn cool, man. And that's why, you know, having them commingle and having both of these things is great. That's really good for space. That means space is expanding. That be like not... Well, physically, it is expanding, right? That's from our current understanding of the universe. But the spaceflight avenue, spaceflight as an economic avenue is expanding. Like, more people are doing space stuff, which is great. That's a really good thing. That's not a bad thing, right? Like, I don't know. That's how I look at it, man. What about Boeing's suit? Boeing's suit is actually pretty cool. It's a little more Spartan than SpaceX's suit, right? But Boeing's suit is one of the first spacesuits to just be all zippers. There's no helmet. It actually has really, really good dexterity because you don't have a solid helmet. The helmet is part of the suit and you just zip it up. Like, it's like a hood almost. You put the hood over your head and you zip it up and it seals, which is that's actually pretty cool. You know, I'd like to see it fly more. That would be good, but you know, Dragon's nice because it works. Are the zippers airtight? It's for a spacesuit, Cunny. Of course they're airtight. And those suits do work. Butch and Sonny wore them and they work great. See previous. Has NASA done any biomechanical studies on effective muscle recovery after coming back from space? Whether that's something like stim therapy, BFR, I'm sure it's been done, Outdoorsman. They don't really talk about the medical stuff too much. Just because Hippocratic oaths and stuff for astronauts, but they have done. There's been studies on that. Absolutely. The Starliner get things figured out before the ISS retires. Comus, let me put it to you like this: they freaking better. Guys, here's the thing. With the CFT-1 mission with Starliner, it was an extremely stupid mistake not understanding thruster overheating and poppet seals. That was an extremely stupid mistake. Boeing's thermal analysis for their thrusters was off from what actually happened. They thought the thrusters could tank this amount of heat. They can't tank this amount of heat. They started overheating them and they started burning up the O-rings on their thrusters. We've learned from the past that burning up the O-rings is bad, right? That's bad. You get blow-by. That's not good. Now, with all that being said, I'll bet you that's a pretty easy problem to fix, more or less. I mean, you're going to have to prove it because space is about proving it. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Ziploc bags, right? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove, right? Now, why could they fix it? Yeah, they're probably going to fix it. Will it be fine? Yeah, it's the vast majority of Starliner systems work. Unfortunately, the one that you really needed wasn't working correctly, which overshadows all the effort put forth. I think it's a good capsule. I really don't mind it. What pisses me off about Starliner is that the reason why those thrusters were overheating, you know, Boeing said it was bad thermal analysis. Where I'm like, are you kidding me? What do you mean bad thermal analysis? The thrusters that Starliner uses for its service module were used for 30 years during the shuttle program. Starliner essentially has a shuttle OMS pod as its service module minus the AJ-10 engine. It's basically the shuttle's RCS down to the thruster. The thruster blocks are exactly the same. It's the same stuff. It's the same hardware. It's just in a different shape, right? After we figured out after the NASA press conference where they talked about O-rings on the poppet seals on the thrusters overheating and degrading because the thrusters were getting too hot, and the computer basically safing them out, which, first of all, that's really good control systems engineering by Boeing, I will say. But control systems engineering on capsules and stuff is like a roll cage in a car, all right? A roll cage is something that they put in race cars to basically make the chassis more rigid and protect you if the race car flips over so you don't get crushed when the roof hits the ground, right? A good roll cage, just because you can make a good roll cage in an automobile, like in a race car, right, doesn't, you ideally don't want to prove that it's a good roll cage, right? You don't want that because if you have to utilize the roll cage, that means you crashed, right? But that doesn't mean you don't want a good one, right? So like control systems engineering in rocket science is the same way. Boeing has great control systems engineers, but you really don't want to put those systems to the test when there's people on board, but that's what happened, right? What bothers me about those thrusters overheating is that they're shuttle derived. They're essentially the same hardware made by L3 Harris, which is the parent company of the company that was absorbed, of the company that was bought, that made the shuttle's thrusters back in the day. The shuttle's maneuvering thrusters, right? What kills me about it is that the shuttle had the same freaking problems. The shuttle had the same problems 30 years ago with overheating poppet seals in the OMS pods from pulse width modulation. They literally repeated the same exact problem from the shuttle program. That's what kills me about Starliner. How do you screw that up? You have 30 years of flight data. Did you not use that in your thermal analysis? Well, I'm getting confused. How does this happen? How do you, out of all the systems, all the things that you used, nobody thought to go and look at the shuttle's thrusters to see in their thermal analysis to make sure that you're not going to overheat them? No, that tells me that somebody was just like, yeah, it's fine. It's good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the shuttle flew with it for 30 years. It's fine. This will work just fine. Like, no one thought to go and check this. You're using a heritage thing, right? So because it's a heritage thing, it's fine? No. Remember, I told you, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove, right? So that tells me that the testing regime wasn't good enough for those thrusters. It was not good enough. And that tells me because the testing regime, they tested these thrusters, the testing wasn't good enough. The testing may have corroborated the thermal analysis, right? But how could it have? In order to put people on that capsule, those two have to be the same. What you think is going to happen has to be what happens when you test it. There's no... The percentage of deviation there between what you think is going to happen and what actually happens in rocket engineering is what's the most important. You don't want to get a lot of deviation between your testing and what actually happens and your analysis. Those all should be the same. People dancing. So that tells me, right, the testing wasn't sufficient enough. Whatever they thought was good enough was not good enough. And how could the testing, if the testing is corroborating what you're going to do in flight, how does that percentage of deviation from your thermal model not show up in testing? It's a colossal freaking oversight. That's a huge screw up. And what annoys the heck out of me with Starliner is that all the information was there. You know how I know? We went and we found it on NASA's technical report server. We found a thermal analysis on poppet seal overheating from the shuttle program from 1992. It took us 15 minutes. That's what bothers me about that. I think that Starliner's a good capsule, and I really hope they get it. Comas, I really hope they get it ready for before the ISS goes. But man, what a huge swing and a miss. That's like in baseball getting struck out by a changeup. Like, man, did you screw up? What do they do if they need to go to the toilet right now? Trey, they have diapers on. But the last thing that they do before they get in the capsule is go to the bathroom. There's a porta potty down there. about 200 feet down there. There's a porta potty. That's the last thing that they do. Now, after they get up into space, Dragon has a toilet. It's actually in the ceiling, if you really want to know. It's up here. The astronauts are sitting here facing that way. The toilet's in the ceiling, technically. But there's no up or down or left and right in space, so you know, in space you just do that. You utilize the space accordingly. In space you could put a toilet on the ceiling. It's not a big deal. You just float up there and use it. You think Starliner has a future with commercial space stations? Yes, Kate. In fact, if I had to, okay, bold guess from EJ here. Here's one of EJ's crazy wild predictions. What is that? I hope that's the Coast Guard. I really hope that's a Coast Guard ship floating around over there. Kate, you want my honest prediction? I don't think Starliner is going to get 6 flights in before the ISS is gone. What I think NASA will do is move those flights over to commercial low Earth orbit destinations, which is actually not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea because that gives you, that puts Boeing on the hook for flying to commercial destinations, which kind of inadvertently gives you a stopgap between commercial destinations and the ISS. Meaning that Boeing screwed up so bad, the ISS is going to be gone before they fulfill their contractual obligations. Right? Which basically means that NASA is going to want to utilize those missions for something else. Which basically means that a space station needs to be up there by the time the ISS comes back down. A commercial space station. Right? That basically inadvertently forces the hand on commercial low Earth orbit destinations to work. Right? To get done. Because Boeing's going to be on the hook for these missions, and NASA essentially has free missions to commercial space stations at this point. Right? Now, you got to follow through on the contract, right? So I think them rolling over some of Starliner's missions into commercial destinations will help inadvertently prevent a stopgap. Basically, the commercial station's got to be up there so Starliner can, so NASA can use those missions to have Starliner to get to it, right? So that means you have to get a station up there before the ISS ends so Starliner can actually do something so you can get your money's worth, so NASA can get their money's worth on that capsule. Which, once again, I don't really, that's actually a really good idea, inadvertently. It kind of is a relative positive and a colossal screw-up otherwise from Boeing. What's up, Kayak? How you doing? Starliner, the SIG of spaceflight. Oof. Oof. I don't know, man. How are you so knowledgeable on rockets, astronauts, etc.? Trey, I've been sitting here and reporting news about spaceflight for the better part of 15 years. If we want to be exact, it's in December, it'll be 13. So almost 15 years. I've been reading about space for about 15. Read about something, learn something every day. You pick it up over time. Watching all these NASA press conferences, you're going to learn something. But I've been making a living here doing this for well over a decade. You pick it up over time. I'm not an engineer, guys. I am not. I know about engineering, but I ain't no engineer. You know, I'm very straightforward about that. Why should Starliner get another chance? Because NASA paid for these missions. NASA paid for them. You gotta get when you want to get. You want to get very least get your money's worth, Ride Tech. Yeah, something like that, Hammer Nails. I'm an engineering enthusiast. That's a good way to say that, Cody. Do you get any privacy with using the Dragon toilet? There is a privacy curtain, yes. Wow. They blanked out. Wait, I thought I had the NASA stream muted. They've been dead airing the stream for the past 20 minutes? Huh. How does a curtain work in 0G? What do you mean, how does a curtain work in 0G? So if you had a shower curtain, you'd have a wire on top and a wire on the bottom, and you just pull it. What do you mean? Their Twitch feed went down for like 5 minutes. I thought I had them muted, Chano, but yeah, no, I've had the stream unmuted. They just keyed somebody's mic, and I'm like, wait, what's that noise? I thought it was Starbase Live. I thought Starship was venting for a second. I'm like, wait, what? What's with all the space poop talk today? Peter, it's the number one most asked question. Seriously, more people ask about how the astronauts take a dump than any other thing. And you know, once again, dude, I don't think people are doing it to troll. They're not doing it to talk about, like, dick and fart jokes, even though, I mean, if you want to do that, I think that's funny. Like, I don't know. I'm 15 internally. Don't tell anybody. But no, I think that's really important. It's important to understand that. Long story short, Dragon has a toilet. All right? Now, if you're wondering how toilets work in space with no gravity, vacuum cleaner attached to a toilet. That's how they work. A very, very light suction, okay? Not like a shop vac that you hook up to your rear end and go. It's just a very light. All you need is a little bit of a pressure difference to get waste evacuated, okay? But it is a vacuum cleaner. I'm serious. Hey, there's a lot of vacuum in space. It's really easy to do that, okay? Seriously, that's how they make vacuum in the toilet. Just open. Now, they don't vent the waste overboard, all right? There's no Boeing bombers up in space. There ain't no meteor there. What you got is a big old chunk of poop. What? Oh, yeah. No, they don't vent the waste, but they use vacuum. They use the vacuum to create the suction because it's there. It's easy to use. You can make suction in the toilet if you just open a valve that goes to vacuum. I know, weird, right?
Good morning and welcome back. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 11th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined once again by NASA astronaut Nick Hague. After yesterday's weather scrub, we're back on track for a second attempt. Liftoff now set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space. General Nick Hague was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013.
That's 4 times now.
His
in
first
3
flight
hours.
to space station ended in 2018
It's not a toilet,
with
it's a
launch
sucklet.
abort
Yeah,
following a rocket booster failure on Soyuz MS-10, a dramatic escape that he and his Roscosmos crewmate survived safely. He then returned to space successfully on Soyuz MS-12, spending 203 days on the ISS. Then last fall, he commanded NASA's SpaceX.
All right, they're talking about Nick's career. They've done it 4 times now, talking about that dang in-flight abort. And then Crew 9, which is, I mean, that's still actually pretty cool. But, John, why don't they blow the waste overboard? Well, waste has heat in it. It has energy in it in the form of heat because it came out of your body. And if you vent it into the vacuum, the heat releases out of it extremely quickly before it gets to absolute zero. The heat energy gets removed very, very quickly, and you get phase change. Just like when SpaceX's rockets vent gaseous oxygen overboard, it immediately solidifies and it forms those little ice crystals on the side of the second stage motor on Falcon 9. That happens with piss. Okay? I can't say that any clearer. That happens with piss. And if you're not careful, it accumulates on your spacecraft just like the solid oxygen accumulates on the motor. Same thing with poop. They learned that during the shuttle program. There is a waste ejection port on the back part of the space shuttle. And during one of the shuttle missions, they had to use the robotic arm to scrape frozen piss off the thermal protection system. That's why you don't vent it overboard. Hey, you asked, man. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, dude. You do not want anything on your thermal protection system except thermal protection system. right? You don't take the chance. So piss like freezing into the shuttle's TPS, albeit in a spot that doesn't get very hot, right? But that could be bad for the thermal protection system, because the thermal protection system on the shuttle didn't like moisture. So what happens when that frozen piss that's stuck to the side of the shuttle, what happens when you go through reentry, right? It's going to heat up, it's going to turn to liquid, and then it's going to saturate your TPS, which could be bad. The tiles don't like water. They really don't like water. On the shuttle, that's really not good for it. In fact, the glue that they used on the space shuttle for the tiles is water soluble because, oops. You know what they did to mitigate that problem? They painted the shuttle underneath the tiles with Thompson's water seal. Yeah, I have that on first-hand account from the guy that did it. Yeah, or from one of the technicians that did it. They painted the shuttle with Thompson's water seal and then glued the tiles to the water seal. So the thermal protection system wouldn't get inundated with water. True story. If you look at the space shuttle, right? Let me show you here. If you look at a picture of it, especially towards the end of the program, where a lot of the tiles were reused, obviously, right? Let's just find a picture of the shuttle coming back down. Here's a picture of Discovery. It's hard to say. It's hard to see it in that picture. Let me find another close-up picture. I have a bunch of shuttle pictures, just pictures that I really like. There's your waste ejection port, by the way. Yeah. I gotta find a picture of the dang thing close up. There we go. All right, so take a look. So there's a picture of Atlantis after one of its missions. See how the tiles have those dots? Any tile that's flown with a dot has flowed multiple missions. Now you see tiles with no dots that are newer, right? These dots are where they re-injected the sealer and the water displacement. That's where they re-injected the tiles with glue, and they re-injected them with Thompson's water seal to keep water out of the tiles, because the tiles on the shuttle at the end of the day were silica based, rocks and sand. Sand is good at absorbing water. That's a problem. Where does the shuttle land? It lands in Florida, not known for its arid climate. So water intrusion and humidity getting trapped in the thermal protection system after the shuttle landed, big problem. That's why they re-injected the tiles. That's what all those little dots are on all the tiles. Yep. The more you know.
Dragon's 49th visit to the space station.
They did know they were launching the shuttle from Florida, right? Andrew, I'm not sure they did. I'm not sure they did put two and two together, dude, because the tiles were such a new system. The shuttle program, guys, got delayed by 2 years. Columbia was supposed to launch in 1979. The shuttle, they finished Columbia and they sent it to the Cape, and it was ferried there on the 747, right? And they landed and they took it off the 747 and they towed it to the orbiter processing facility, and all the tiles fell off. They all absorbed all the humidity in the atmosphere, and it basically dissolved all the glue. Tile fell right off. And NASA said, yep, that's a problem. So the shuttle program, before the first mission, they basically had to redesign the adhesive connection. So what they did, the NASA engineers came up with a process called tile densification to basically make it so that doesn't happen. Well, it obviously didn't fully mitigate the process, but it made it more manageable. They didn't fully fix the problem because at the end of the day, you glued a bunch of rocks, porous rocks, to the bottom of an orbiter, and porous rocks really like absorbing humidity. They like absorbing water. It's just kind of the way she goes. They never really By the end of the program, it was well understood, and they figured it out. They figured out with the re-injection, they figured out a way to get all the water out of the tiles, right? But yeah, at the beginning of the program, they didn't know. I mean, and to be fair, I wouldn't really classify that as like a colossal screw up. How would you know? How would you know that? Like, how you never used a silicate-based tile system like this. How the heck would you know that it doesn't like water? Like, I mean, obviously, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, how are they supposed to know? Yeah, I don't think that's a screw up. That's more learning something new. SpaceX is repeating that process with their tiles inadvertently, which is kind of cool.
And psychology, and looking forward to hear more about that incredible research being done on this.
Test for it. I mean, Peter, to be 100% honest with you, dude, if that is the biggest problem that they had with, you know, at the beginning of the shuttle program, well, it wasn't. The SRBs were. I would say that was the biggest problem, but you know, if that's the biggest thing, just figuring out a way to displace water out of the tiles, I mean, I wouldn't. That's not too bad. That is more of a, well, you learned something because you made the first reusable spacecraft. That's not like, oh, we messed up, we didn't figure it out, you know.
It continues to be a smooth countdown this morning, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex.
What do they use these days? So Dragon uses a phenolic-impregnated carbon ablator. Yes, those were big words. What does that mean? Think it like if you took charcoal and if you took like a brick of charcoal, like, you know, charcoal, the stuff that you'd use for a grill, like to grill stuff, right? They make charcoal in these bricks, and then they submerge them, or well, they don't submerge it, but they inject resin into it. So like if you took charcoal and you put it in, you dumped it in a bucket of resin, and you had resin impregnated. Yeah, I know. I just said that, and people went, "Huh?" I get it. Like if you took charcoal and submerged it in resin, that's basically what it is. I mean, that's the idea. It's a little more space age than that. And SpaceX, so the Dragon does use a different, they have their own kind of secret sauce for what they do with their heat shields. But Dragon's heat shield is not reusable. It's not a reusable system. The phenolic impregnated carbon ablator is just that, an ablative heat shield. So it burns off as a way to shed the heat energy that is a byproduct of air compression on the front of the vehicle from reentry. So it's a one-time use thing. They just replace the heat shield every time. The shuttle was a reusable heat shield. At least it was designed as a reusable heat shield. It's designed to basically need little to no maintenance, and that ended up not being the case because of that whole water thing. But hey, whatever.
Team has been busy preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival.
What's the coolest, most unique technology that has come about as a result of NASA and general space aviation, your opinion? Miniaturization of digital processors. Urban is pretty much at the top of the list. All spacecraft, well, not all. Most spacecraft that flew before the Apollo program didn't have a computer on board. Seriously. The computer was on the ground, and they basically had the computer remote controlling the rocket as it went up and over. All right? That controlling the guidance system. Now, once you got on orbit, astronauts fly it around. Think like, it's very much like playing KSP, right? Same idea. Okay, 1 minute. They should be go for retracting that crew access arm here very soon. Apollo, one of the biggest contributions from NASA was the fact that they needed to figure out, like, obviously that's not going to work on the moon. Obviously, you're not going to have somebody manually pilot the damn thing down, or are you? If you know, you know. you need to be precise doing a translunar injection. You need to be precise doing a lunar landing. And having the computer control it adds precision. It makes it a lot easier, right? Than basically doing a Kerbal and manually looking at the ground. Any Kerbal players out there? How many times you crash something into the moon? I've done it plenty of times. I've crashed like 100-ton bases into the moon because I screwed up, right? The computer, for the most part, won't do that. Except for that one time, that whole Apollo 11 thing. 1201, 1202. Like I said, if you know, you know. But the biggest contribution, Hangman, was Apollo basically figuring out a way to make a computer small enough and light enough to launch on a spacecraft. Miniaturization of digital processing. You think about computers and what computers look like before the Apollo program. They're this big, stupid, heavy box that's like the size of a small apartment, right? You know, it's like something you see in a James Bond lair, right? Like with the tapes going back and forth, you know, like with the, you know, the two spinning things and all the knobs and handles and all this other crap. The Apollo program took that and made it into a thing that's about this big, that's light enough to be launched on a spacecraft going to the moon. Now think about what a personal computer looks like in the 70s. Like, what does a computer look like in 1965 versus what does a computer look like in 1975? In 1975, you start to see a home computer. You know, some guys took that and ran with it and started building computers in their stupid garage. I don't know. Lieutenant Dan says it's some kind of fruit company. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. He says we don't ever have to worry about money ever again. Think about it, dude. Miniaturization of digital processor, that led the computer revolution into the 80s. Personal computers in the 80s. And that coupled with the Department of Defense wanting to link together all their missile bases on a nationwide web, right? Web, operative term. You know, you couple that with the DoD and DARPA wanting to link all missile sites together so in the event of a nuclear war, we could still contact everything because of a decentralized communication network. You couple that together, you get what you see on the screen right now. You get me streaming to you, covering a NASA cast that's being broadcast from Kennedy Space Center, all on your computer. Some of you watch on this thing. This thing. That's because NASA led the forefront of miniaturization of digital processors. This thing exists because of the Apollo program. That is the biggest contribution from NASA by far, by a long shot. How cool was Skylab? Skylab was awesome. It's the only space station with a shower. I thought the miniaturization of digital components came from studying Roswell. Shh, shh, shh. Tell them that. That's a reach? It's really not, Joe, but all right. It exists because of reverse engineering after Roswell. Both chats said that. That's great, guys. That's great. I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed. A little disappointed. You know. Anyway. You know what, dude? All right, here. Let's play off that notion that it is. All right? At least we got something out of it from reverse engineering our Roswell spaceships. At least we got something out of it, man. You know? It's better than, you know, like, oh, we have an alien spaceship that can break the speed of light, but we won't tell anybody about it. No, at least if it was reverse engineered from Roswell, which it wasn't, but if it was, at least we got something out of it that's pretty cool, you know? Like, if we have alien technology, dude, stop hogging it. Yo, let me get some of that. Let me get some of that Element 115, man. I want to go explore the stars, son. What did we get? TikTok and social anxiety? Yeah, it's me. Tell me about it. But, I mean, you have an entire library's worth of information in your hand. That's some Star Trek stuff, if you ask me, dude. That's pretty cool. The public will never have access to Moscovium. I see we have some Bob Lazar fans in chat. Good for you. Don't forget cordless drills and tools. Well, yeah, of course, but that wasn't the question, Outdoorsman. The question was, what was the biggest one? Miniaturization of processors. Yeah, that was a big one. That was huge. Okay, so if you want another example of this, the Apollo spacecraft was one of the first spacecraft to use inertial guidance. Use inertial guidance via gyro compass. Okay? That was one of the first spacecraft to do it. Now, every spacecraft that we've flown since then, the Shuttle, Dragon, Starliner, Orion, they all have that. That's a great way to navigate around in space. GPS uses that. GPS uses inertial guidance. The satellite doesn't look out the window to figure out where it is. It uses a computer and an accelerometer, similar to the thing that makes your screen tilt on your phone, right? To figure out where it is. It uses its inertia and acceleration to figure out where it is, so it knows where it isn't, right? If you want to if you don't buy the smartphone thing, well, get this. Global positioning satellites, Starlink, geostationary communication satellite, DirecTV, Sirius XM, sat phones. All the satellites that are up there that we rely on for maritime shipping, for disaster prevention or disaster prediction, right? For monitoring the weather. The NOAA satellites, so the GOES satellites, all those satellites use inertial guidance systems so they can stay pointed where they need to stay pointed. Apollo was the first one to do that, and every spacecraft that flies uses that nowadays. So, I mean, how's that for a contribution? Where would you be without GPS? You'd still be using maps. Okay? I can use a map. Can you use a map? Just saying. Damn youngins, they don't know how to use a friggin' map. There was a time where you had to do this thing called reading signs when you're driving down the road. I know. Scary thought.
Space really is. And how important it is to keep track of all that.
Listen, I printed maps from MapQuest. The kids don't even know. Oh my God, I remember doing that, John. Dude, core memory unlocked. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Into space, and we rely on each other, but then also to keep the station safe. The Space Force is doing its job.
Go play with your abacus, old man.
Space Wing tracking all of the assets in space. Well, we love hearing from
you. Got the MapQuest printout? Hey, let's go. Oh my goodness, dude. Please. Oh, that's, dude. How stupid was that, man?
51 minutes and counting now till liftoff. So let's head out to NASA's Tony Jaramillo, who is standing by live at one of the best viewing spots here at Kennedy. She's joined by NASA's Acting Associate Administrator, Vanessa White. Tony.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. That's right. We are out here once again in an amazing viewing location where we can see the rocket at the launch pad. Off to my left here, and joining me is Vanessa White. Vanessa, we saw you at crew walkout yesterday and also out there today. Did you have a chance to speak with the crew before they headed out to the launch pad? Anything that you told them?
Well, yesterday I had the opportunity to kind of say, hey, we're very excited. We wanted to tell them they were all here. We're cheering for them and excited about their launch. And so that was very exciting on yesterday. And then today we got up and we did it again. And we told them, yes, that we're very excited for them, each and every one of them, and just wish them well. I did have the opportunity to speak with them, 2 days ago. And to speak with them more in a setting where we could talk and talk about the mission that was coming up. Each and every one of them are excited about their mission in different ways, the experiments that they'll have to do, and they're excited about getting to the International Space Station, what they'll do at the International Space Station, the science experiments, the technology, and looking forward to them. They'll be the crew that will be on orbit as we celebrate 25 years of having continuous presence off of the Earth. And so that'll be great. And then they'll also probably be there when we start our celebrations here in the United States of our 250th birthday of the United States. So a very exciting time for this particular crew.
Absolutely.
Resin, you're asking, is the launch looking good for today? You're very late for this. Rocket is fine as far as I can tell, Rez, but they're keeping an eye on the weather. It's not the weather particularly at the launch site, but it's the weather downrange in potential abort recovery areas. Like, you don't want to have the capsule eject into, like, the part of it, like if the capsule had to abort or something. The area where it comes down is called an abort corridor. If you have rough seas there, it's going to be a little difficult to go and get the capsule with, the people inside. So, how big the waves are and how big the wind is really, in the abort corridors, is really important for a crew launch. Just in case. Some people would say, like, come on, it's not going to fail. But yeah, the second you kind of play off that notion is the second something bad happens. So it's better to be preemptive. So they are eyeing some winds in one of the potential abort corridor zones. But weather around the pad and the rocket seems to be okay right now. There are some clouds around that could be potentially troublesome, but we'll see.
Of the moon, and then next up is landing on the moon. So we're excited that all of us get to work on this together. Our international partners, our industry partners, academia, NASA, we're working on this as one team.
Vanessa, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll send it back to our team in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Tony.
Dean, you're asked, why does the ISF launches have an instantaneous launch window? It's because Falcon 9 RTLS limits your performance, dude. You really kind of take all your performance and flush it down the drain if the booster's going to come back to the landing site or come back to the launch site. Now, why? Why not do a drone ship landing? I've told people this a couple of times, dude. I don't want a first stage coming down in an abort corridor like that. So you're kind of performance limited here. That's why the windows for Falcon are instantaneous to the ISS, and something for an expendable vehicle like Atlas N22 with Starliner, you have a little bit of leeway in your launch window, because Atlas, it would come, the first stage does potentially come down in an abort corridor. It's going to be inerted. It's not a fueled vehicle coming down near the crew. You know what I mean?
Contract to develop the USD Orbit vehicle, a modified Dragon designed to guide the space station through a controlled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
And when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches the end of its orbital life and mission, Dragon will help achieve a safe deorbit.
Yeah, Dean. I don't mind answering the question again.
SpaceX has been working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. Our team recently made some design upgrades to make the suit easier to get in and out of, and to make it easier to incorporate future updates. The new suits have height adjustability built in, so they won't need as much customization as with previous designs.
Now you can see the crew right there. The one that's wearing this new suit is astronaut Mike Fink, which is the second one from the left. Today's mission, Fink will be the only one wearing this new suit as the Crew 11 pilot. And that said, we expect to see SpaceX's new IVA suit on all astronauts for Crew 12. But astronauts who have previously flown on SpaceX missions still have the option to continue wearing their original suits.
That was the 4 crew behind the Dragon training capsule. That capsule that was behind him in that picture is a real Dragon, but it doesn't have like a heat shield, but for all intents and purposes, it's the real deal. They use it for practice. So guys, just in case anybody was keeping up with Starbase stuff with the ship, Starship on the pad, Highway 4 has been closed and crews are looking to probably get away from, they have an SPMT out there. They're looking to get ready. SpaceX looking to get ready to do another static fire, which is, we're going to cover that later. Right now, all eyes are on 39A.
That's right now our onboard Dragon waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Got some great shots of our astronauts on the left-hand side of your screen right now. And
so they're going to retract the crew arm here, and then they're going to arm the launch escape system for Dragon. Now, basically, the proverbial ejector seat. Now, there's not 4 ejection seats in the capsule like like a fighter plane or something, right? The capsule is the entire ejection seat because it has the parachutes and stuff. So if something does go wrong, your eject button is basically blasting the entire capsule away from the rest of the rocket. Now, if you notice, Dragon has some nacelles right here. There's 2 on either side. Those have abort motors inside of them. They are liquid fuel abort engines that are called Super Dracos. The Super Dracos are plugged in. That was my time to start streaming soon alarm. Oops. I usually start at noontime. So the abort motors for Dragon are liquid fuel engines, and they pick up off of Dragon's thruster fuel that it already would have, because why do you need the thrusters if you entered an abort? There's no reason to save your fuel for those because you're not going to space if you aborted, right? So go live. Yep, right. So
for non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count.
So they're going to retract
for
the arm?
urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operator shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed in a launch abort.
Pre-flight
At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Okay.
Arming crew arm now.
Cool. That was the basically pre-flight procedure announcement. If you've ever fly and ridden. Let's combine words together today. Okay, EJ, if you've ever flown on a commercial airliner, you know the spiel that the flight attendants give you about the seat belts and the oxygen masks, etc., etc. That, but with spaceships. For what it's worth, pilots on an airplane do the same thing. They talk back and forth between the pilot and co-pilot, discussing basically your flight rules, your abort contingencies. Like if we have an abort before V1, right? I'll speak plain for a second. If you have an abort before V1, you're going to step on the brakes and hit the reversers. If you have an abort after V1, after rotation, you'll power out to this, and figure out what to do from there, etc., etc. It's all pre-flight stuff. Crew access arm is retracting. There's the capsule right there. But I don't speak plain. Oh, sorry. Is there someone at the pad? Everything is remote control, Logan. The last people that were here were the pad ninjas, and they have evacuated the pad. Because the next step here is, like I was saying before the announcement, the next step is arming the launch escape system. That's section 5 of the countdown procedure.
To be safe for that, well, I need to arm the launch escape system, but I don't want to do that when the arm is right next to the capsule. So I need to move the arm away. Now I can arm the launch escape system, and then we can start filling the rocket.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Res.
T-minus 41 minutes and counting here.
Now, why do they want to arm the launch escape system before the rocket is fueled? This is what I was getting to here. We're 41 minutes out. You want this on because fueling a rocket is the most dangerous part of basically the mission, save for maybe when you actually go to launch, right? Fueling is very complicated. It's not very complicated. Fueling a rocket is the most dangerous part. Now, why? So the rocket obviously is inerted right now. There's no fuel in it. We would know because if there was fuel in it, it would have condensation clouds on it because Falcon 9 uses really, really cold liquid oxygen. So you'd see condensation on the rocket. There's obviously no fuel in it. It's pretty safe right now. Simultaneously, a rocket is also really safe when it's been fully fueled. Okay? It's fine. Like, you can go near it. You can walk up next to it when it's fully fueled. It's good. It's that moment in between that gets complicated, especially if you're using what's called cryogenic or really, really cold propellants. Why do they use cold propellants? Well, if something's cold, it contracts, right? And you can fit more of it in there. That's also for certain propellants to exist as a liquid, like liquid oxygen, it needs to be really cold. Physics. What are you going to do? When you go to fuel a rocket, you're changing a lot of things. One, you're changing the temperature. You're filling it with cold stuff. It's going to get cold because of that. When metal gets cold, it contracts, right? So you're changing physical properties of the vehicle. You're changing a lot of things all at once. The vehicle's becoming, it has more mass on board because you're loading it with commodities. You're loading it with liquid oxygen. You're loading it with RP1, right? I mean, before you loaded it with people, but that's another story. People aren't commodities. People are people. Commodities are a really cool spaceflight term of saying rocket fuel and oxidizer. But you're filling it with all these things and you're changing a lot of physical properties about the rocket all at once. That's the dangerous part. I mean, once again, save for actually T-0 and you go to fly, right? Because when you go to fly, a lot of things are changing as well, right? But if you in engineering, changing a lot of things all at once in this particular context, it's called transients. The rocket's going through a lot of things changing. There's a lot of transient things changing all at once. Pressure, temperature, structure. It's all moving when they fill the rocket up. The rocket kind of, breathes and contracts, which is crazy. It's like it's living almost, right? But because you're changing a lot of things all at once, that's introducing a crazy amount of variables in. So it's better to have the launch escape system armed and the crew access arm retracted. So if it does shoot off, it doesn't get hit. It doesn't hit the arm, right? Just in case, because fueling a rocket is the most dangerous part when it's sitting on the ground. That's something you don't want to screw around with. Like not smoking at a gas station. Similar idea. When you're at a gas station, just fill it with gas. Don't do anything else.
There's a switch in your mind. Now you're sitting on a live rocket. Now everything is primed and ready to go. You are definitely focused on,
it's a beautiful shot of KSC
everything
right
leading
there.
to T-0 and liftoff.
And that arming of the launch escape system happening just a few seconds from now. We expect it at T-38 minutes. And again, that allows the Draco engines on the Dragon to pull that spacecraft away in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, SpaceX, right? No, not everybody dies in a freak orange mango frappuccino gasoline accident. Okay, we're at T-minus 37 minutes 45 seconds here. They should be starting to fuel the vehicle now that the launch escape system is armed.
I love about the way Dragon
fueling should begin at T-minus 35.
Being able to watch the frost build up when these cryogenic fuels, when you load them onto the rocket, you're going to see it change color. It's a unique experience for a Falcon.
What is the latest they can abort? Was it T-minus 2 minutes?
You were talking about
you can abort
the crew inside.
With Falcon 9, you can basically shut it off and you can abort pretty much at any phase of the flight from T0, from right now to T0, all the way up to about 8 minutes and 30 seconds. In which case, the last abort contingency procedure is called Shannon. You'll hear them call it before, if they launch today, you'll hear them call it right before they get into orbit. Shannon is for recovery because the rocket's going so fast and it's so far downrange that if you aborted in the final seconds before you make orbit, you'd land in Ireland in about 10 minutes after you launched, or 10 to 15 minutes. So they call it for Shannon, Ireland, right? You can abort at any time. Vertec, yeah, that's really important. Once you're on orbit, I mean, you could even abort from there. You could just come back down. But, the idea with, and this goes to, once again, the preemptive thinking that is required for human spaceflight. And this is kind of what made the Apollo mission so damn dangerous, right? There are moments, during the Apollo missions where the abort contingency was like, what happens if your ascent module doesn't work when you're on the moon? You're screwed. There's no other way to get home, right? How you think about spaceflight, and this has to do with like your concept of operations, or what's called ConOps, and then your systems engineering requirements driving that too. Always have a way to get home. Now with an ISS mission, that's a lot easier to do. With the moon, that gets a little bit harder. But there is a reason why NASA is fielding 2 lunar landers for the Artemis mission. They have SpaceX's Starship and they have Blue Origin with the Mark II lander as well. Like they're fielding 2 for that redundancy, because with spaceflight, once again, you got to think about this kind of stuff. You always want to wait for them to get home. You don't want to have a single redundant way to get home, right? Or not a single redundant way. You don't want a blackout in your abort. That's what that's called. It's called a cutout or a blackout. A point in the flight where you can't come home. Now, like the space shuttle, for instance, in the past, once it's T0, once the SRBs ignite, if anything happens between 0 and 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you're screwed. There was no abort. There's no contingency there. So with the shuttle, it's kind of hope and pray that the SRBs work and you get to booster separation. The fruits of that labor were tested. For the most part, it worked. There was one case where it didn't. I don't want to talk about that right now, especially when there's people on board a rocket and we're watching a crew launch. But Falcon doesn't have that problem. All right. A system like Dragon, anytime, right now, to all the way up into orbit, they can always come back. There's always an abort contingency. You don't have there's no cutout in your abort contingencies. You can always come back. That's really important. Not because, like NASA's like this obsessed safety, they're obsessed with safety and stuff, dude. It's just better to have these contingencies and not need them than need them and not have them. Right? And that goes into like how you got to go about thinking about spacecraft and missions to the moon, missions to Mars. I mean, we've all read The Martian, right? That kind of stuff. We're going to need to think about that as we go back to the moon and ultimately want to go to Mars. It's really important. Now, SpaceX's solution to that problem with Starship is to send multiple Starships. Everybody says, like Elon has said, like, oh, Starship is going to handle up to 100 people, right? You're going to have 100 people. Does that mean every Starship's going to have 100 people? I wouldn't do that. I would send 4 Starships, each with 25 people on board. Right? If you send 4 Starships to Mars with 25 people on board, if something goes wrong, you have quadruple redundancy there. So 3 Starships can malfunction and everyone still has a way to get home. That's the kind of thinking you need to think about if we go to Mars. If you want to be a systems engineer, going to Mars, going to the moon. This is the stuff. This is why NASA does what they do and why they're good at it, because they think about all this stuff. It's really important to understand that.
Second at 11:21 a.m. Eastern. The reason we have a specific backup launch day and time is that we can't just pause for weather and jump back into the countdown.
It's good stuff. I love it. I love the cold, logical thinking. It's like some Dr. Spock stuff.
Let's dig into that some more and do a little orbital mechanics 101. An instantaneous launch window means we need to launch at exactly the right time. And that's driven by our planned rendezvous point, which is the place that Dragon and the space station meet in orbit. Right now, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon actually needs to catch up to it. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the International Space Station so that they're in the same place in space at the same time. A precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. So at this point, if we heard a hold called, we would have to stand down and do many of these processes again, which if you joined us yesterday, we know is what happened with our launch attempt yesterday. And then, of course, we'll be targeting our backup launch opportunity, which is now tomorrow at 11:21 a.m. Eastern. So for now, with everything still looking good, I'm going to hand it back to Somya and Joseph to talk about West Coast recovery. Somya?
They're starting to fuel the vehicle. See the condensation forming on the outside of Falcon? That means liquid oxygen is being pumped in. Now, what they're going to do, what SpaceX is going to do, they've started fueling the first stage with the RP-1 and liquid oxygen. At T-minus 20 minutes, you'll see a big vent come out the side of Falcon, and that will indicate second stage fueling operations. What SpaceX is trying to do is time it so the second stage and the first stage get a full tank of gas right at the exact same time, right before liftoff. You're trying to time it, right? The reason why you're trying to time it is because the liquid oxygen on board that SpaceX uses is an extremely densified version of liquid oxygen. So what does that mean in non-science terms, EJ? Like, I know you're speaking nerd right now. What does that mean? So think about water for a second. Okay, water, what happens? It boils at 100 C or 212 Fahrenheit, right? It freezes at 0 C or 32 Fahrenheit, right? Right in that nominal area, like from like 3C to minus 3C, you can get water that turns into slush almost, right? Anybody that lives where it snows knows what I'm talking about. You get the slush on the road, right? That's densification, right? It's right at the kind of middle point between solidification and liquid, right? You're right at the point of phase change for liquid oxygen. Now, why do they do that? Why do they use slushy liquid oxygen then, EJ? What are they making a snow cone? No. When it's densified, when the liquid oxygen is densified or really close to solidification, you can fit more of it in there. Because when it's solid, solids are much denser, or at least close to solid. It's much denser than a liquid, right? This is just states of matter. It's the 7th grade, SpongeBob. All right. So you can get more oxygen in there. If you deliver more oxygen in there, you can more efficiently utilize your hydrocarbons, the RP1, the jet fuel that's basically in Falcon 9. You can get more performance out of the booster. More liquid oxygen in there combines with more fuel, right? Because hydrocarbons are very energy dense, like me. So if you get more liquid oxygen in there, you can get more liquid oxygen combining with more fuel, and you get more boom coming out of the bottom of the vehicle. So SpaceX wants to time it so they have both tanks full at the same time, because a rocket that's full of this densified liquid oxygen sitting out on the pad for even a little bit of time, well, spoiler alert, it's Florida. It's not cold there, right? You'll start to lose performance from the vehicle because the propellants will start heating up. When the propellants start heating up, the temperature on the liquid oxygen starts to go up, and it gets out of that like densified area, and you lose performance on the vehicle. So SpaceX wants to try and get it so it's fueled all at the same time right before liftoff. Now, the other thing to think about here is that liquid oxygen, well, I mean, oxygen, when you think about it as a gas, right? Like, you think that's air you're breathing now, right? You think about the oxygen as a gas generally. Well, if in order to get it as a liquid, it has to be really, really cold, and B, it has to be at pressure. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be at pressure, but either way, you're gonna get it to boil. Liquid oxygen, if you want to keep it as a liquid down here, it's gonna boil. Just like when I was talking about water will boil at a certain temperature, right? Liquid oxygen will boil at a certain temperature too, and its boiling point is unfortunately right at the dang point where liquefaction happens, right? So the liquid oxygen inside of Falcon 9 is, believe it or not, because you think about boiling water, you think it's hot. No. Liquid oxygen boils when it's really, really cold. Crazy, right? So if you just left Falcon 9 there, basically what would happen is your propellants would heat up, you'd lose performance, right? And the propellant will eventually boil off. Your liquid oxygen will boil off because it's boiling. Just like if you left a pot of water on the stove and you got it to 100 C, it'll boil off. Eventually there'll be no water. It'll all evaporate, right? So SpaceX is going to time this because their liquid oxygen basically has a shelf life. They're going to time it so the second stage and the first stage fill up at the exact same time and then send it, so they get the most performance out of the vehicle, so they can get Crew 11 up to the station. Now, the other thing that you'll see is when Falcon 9 starts fueling, you'll start seeing vent lines at the top of the first stage and the top of the second stage on the rocket. We can't see it. That's 39B. Rocket's over there. But you'll start seeing vent lines open and close because simultaneously, you're going to get some boil off when you're filling up the liquid oxygen, right? Some boil off will happen. So the tanks need vents because you do not want your pressure, your pneumatic pressure inside of the tank. You don't want to turn the tank into a pressure cooker. That would be bad. That makes the rocket angry, right? But with rockets, it's always a balance, right? Because the amount of pneumatic pressure that you have inside of the tanks is used to push the liquid oxygen. When the vehicle is flying, it's used to push it into the pickups so the rocket engines can drink it. You have to have a good feed pressure, but you also can't overpressurize. You don't want to have a high change of pressure inside of these tanks. Ideally, the pressure needs to stay the same, so you're feeding liquid oxygen at the same pressure into the impellers, on your engines. Yeah, I'm getting into some really, really technical stuff here. I don't know. I figured you guys would want to hear this, right? So there's this phenomenon with rockets called ullage. Basically, the gas that's inside of the tank that's not liquid fuel or liquid oxidizer. They have to have those vent lines when you're fueling, right? Because they have to alleviate pressure inside of the tanks when you're fueling, because the water is going to displace the gas and the liquid oxygen is boiling, and you don't want to turn it into a pressure cooker and have it pop. That happened to Ship 36 the other day. I mean, the tank popped and it made a tidal wave of liquid oxygen that destroyed the entire test stand. Yeah. Tidal wave of LOX, like Terminator style, where the T-1000 gets frozen like that. You don't want that. I don't think that would be good for flying, right? So the vent lines, you'll see them open. The vent lines on the first stage are right there, and the vent lines on the second stage are up here, right at the top. You'll see them open. Now, it's crazy. Those vent lines don't stay open during ascent, because think about this: where the rocket goes, you need to have good pressure inside of those tanks. You need tank ullage to push the propellants down into the pickups, right? Because you're ascending up into space, right? If you have the propellants sloshing around inside of the tank, you could potentially have the rocket basically misfire because it didn't pull in liquid fuel or liquid oxidizer, and that also makes rocket engines very angry, right? So when Falcon 9 launches, they'll close the vent valves, and now you're flying into a place with no pressure because there's a vacuum. You have to keep pressure inside of those tanks. So when you're on the ground, the vents open to alleviate pressure. But when Falcon 9 is flying, there are pneumatic tanks called COPVs inside of the first and second stage. They're actually in the fuel tanks. They're submerged in the propellant. And what those do, those tanks have high pressure helium in them, cryogenic helium. And those vents open and they pump helium into the tank when the rocket's going up. So the helium pushes down on your liquid fuel and RP1 and gives you a good feed pressure into the tanks. It's kind of like the reverse. When you're down here, you got to vent that stuff. You got to vent it so your tanks don't overpressurize. When you're up there, you have to keep them at pressure. It's funny how it switches when you go to launch, but yeah, it's still cool stuff. I don't know. Thought you guys would appreciate that. No one really asked a question about it, but they're still keeping an eye on the weather in the recovery zones, Don. Will RDEs allow flight to space? It's possible, Ref. Sure. I went to a different Duncan, Fluffy. I'm not going to lie to you.
Florida, and as you can see, work is well underway for our next mission to the moon, both on land and off the coast.
Yeah, USOP.
Back in June, teams with NASA and the Department of Defense used an area of open water off KSC to rehearse procedures for a possible rescue after an ascent abort from the SLS rocket. Instead of using astronauts, they used a set of test mannequins staged inside the crew module test article, a full-scale mock-up of the Orion spacecraft.
Nice, Dorsman. I don't remember that.
You can see pararescuers jump from a plane into the water with their specialized equipment. Then approach the spacecraft, open the capsule.
That's how you do recovery.
And transported the mannequins to the helicopter safely for medical care. This was one of 2 emergency procedures they rehearsed should they need to rescue me, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during an abort scenario.
Those are why you have abort corridors, and that's exactly why the seas can't be too rough in the abort corridors, because trying to do what you just saw when it's windy or if there's a lot of surf, not fun. You don't want that. And the sea, just like the weather, has days where it's angry and days where it's not angry. You could just wait a day, the seas will be calm eventually, right? But yeah, that's what, if you looked at Reed Wiseman telling about that was about Artemis, that was with Orion, but every capsule works like that. You have sea recovery, in case of an emergency.
By the VAB, there's a moon rocket inside there, and there's a crew that's training right now to go around the moon early next year.
Yeah, and I love that view as they were driving by, because it shows just kind of how connected this whole thing is.
He was angry that day.
Crew 11 getting ready to go to the space station, and a lot of what they're going to do is trying to prove out the things we need to know in order to go to the moon. And at the same time in that frame, you've got Artemis 2 getting ready in the background, and I'm excited to see 4 more colleagues go around the moon.
Yeah,
100%. All right, let's head
back. If you look right
now,
there, the right bay, that's where they're building it. They're building the Artemis 2 rocket.
Thank you very much, Daryl and Nick. And right now we're preparing.
Load complete.
And that was going to be the update, is that fueling continues to be occurring for the Falcon 9 rocket. As you take a look at it on your screen now, it is a 2-stage rocket that is 229 feet tall and getting ready for liftoff in just a little less than 20 minutes.
Like I just said, there's the vent lines opening for second stage fueling. You can see that the first stage is from the ice that's accumulating and the condensation that's happening is almost full. But what Falcon 9 is doing right now is they're going to start filling up the second stage with liquid oxygen. Remember, that's the stuff you really, that has the shelf life. Falcon 9 uses RP1, which is a nice way of saying jet fuel, and liquid oxygen. Why does it use liquid oxygen in RP1? It's jet fuel. Well, where it goes, there's no oxygen. You got to bring it with you, and it's easier to bring it with you as a liquid than it is a gas. That's why they use it. But it still does have a shelf life, and the shelf life isn't very long. If you notice, the second stage doesn't have any ice on it because they're just going to start fueling it now. Now, that device that's kind of next to Falcon, that piece of launch infrastructure, is called the transporter erector. The transporter erector is where they build the first stage on there, or they build the rocket on there, and then they roll it out to the pad, and it transports and erects the rocket on the pad. I know, engineers are great at coming up with clever names for things. On top of transporting and erecting the vehicle, it also has the fuel and oxidizer lines for the second stage, right? So what they're doing is they're making sure they have the vent line open on the stage because they need to get that line nice and cool. You have to chill down the line with liquid oxygen. If you just started pumping liquid oxygen into a line that's been sitting in the sun in the middle of Florida, you're going to get that temperature change in your liquid oxygen that SpaceX is not looking for, right? The second that oxidizer goes into that hot pipe, the oxygen is going to start absorbing heat out of that pipe, and it's going to turn into gaseous oxygen. Last time I checked, Falcon 9 uses liquid oxygen, not gaseous oxygen, right? You need it to be liquid. That's why I told you about the whole sucking in stuff that's not liquid oxygen or liquid fuel. That's bad for it, right? So what they're doing is they have a vent at the top where there's a T that goes into the second stage LOX tank, or there's a T that goes overboard. The vent line that goes overboard is when they're filling up the line in the transporter erector. They're filling it up with liquid oxygen. It is evaporating, right? And it goes out the vent line instead of going into the rocket. When the pipe is totally chilled down and it's saturated with liquid oxygen, that's when they'll start fueling the second stage, which you'll see here in a moment.
Space Station when outfitted with a docking adapter, which is just how it's configured for today's flight. And when it's not going to the space station and it's in free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola, as it was back during the Inspiration 4 mission. And another option we have is the Skywalker hardware, which supports extravehicular activities or spacewalks, as we did during the Polaris Dawn mission. And here's some interesting trivia. There has been a Dragon in space for 1,358 consecutive days since Crew 3.
And that's an impressive stat, too. And with T-minus 0...
LOX load has started.
How neat is that? There's the LOX load.
0 coming up in
so
just
the line is chilled down.
They're
going to start moving liquid oxygen into the second stage.
Continue to do a series of system checks to ensure Dragon
SpaceX 4 status update. Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we continue to load propellant. Weather is still our watch item. We are seeing some development in the area, so this is going to come down to a matter of time. We're going to keep an eye on it and continue marching towards T0, and we'll see if we manage to thread the clouds today.
Not like this. Not like this.
Okay, Dragon copies. We've got a healthy rocket, healthy Dragon. Weather is continuing to develop. We'll keep going until we can't.
Damn you, Florida!
And great communications there between
we'll
the
see.
team on the ground.
We'll see. Look, there's a lot of clouds forming up there.
And that's exactly what we're keeping an eye on, is not only the tanking of the rocket and that procedures, but also today's weather. And you heard that update right there. So to continue with the updates and kind of bring us up to speed on what's been going on.
I got to be careful, though. I might not be able to stream tomorrow.
Thanks so much, Joseph. I can give you a little bit more color than we just heard, but obviously the important things we've heard are that we are still on track for an on-time liftoff today, but we're monitoring lots of different factors as we get closer to liftoff. If everything goes as expected, this is also going to be our last landing at LZ-1 today. So lots of different launch pads, landing sites, staging areas, lots of things in play. But the best news is that both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. You heard us wrap up Stage 2 RP1 loading just after T-minus 20 minutes, and Stage 2 liquid oxygen will begin here at about, or has begun already, excuse me. We've also heard that call out that the launch escape system is armed. Of course, the launch escape system, which we discussed in more detail yesterday, is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of an emergency during launch. We've also heard from the Eastern Range, which is monitoring keep-out zones, among other key flight requirements today. They're continuing to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch, weather depending. So again, as you just heard, weather is a watch item. We're now tracking a 60% chance of violation at our target liftoff time, with isolated showers in the staging area and some clouds building right over the launch pad. You are actually seeing them continue to grow on your screen right now.
I know what people are going to say. If you're unfamiliar with this, are you serious? A freaking cloud is going to prevent them from going into space? Yes. Yes, it is. It's not clouds. Falcon 9 can fly in clouds. That's not a big deal. It's the charge in the clouds. Part of the weather, what's called weather commit criteria. There's somebody floating around at the ISS behind her, by the way. And they cut the camera right when I said that. Weather commit criteria is very important. So part of that weather commit criteria is, especially with a crew launch, is called the surface electric field rule. Okay, what does that mean? Surface electric field rule basically states that you do not want to launch the rocket, put the rocket into a launch scenario where it could be the lightning rod. Don't make your rocket a lightning rod. NASA learned this the hard way in late 1969 with Apollo 12. They launched when the weather was basically almost like it is right now. And lightning hit the rocket and fried the antenna's batteries for communication. And it made the entire computer go haywire because you lost power for a second. You undervolted the AGC, the guidance computer, for a second. And let's just say it didn't like that. Now, what they did was switch the batteries for the signal condition electronics. They switched it to auxiliary power and basically repowered the system because of a flight engineer, a flight electrical engineer named John Aaron. The lightning hit the Saturn V in the control panel. Whoa!
Keep up the great streams in the rocket review.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. Don't worry about that. Basically, the whole Apollo console on the CSM on Apollo 12 lit up like a strobe light. All the warnings went off, and the astronauts on board said, "What the? Oh, shoot! What do we do?" And John Aaron, a guy that was sitting on console for electrical, saw it, and he's like, "Oh, I've seen this before. Flip the batteries to the second power." He goes, "ECOM, try SCE to auxiliary." And they did. They flipped it to the secondary battery, and that fixed the undervolting problem, and Apollo 12 went off without a hitch. But I don't think I need to say to you why short-circuiting your guidance computer on the way up is probably not a good idea, right? Also, I have that switch sitting on my desk. ECOM, try SCE to auxiliary. I have that here because that's pretty cool, right? So, I mean, the surface electric field rule exists because we almost had a Saturn V blow up on the way up in 1969. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. That's why you don't launch. It's not necessarily that it can't fly with clouds. Falcon 9 flies through the clouds all the time. It's flying through the clouds that are positive, that are charged, right? And flying through flying through clouds with people on board. Well, don't risk it. Don't risk it. You want the weather to change in Florida? Wait a day, right? Or wait a couple hours. But in this case, we already talked about why waiting an hour doesn't work, because taking a left turn in space going 17,500 miles an hour to try and get to the ISS is a big pain in the butt. You'd need a rocket 3 times as big to do the same mission if you waited an hour. Yes, orbital mechanics is a pain in the butt. We got a thumbs up from Mike Fink right there. I want that switch. Where can I get one? It was 3D printed from a viewer. You're steely-eyed missile man. Dude, listen to the Apollo 12 comms loop on ascent, right? The crew on board is like, what do we do? What do we do, guys? I've never seen this before. I have no idea what's going on. And then John Aaron on console was like, yeah, flip that switch. Ecom, SCE to auxiliary. SCE to auxiliary. Do it. Just flip the switch. And the pilots on Apollo 12 said back to them, they're like, we don't even know where that damn switch is. And one, I think it was Al Bean on board, was like, oh, wait, I know where that is. And it's a switch that's in the very, very corner of the console, on the very bottom right corner of the console on the Apollo spacecraft. And he flipped it, and it fixed everything. And the later part of the ascent for the comm loop is just the crew laughing nervously. It's really funny, dude. It's just the crew going, we almost died. Oh, wow. We were like an inch from death. That's all right. It's just nervous laughter all the way up into space. It's hilarious. And then they went to the moon after that, which is still even crazier. Yeah, it's I'm in danger. Like it's that. It's an awesome mission, dude. I'm in danger. Yeah, when the console on your rocket, which is the biggest rocket ever made, and you're going to the moon, when the console turns into a dang disco, yeah, you got a big problem. You should fix that real quick. You're steely-eyed missile man. Yeah, the crew couldn't say anything else. They're like, we almost died. That was really close. All right, that's great. All right, we're inside of 10 minutes. Guys, I'm going to take a second here, and I'm going to run ads on Twitch. Now, dudes, I hate ads. I can't stand them. If you know me, you know I don't like that. I don't like everybody trying to sell you something at every single freaking point. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to run ads, because if I run ads now, you won't get them during launch if you're not subscribed. First of all, if you're not subscribed, don't worry about it. Just like space on the down low, totally cool. I'm not asking for subscriptions. I earn subscriptions. I don't ask for them. That's my rule. With that being said, if you're not a subscriber, totally good. I don't want your viewing experience destroyed by some Taco Bell ad, okay? So I'm going to run ads right now.
This is space. I'm in space.
Here we go. He's a gifted 11. Thank you. I'm going to run ads right now for the people that aren't subscribed on YouTube. Sorry, guys. I have no control over this. But on Twitch, we do. So I'm going to run them now. I'll see you on the other side. Don't worry. You won't miss anything. Knock on wood.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Gifted 10. Thank you very much. And Nero, thank you for the $100, dude. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you very much. I love what I do, and being able to do it and talk to you guys about this stuff and tell all these cool stories is a very big privilege, and I don't take it lightly. So thank you. All right.
Phenomenal engine performance. Shortly after, we should also hear the call out for Stage 1 RP1.
Fuel load complete.
Right on time.
So now that engine chill is underway, we're looking ahead to the call out that RP1 load is complete, which just occurred a moment ago, and again, prevents that thermal shock. You got to stretch before you can start running. And RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will prepare the crew, propel the crew into
this is
orbit.
space. I'm in space.
RP1 is now about to be fully loaded into the rocket, since we previously heard that the
Fluffy, Neo Druffle, thanks guys. Fluffy gifted 10, Neo Druffle gifted 5. Thank you for all the support.
This is space. I'm in space.
I do appreciate it.
Second stages. This is the oxidizer that is needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished up loading. The RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with everything in order to ignite.
It combines with everything. That's actually not wrong.
For Dragon to configure
liquid oxygen makes everything into rocket fuel very easily.
Over into internal power. And that should be happening in about a little less than 30 seconds from now as we continue to close in on that T-0 mark.
So what they're going to do here in the next 15 seconds is unplug Falcon 9 from the grid. Falcon 9 and Dragon have batteries on board. Fun fact, they're Tesla batteries. Yeah, I mean, what else would they be, right? They're gonna unplug it.
Next up in the countdown, the
it's gonna be working on the batteries that are on board. Unless Falcon 9 was a gigantic tow missile, you can't be plugged into the grid while you ascend, so it has to work off batteries. Now Dragon has batteries in a solar panel right there. That's what this darker part of the back section of the Dragon payload is. That's a solar panel. So when you're up in space, you don't need to worry about that. Falcon 9 has batteries on board. The batteries on board the first stage don't need to last very long because the first stage is going to end its mission in 8 minutes no matter what happens, right? Reuse or not, it's coming back down, right? The second stage has enough batteries on board to last a good while up there, but it has no solar panels. But right now is the point where you're unplugging everything from the grid. They did that at 5 minutes. You're unplugging the vehicle. The batteries on board this thing are now what's powering it. And you'd see there's those vent lines that I was talking about right there. See, now they're alleviating tank pressure because liquid oxygen is filling up. It's displacing, right? You see as they fill it up, it's displacing gas, but you also see the vent lines open and close. Clamp arms are retracting here. That's holding the vehicle upright. Falcon 9 can only, fun fact, Falcon 9 can only stand up on its own when the tanks are at pressure. It relies on pressure for structural rigidity in the same way that if you have a can of soda, right? If it's closed, you could step on it and it could hold you up. But if it's open, you step on it, it crumples it like a beer can, right? It'll just crumple. Rockets are made that way on purpose. They use pressure for structural integrity. The reason why is because with rockets, your performance margins are so demanding.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Skog, 10 subs. Thanks, man. Your performance margins are so demanding. The less rocket you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on your rocket, the further it's going to go. So if you can make the tank walls of the rocket thinner and use the pressure from the fuel that you're already going to carry up into space to stay structurally rigid, there you go. I see that as an absolute win. So that's why the clamp arms only retract when the rocket's fully fueled and ready to go, because Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to stand up if the tanks weren't fueled. Especially with that, 12 tons of Dragon capsule sitting on the top. So this thing, the transporter erector, what they're going to do now is they're going to evac all the fuel lines of the TE, right? They're going to pump all the gaseous oxygen out, and you'll see the vent line that we saw for them to start fueling. They're going to pump nitrogen up the line and displace all the liquid oxygen out the vent line, because you don't want fuel inside of your launch pad when you go to launch. You want fuel inside of the rocket. This transporter erector will throw back when the rocket goes to launch. It should shoot off if they decide to go.
Liquid oxygen, so that call out coming up.
Oh, yes, I see all the
right there.
All the time. How nervous do you think the pilots are?
Confirmation of stage 2
Fine.
liquid oxygen now
Don't worry
complete,
about it.
As we are now 1 minute and 50
Let me put it to you like this way. The pilot on the Dragon here is Mike Fink. Mike Fink flew on the space shuttle.
Auto idle.
This ain't the space shuttle. This is fine. This
You heard
is
the
easy.
call for auto idle. That
Compared to
puts the
that
rocket in a state that the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure that transition to the final
It is,
countdown
Enzo. I keep it on my
smooth,
desk.
and that all flight computers on board are in sync
Ground gas
and configured.
closeouts. Expect loud venting.
There's your gas closeout. So
Launch,
watch,
and
the
there's
vent
the
line's
closeouts
going
we've
to
been
open on
talking
the
about.
back side of the TE.
And the
There it
venting
is.
that will be
They're getting the propellants
surely
out of the TE. You don't want that thing catching on fire, because let's be real, a lot of fire is going to happen if it goes. A lot of fire is going to happen right in this area in a second here.
1 minute and 10 seconds to liftoff of NASA SpaceX Crew 11.
Falcon 9 will start the auto sequence now.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup.
There it is.
Controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
The ascent program on
Flight
board
computers switching to countdown mode now.
Now ready to go. They're running the Fly Falcon into space.exe.
Go for launch.
Launch director reports go. All right, let's see what happens.
Dragon, go for launch.
Crew, Commander Zena Cardman reporting go. 30 seconds. We're further in the count. Further in the count than we got yesterday. Pad deluge system is on. Just heard the line.
15 seconds.
10.
T-minus 10.
Sound suppression water
9,
system is on.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Nope.
4, 3.
Wait.
2, 1. Ignition.
Okay, it lit. Okay, I guess we're going. Crew 11 is in the air.
Together we rise as NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International
We got a good call from 1 Alpha from Zena Cardman.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Propulsion is nominal.
The clock reset at T-minus 2 seconds. It scared me.
Down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory. So far, getting good callouts on that first stage performance.
Should get a call for power and telemetry here momentarily at
We are now
T plus 40 seconds.
35 seconds into the Crew 11 mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 engines
Stage 1 throttle down.
are throttling down to help.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
Good.
To
Should get a
help
call
pass
for
through the
supersonic.
period of max Q or maximum
this
aerodynamic
is
pressure
space.
on the
Let's
engine
go.
during ascent.
50.
Max Q.
Thanks, man.
We just had max Q right there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
I'm going to turn the captions off so you guys can see all this.
1 minute 9 seconds into what is a little bit more
Stage
less
1 throttle
than
up.
a 9-minute flight uphill.
Throttle up, getting out of the
as
throttle
Dragon
bucket.
Continuing.
Stage 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo, abort contingency
Copy.
called out.
1
Remember
Bravo.
those abort corridors that I was telling you about?
That 1 Bravo, again, that's the abort zone, that last abort zone for stage 1 if necessary. The crew already pulling over 2 Gs. The next, we're going to have a couple of events happen in rapid succession. We'll be getting ready for the second stage to warm up and have the second stage MVAC chill. And then we'll also have MECA, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages. Will then be separating from one another. And then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 11 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth, as we're now 1 minute and 56 seconds into today's flight.
So as the rocket drains its fuel and oxidizer...
The 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down.
As the rocket drains its fuel and oxidizer, it's going to be less mass, but you have the same amount of thrust coming out the back, so your G-forces are going to increase over time. But we should be getting to main engine cutoff here in the next 15 seconds. The 9 engines on the Falcon 9 first stage are going to shut off, and the second stage will get separated off the front. This is a look up. That was a look up the business end.
Eye on the action
of the
in the
second
mission
stage.
event
Main engine cutoff.
There's
tracker
Miko.
at the bottom of your screen.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha from Zena Cardman indicating
Stage separation
2
confirmed.
Alpha.
good stage separation. First stage is going to turn around. Watch.
MVAC ignition.
Second stage ignition is good. That first stage
There
is
you
going to
see
use its
stage
thrusters
one.
to turn around, and it's going back to land.
The lone Merlin
Look, 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 look.
engine for
Oh!
stage 2.
Oh, there it goes.
And again, those
And
happen
they
in
cut the
quick
camera.
succession as we
Why?
continue to get great views of that Florida coastline and the eastern seaboard there as Crew 11 continuing its path to orbit, now approaching 3 minutes into today's
So that
flight.
first
Still a
stage
little
is going to
ways
turn
go, about
around,
6
and it's going to
minutes
come
left
back down and land back in
as they
Florida.
continue to
Its landing
climb their
site is
way up
actually
and
in those
eventually
clouds
track
over
down the
there.
International Space Station. And there, great see. You see the Merlin vacuum engine, the second stage on the right-hand side, and great views of the first stage that's making its return to Earth on the left.
Okay, 3 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight.
About 5.5 minutes of powered flight remaining as we continue to
Looking
monitor
good.
the progress of
Now, these
both
numbers
vehicles,
look fine.
stage
It's
2
definitely
and
a
Crew 11,
lofted
making the
trajectory.
climb uphill in stage 1, looking to land again at
Long story short, they fly a little bit of a higher trajectory. Falcon 9 flies a little bit higher. It goes a little bit higher, a little bit quicker, as opposed to a steeper ascent. These ascents are parabolic, so like you start going straight up and then you turn over, and eventually most of your acceleration is done parallel to the surface with the second stage. With crew flights, to make sure you don't liquefy your crew on the way up, they fly a little bit of a lighter ascent. It's not as steep. It's called a lofted trajectory, which is why some of the timeline was a little bit off if you're eagle-eyed here. So they fly a little bit of a lighter trajectory so you don't hurt people. Because yeah, 9 Gs sustained is not good for your lungs or blood or anything.
Its entry burn, which will be the second of 3 burns
We're
to
big
return
water
the booster
balloons.
a few miles from its launch site at landing zone 1. During this entry burn,
Something just floated
Falcon
away.
9 will
It's
use its
solid
engines
oxygen.
to pump
Don't
the
worry
brakes
about it.
to
I'll
slow
tell you
the
about it in
vehicle
a
down
second.
before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. And if you
So fellas, that's actually, I'll tell you now, if you look right there, that's some solid oxygen. That's oxygen that is solidified. Now, why is that a thing? Well, the engines need to be chilled down before you fire them. You essentially have to prime the engine. If you try to dry fire a rocket engine, it's going to get a little unhappy. So if you notice, this Merlin vacuum engine has 3 vent lines on either side. There's 3 vents on either side like that, on either side of the turbine machinery. And basically what happens is those, as you prime the engine, you obviously don't want fuel going into the combustion chamber until you turn it on. So they use the vent lines to make sure that the fuel pumps are submerged in liquid oxygen and RP1. When that happens, some of that liquid oxygen exchanges heat with the motor and it turns to gas. That's what the vent lines are for. Now, when you take gaseous oxygen and you outgas it into a vacuum, any energy that it has in the form of heat is going to immediately get dispersed and you'll get a momentary depressurization. In that depressurization of that gas, in that split second when it happens, you'll get phase change and the gaseous oxygen will solidify. Some of it gets caught on the this gas generator recirculation system right here. See it? That's totally normal. There's your 3 vent lines right there. That's just a result of engine priming. It absolutely happens.
And into the vacuum of space. Now approaching 6 minutes into today's flight, about 2 minutes and 40 plus seconds remaining.
We are coming up on the entry burn, which is just under 30 seconds from now.
My favorite
and
part.
So you'll see the first stage's center Merlin engine reignite as it comes back down to Earth.
You guys ready? Supersonic
and after
retro propulsion?
that, we will
Watch.
be approaching.
So Falcon 9 is coming down at a pretty dang high rate of speed, probably like 4,000 to 5,000 miles an hour. Now, that's not coming back from orbit, but it's still enough to generate re-entry heating. The Falcon 9 has thermal protection systems on it, but it's nothing like a heat shield or a tile or anything. So when SpaceX was originally thinking about how Falcon 9 is going to get back down, they figured fire the engines. Firing the engines is the heat shield. Believe it or not, not a lot of people know that. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. Basically, if you fire the engines, it pushes the plasma and heating away from the vehicle during descent. And that essentially is your heat shield. It was pioneered by NASA for landing stuff on Mars. And SpaceX uses it to get those Falcon 9 first stages back without like a heat shield or a tile or anything.
Quickly approaching the
She's coming back down. She's going to punch right through this cloud. Watch.
Engines 1, 5, and 9 will relight to help slow the vehicle down just before it touches down on landing zone 1.
It's a little turbulent going through those clouds.
Hopefully have some great tracking shots of that.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Oh, she's coming in hot. Here we go.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Landing leg deploy. Landing burn. And there you have it. Sonic boom.
Fantastic return there.
That is the last time you will ever see a Falcon 9 land at that landing site. SpaceX is retiring it after this. So that booster flying was its 3rd flight. That was 1094, the last booster to land there. Crazy.
And you'll hear the call out SECO or second engine cutoff. Is great view there, glowing orange with the
Why?
Earth
SpaceX is building
right
new
around
landing pads that are closer to the
that Merlin
launch site.
vacuum engine and everything continuing to perform nominally for NASA SpaceX
terminal guidance.
They're going to build new pads at 39A because it's easier to have the rocket land right next to where you launched it from.
More seconds remaining of
Makes it easier to launch it
those
again.
Call outs here shortly as everything continues.
Save the deer. Underrated comment, 42.
Copy, Shannon.
There's Shannon, the last abort
Shannon,
contingency.
We talked about earlier, that last abort zone if necessary.
So the number that we're looking for right here is a little bit 27,000, a little bit above 27,000 and change. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff.
Here we just heard that good call out for SECO or second engine cutoff.
Boom. Got a call.
Coming up next
Got to get a call
will
for
be
nominal
stage
orbit
separation.
insertion.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Big W right there. Big W. Hell
That's
yeah.
the great call you want to hear.
All right. Last step here.
A good look inside the trunk there.
Separate the Dragon.
But
And this is looking. This is on the second stage, looking up at Dragon.
As Crew 11.
That's the heat shield behind this big panel right here. See it?
So now we'll continue to coast for.
So this is looking up the inside of Dragon. What's called trunk. That's the part with the solar panel on it. We're looking at the inside and back of it. This camera's on the top of the second stage looking at the payload. So when it separates,
is made up of similar materials.
You're going to get a really nice view.
We have that Dragon and stage 2 separation.
There's people on that, guys. There's 4 souls on there. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
A wonderful view there is Dragon Endeavour with Crew 11 on board. Safe.
Not to the ISS, John, no.
And safe and...
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Xena, Mike, Kimya, Oleg, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon today and wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words.
Burns up in the atmosphere,
On behalf
Samurai.
of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well on the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew 11, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
It's good stuff, Resin. I'm sorry, this stuff fires me up, man. Get fired up. Just, like, picture my Leonard Skinner wearing a tuxedo
I have
t-shirt.
no emotion but joy right now. That was absolutely transcendent. Ride of a lifetime. Thank you. This has been an incredible honor. And it's my privilege now to pass us along to Mike with some additional words.
I couldn't finish the quote because I'm not going to talk over
Boy,
them.
it's great to be back in orbit again. Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Xena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimya-san, Okayeri Nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimya-san.
Okay, thank you very much for everything. スパシバワンボイショーへありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も、10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして、一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Олег-сан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimya-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске. Выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Спасибо, Oleg.
Crew 11, we copy all of your words. We are very excited for you to have reached orbit.
Yes, did talk to you.
And we will now proceed with getting you to the International Space Station. You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your zero-G indicator.
So, the British Isles are under here somewhere. They're in this... It's cloudy.
Thank you so much.
Par for the course from what I'm told.
We'll get out our 5th crew member here in just a moment.
Second stage burns up
first.
first.
Indicator honors a shared memory with our lead trainer, Paul Weiss.
Also, the moon is over there.
For all the mentors and team members who got us here through sacrifice of time and dedication, I hope we made you proud today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the moon's over there. See it? Good stuff. So Dragon is up there. This is a shot from the second stage. The capsule actually floated up a little bit. Or the second stage floated down. I mean, either one.
Some great words there from all 4 members of Crew 11 and the astronauts and cosmonauts, all that cadre.
Are they going to kill that spin on Dragon?
On their way to the
it's
final
induced,
destination,
guys.
which they have about a 16-hour ride.
That spin is on purpose. Dragon turned like that not because of the weird separation. Dragon turned like that to orient solar panels and the radiators. So, because Well, okay, think about it like this. One of the first things that you should probably do when a spacecraft is on orbit is make sure that your solar panels work. You need electricity. That's kind of important. So Dragon is going to orient to the solar panel for multiple reasons. One, obviously generating power. Two, thermals are very important. You don't want to overheat stuff in space. Despite space having, seemingly being cold, it's not cold. It's nothing. So it's really easy to overheat stuff on a spacecraft especially when you're sitting in the sun all day, right? So Dragon was turning to turn its solar panels facing towards the sun.
And the Ingress.
Actually, I thought they were further downrange than they actually were this time. So we might actually get a shot of the British Isles. Those clouds were out over the Atlantic. That was my bad.
Their ride to the space station.
And we'll continue to get those call outs and hear about the nose cone again. Right now, currently opening. The hooks have been opening, and they were doing so during the great words from the crew. So we'll continue to monitor and.
Is there ever actually zero G in space relative to Earth?
No, moment, and we'll wait for that final confirmation.
That is kind of a misnomer, Cosmic. It's not zero G. It's microgravity, because getting your tangent outward acceleration from orbit to cancel out gravity like entirely is not going to happen. The reason why Earth's gravitational field isn't uniform. That's part of the reason why Earth kind of wobbles around when it spins. Trying to synchronize that with your orbital velocity is not going to happen. It's microgravity. There are always perturbations. That's like trying to have a spacecraft be in true zero G would be like sailing across the Atlantic and thinking you're going to have the wind blowing in the same direction in calm waters the entire way. That's not really how that works. There's always something that's going to push you off course. In this case, even Earth is going to screw with your course a little bit. Don't get me wrong, they take that into account all the time. But gravitational, what's called gravitational precession is the biggest perturbing force on the vehicle right now. And that's why zero G is kind of a misnomer. It's microgravity. Basically, you're for the most part, you're floating around, right? But Earth's non-uniform gravitational pull, yes, you heard that right. Earth's gravity is a little bit different at like the North and South Pole or in South America than it is to Africa. It's a little bit different everywhere. It's not a lot to notice. It's like maybe a couple millimeters a second difference. But that is enough to screw with a spacecraft floating around. So it's not anything they don't know, but there is perturbance, which is why zero G is not technically what you should call it. It's microgravity. Because there are still microgravitational perturbations on the spacecraft. Yes, that's your cool phrase for the day. Microgravitational perturbations. It's a real phrase, I swear. I'm not making up words.
Coming up tomorrow.
What?
So we continue to stand
it's a thing. Go look.
Into today's flight.
We are just waiting confirmation that the nose cone is fully deployed, but all hooks are open. We should be hearing that confirmation hopefully within the next minute or so.
Is that the reason why the poles constantly shift a tad every year? I'm sure that contributes to it, dude. A little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that contributes to it a little bit, but there are other reasons. There's solar perturbations that can do that. The sun's gravitational pull does screw with Earth. I mean, you see essentially plume interaction from the sun. The sun is this big glowing power plant, and just like any other power plant, it has an exhaust plume. And sometimes the fusion reactions in the sun are so powerful that the exhaust plume can break the gravitational pull of the sun. And when it does, some of that exhaust plume interacts with Earth. The magnetic field gets most of it, but at the poles where the magnetic field isn't as strong, you see the solar particles interact with gases in our atmosphere. That's what the auroras are. The aurora borealis and the aurora australis. That's what those are. That's what that is. It's gases in our atmosphere hitting the exhaust plume from the sun. So I'm sure that has something to do with it, but I'm not smart enough to figure that one out.
An approximately 9-minute ride after liftoff today.
Can they still increase
from
speed?
NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew now, as mentioned.
Yeah, Stefan, yeah, of course they can. But what they'll use to change their orbit right now is the Draco thrusters. They're very small rocket engines that are on Dragon that it uses for very coarse and like fine control, not course control, fine control. So they can change it a little bit, but once again, the rocket does most of the work getting it to the ISS. It does like 98% of the work. The little thrusters on Dragon are used to just get it close to the space station and dock. Hold on.
Minutes. We will also be monitoring the Stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Dragon copies. We'll be monitoring, and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. We're with you in the timeline.
Great conversations there with the team on the ground, and there they are, Crew 11. Happy as can be in orbit now, and they have a 16-hour journey before they reach their destination, the International Space Station, as docking currently targeted for tomorrow morning, Saturday, August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Pacific, to the space-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Now, between now and then, Dragon...
Wait.
Burn in approximately 25 minutes.
Destination, the International Space Station, as docking currently targeted for tomorrow morning, Saturday, August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Pacific, to the space-facing port of the station's Harmony module.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Okay. That's a very short, that's a very short transfer. So if you've been watching this the whole time, first of all, thank you very much. But earlier in the stream, I did go through transfer windows and phasing burns and stuff on how to get to the ISS. Yesterday's window had a 39-hour transit. This one is not that. It's 15. There's their 0G indicator. It looks like a seal, maybe? They cut out the audio when they said it, but... yeah, so this transit today, the ISS was way closer to the launch site. So it's a shorter transfer window. Actually, that's quick. That's a really quick transfer window. So what are the astronauts going to do in the meantime? Well, the toilet's working now. They can use that. I know someone's going to ask. Sorry. It's going to happen. The astronauts are on universal time. They're on English. They're on the time zone from the UK. They're on universal. So they're on UTC. That's what the space station is. That's the time zone that the space station is on because it's an international space station, right? So what are they going to do? What time is it UTC? Well, it's getting a little late in the day. It's, 6 p.m. over there? So they're going to be up for another couple hours, probably going to eat, and then they're going to sleep. They're going to sleep for 8 hours, and then basically when they wake up, they'll have a little bit more downtime and then docking operations. It's 5 because time zones. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it's 5 p.m. So, yeah, point still stands, but... Give me 1 second, dudes. Your heart rate peaked at 154? Why, Block? Ah, man. No, it's fine, man. We're in good hands with NASA and SpaceX. Dude, we good. Can you please replay second stage engine cutoff? Yeah, sure, if you want to see it.
There we just heard that good call out for...
See it again.
Last abort zone if necessary, where they can land off the coast of Shannon, Ireland.
Seco.
Here we just heard that good call out for SECO, or second engine cutoff. Coming up next will be stage separation.
It was a little bit of a hard shutdown there. It chugged for a second. It was only just for a second. Yeah, that was a. I mean, it's fine. Obviously, I mean, 27,009 is well within your margins for nominal orbit insertion here. But yeah, that was a little bit of a hard shut. That shutting down that rocket engine on other missions usually isn't as violent, which is very interesting. I'm sure I'm sure they've seen that. I'm sure they saw it. If we saw it, they definitely saw it. In fact, that's why they have those cameras looking at the second stage engine so they can see stuff like that. It was a little bit of, it chugged a little bit on shutdown, but that's fine. Dude, that separation though, that's so cool. Yeah, they had some instability on shut. It looks like the vent line opened a little too early, Baron. If I looked at that right, the vent line opened real quick. Here, I'll show you. Watch. Remember I was telling you guys about those vent lines that they use to prime the engine. So what happens here with this is when they go to shut the engine down, there's nothing to actuate. If this vent line opens, there's residual pressure in the line, but there's nothing to really push it out at the speed that it comes out. What SpaceX does is they use helium on board to basically purge the engine out. Now, the reason why is because with rocket engines, you do get residual propellants when you shut the taps off. It's like if you have a garden hose and you turn it on and the water goes through the line and then it turns the sprinkler on. If you shut the hose off, right, there's still water in the hose. So when you go to wrap the hose up, it sprays everywhere and gets you soaked, right? Same idea with rocket engine plumbing. It's the same thing. But the thing about it is that it's not water. It's liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen makes things rust really quickly. So what they do to make sure they don't have an engine that's full of fuel and primed if you're not using it, because you don't really need it anymore, well, they're going to need it one more time to deorbit the second stage. In which case you probably should still do it. You don't want the rocket engine rusting from the inside out, because after all, it's liquid oxygen moving through metallic components. It will rust them unless you purge it out. It looks like they opened up the purge lines a little bit too fast, just like a millisecond too early, and it looks like there was some ingestion there, or at least a loss of pressure in the feed lines just for a second to cause the engine to chug like that. It does happen. Also, the first time the Corps asked the crew not to remove their suits until second stage got deorbited. Either they're seeing something off. Yeah, that was a little bit of a chug there. Yeah, Baron. I mean, I saw it. I didn't really think much of it, but yeah, that's a good point. Oh, see that? Yeah, see that shakiness for a second? Okay, so let me tell you something here. We're spoiled by these cameras, guys, because the rocket is vibrating all over the place. Rocket engines create all kinds of crazy vibrations. These cameras, I don't know what they do. I'm not an optics guy. I'd actually probably ask Jack or something. Ask my buddy Jack Byard over at NSF or D or someone. They probably know this. Or Kevin. They do something with the cameras to make the image to make a camera not shake, like a stabilization or whatever, right? Now check this out. Something that's a little bit telling. The camera is designed to withstand vibrations. I've watched thousands of these things, well, not thousands, 500 of these things shut down on orbit, some multiple times. Whatever happened there was enough to shake the camera. Watch. So whatever that was a violent enough vibration to actually screw with whatever stabilization that SpaceX is using. Once again, not really a big deal. The Dragon is on orbit. But it's good for now, but this is the type of problem that you generally don't want to ignore. Yeah, Baron, something might be a little bit wonky with the second stage. But I wouldn't pay it much mind. Oh.
Other DoD partners and FAA that help us make that happen, and I'm looking forward to work with them.
Listen to what Core said at 1440. Okay. I heard it. I heard it. I was talking for a second, but I did hear what they said. Hold on. And we did get some dead air. And I did notice it, but I was like, because they said you have a couple of seconds here before loss of signal from a ground station. And they said you can introduce the zero-G indicator, and then they didn't. And there was dead air for a little while, which means something is on the, they said something on the back channel to the capsule that we didn't hear. That does happen. There's a redundant loop that we can't hear, that the public can't hear on purpose.
Great words there from all 4 members of Crew 11 and the astronauts and cosmonauts, all that cadre. They're well on their way to the final destination, which they have about a 16-hour ride to do so, in the phasing to ultimately the International Space Station, where they will turn that group into a full group of 11. So only fitting for Crew 11.
To summarize where we are with vehicle activation, we've had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We're currently opening the nose cone.
They also didn't show the nose cone opening, did they?
Tracking copies all. And we'll be ready for visors open with ECOS activation complete.
Correction, 1940. Okay.
And that first throughout the day today from Sandra Jones as the International Space Department and Mike after liftoff today.
TCS and for
in Florida. The crew now, as mentioned, has a little bit about a 16-hour journey before they reach their destination.
Dragon SpaceX. We see a nominal nose cone opening at TCS and for bulkhead to Draco checkouts.
Great call out right there.
Dragon copies all. Good news.
And that's what we were waiting for there, was that call up to crew.
Looking forward in the timeline, you have your first burn up on your forward view. That's the phase burn in approximately 25 minutes. We will also be monitoring the stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Dragon copies. We'll be monitoring, and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. We're with you in the timeline.
Great conversations there with the team.
Any mission timeline, guys, has flexibility in it, built into it on purpose. But putting on the suits and taking off the suits is something that generally is a milestone, because you got to take the dang suit off. And it's also, we could see Xena talking inside of a spaceship being streamed to our computer, which is really freaking cool. Telling them to delay suit doffing or taking off the suits till after the phasing burn is, yeah, that's a little peculiar. I mean, once again, there's flexibility built into the timeline. It doesn't matter if you wait that's 20, 30 minutes in the suits. But here's the thing. Them leaving the suits on is very interesting. You wouldn't leave the suits on, and they wouldn't tell them to leave those on unless they were worried about some type of shock pressure. The reason why you got the suits in the first place is in case of depressurization, right? So you can still breathe if the capsule has some kind of leak, right? When you're on orbit, that's why the suits are there in the first place. He said basically keep the suits on until they do the second stage deorbit burn. We might be grasping at straws here, but also at the same time, that with that chugging shutdown, Baron, I'd say you're probably on the money. That, yeah, one of those little things, man. One of those funnies that happens with spaceflight. Don't get me wrong, guys. The crew's fine. They'll be fine. This is not a big deal. But the thing is, with spaceflight, even small stuff like that, if you don't take care of it, and you don't deal with it, these small little things could turn into a big thing unless you're preemptive about it. So, crew isn't in any danger. They really aren't. I can say that with the utmost confidence. They would have aborted if they were really worried about it. Or they would, it's just a precautionary thing. They did see something a little funky from the second stage. They wouldn't have told them to keep the suits on if they didn't. That's right, Baron. I think you're correct. Or it's because the time to take off the suits would interfere with the phasing burn. You can take off the suit when it's phasing. That's no big deal. Look at the stage separation. The second stage coated the first stage midsection with soot. That happens. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That might be a precaution implemented after second stage issues recently. Yeah, Liz, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Baron, I think you're right. I think there's something definitely funky there, but also at the same time, it's precautionary, dude. But like I said, the name of the game with spaceflight is to be preemptive about it, right? Think about it like when you're in your kitchen, right? And you take a plate out of the cabinet, right? Then you put food on the plate, you dirty it. If you leave a dish in the sink, if you don't take care of that, right? You don't clean it off, put it in a dishwasher or wash the thing, you'd be like, okay, I'll put another one. I'll put another one in there. That one's in there. I got to do the dishes anyway. And then you put another one in there, and you put another one in there, and you put another one in there, and then your sink is full of dishes, and you have no dishes left. Don't lie. Who's done that? I've done that. I don't do that anymore, but I definitely did that when I was younger, and it's annoying. Spaceflight's like that. You just do the dish. The dish. One dish is not a big deal. Just take the dish and put it in the damn dishwasher, okay? It takes 2 seconds. Be preemptive about it. That's what astronauts do. Be like astronauts. Astronauts are cool. Get out of my house. Sorry. Don't call me out like that. Sorry. That's my fault. Mine is full of baby bottles. That's okay, Aaron. That's fine. Why are you describing my way of handling dishes as if it's a bad thing? I am the dishwasher. What I care about is nose code open, dehumidifier checkout's complete, Draco RCS checkout's complete, but I'm sure SpaceX will look into that shutdown. Yeah, absolutely. When you finally grow out of that, you have kids and repeat the whole dishwasher thing again. The sink is not a storage place for dirty dishes. The dishwasher is, okay? You don't just buy new plates every week? Oh, no. Don't tell me you buy paper plates and throw them away. NX, we got to talk, man. We got to talk. Reusable is better, just like spaceships. No. Don't do that. Yeah, I get you. I see it, Baron. See what your last one's. Thank you. Paper plates save water. Is that the cope that you've come up with, John? It saves water? See last. I sent you something on Discord. Okay. Saving water helps the environment. Ooh, boat swap. All right, cool. Sweet. All right, get off the screen. Come on. Pope Ven has started up at Boca Chica. Oh boy, we're going right into Starship coverage, aren't we? Cutting down trees saves water. Yeah, Iger, what kind of cope is this? This is why people get dogs. You can lick the plate clean and then you just put it away. Oh, it's sweet, Goalie. I love it. Titan is a great dishwasher. Just saying. I washed it. I put him in the dishwasher after he cleans it up. But never gonna get to that coronet. Don't remind me. Article. I am most displeased with our apparent lack of progress. So we should double our efforts. I hope so, Commander, for your sake. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. I didn't get a chance to watch it, Tessa. I was dealing with schedule impacts. EJ, did you message me? Because on my end, you haven't. No, I was talking to Adrian, sorry. I know about the Starbase Brewing stuff. That's really cool. Also, hi. Thanks for linking me to stuff, Trey. I appreciate it, buddy. Apology accepted, Captain Dida. You know, guys, I'm going to go, just quick side note here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Darth Vader wasn't a very good boss. I mean, it's not really particularly good for morale if your punishment for somebody making a mistake is choking them out. I'm pretty sure someone might call HR. Like that might be a hostile work environment. Maybe. Yeah, probably is. I mean, at the very least, it's very bad for morale. Like, but I mean, upward mobility, I guess that's good, right? Like, who needs HR when you have Vader? Yeah, let's be real. The Empire probably doesn't have that. Yeah, it's a good point. He was just misunderstood. Why does Palpatine have a desk? I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know, brother. Yeah, I don't think we should be asking these questions. We might get choked out. You know, definitely not OSHA approved. I mean, Aaron for sure. Can you imagine how many people probably died building the dang Death Star? They whipped that thing out. They whipped that thing out pretty damn quick, right? All right, if you watch the movies, the Death Star got built pretty dang fast. There's no way they built that with a spotless work fatality record, all right? There's no way that happened, okay? Even the second one, which was bigger, they still built it pretty dang quick, okay? That is a monumental effort, all right? There's no way some workplace accidents didn't happen, man. You know, to quote the great Randall Graves, do you think the average stormtrooper knows how to install a toilet main? All they know is killing in white uniforms, right? Sorry. I'll get back to coverage. I swear. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm pretty professional or something. Yeah, there was an airlock malfunction, Kem. They got vented by accident. It sucks. It's a complete accident. I don't know what happened. Robots? Well, who made the robots, Run and Go? Who made the robots? Somebody had to make the robots. You know, what people are going to say, you know, the robots are made in a factory, like on Geonosis. Well, who made the factory? See? At some point, somebody had to do the work. Am I right or am I right? QA, QC was lacking. I think that's a different movie, Dan, but all right. You cover the dishes in aluminum foil and just throw the foil away after the dishes. They'll never go dirty. IPAC. Okay. The Death Star doesn't have guardrails because the Geonosians originally designed it and they can fly, so not something they would consider. Oh, so no OSHA then, huh? Okay. SpaceX has a website, part of the website where you could follow the Dragon telemetry. Oh boy. That was an inside job. I mean, yeah. Oh, score. This is great. All right. Oh, you can move it? Oh, that's mint. Look at this. See what I'm telling you guys? Look at the phasing. A little bit below and a little bit behind. The ISS was in a better position today than it was yesterday's. Hence the short phasing time between launch and rendezvous. It's perfect. It's exactly where it needs to be. It's right out in front. That explains the 16-hour transfer instead of the 39-hour transfer. Because the ISS was closer to being out in front of Dragon when it launched. It's not going to take Dragon as much time to speed because it's going faster because it's in a lower orbit than the ISS. The ISS is at 400 kilometers. This is at 200. Because it's closer to the grav well, it has to go faster to stay in orbit, right? So it's not going to take very long for Dragon to get into the right phasing position. The right phasing position would probably be somewhere around here. It's going to take a couple of orbits to catch up, but it will. Well, we can actually tell you if it's a 16-hour phase. I can tell you exactly how many orbits that would be. Give me a second. So 16 hours of phasing, right? 10.5 orbits. There you go. I had to use a calculator. I'm sorry. So earlier you said Falcon can only stand it can only stand alone when the tanks are pressurized. So how can it stay together at main engine cutoff when it's empty in under 2 to 3 Gs? Tank ullage, dude. Tank ullage. Helium tanks are filled. So okay, SVO, you know, on a gas tank you have the vent line, right? So when you're draining fuel, you don't have your tank implode, right? You have a vent line. You can use atmosphere for your ullage in an automobile. Can't do that in space. There's no air. So they use helium. They pump helium inside of COPVs, composite overwrap pressure vessels. They pump helium into the tanks to maintain a low delta P, so low change in pressure on the tanks. And that ullage, that pneumatic pressure, keeps the thing nice and strong. That's a good question, dude. Thank you for the bits, by the way. What's the record for fastest ISS transfer? Soyuz got there in 3 hours, Dino. The reason why Soyuz can afford a better phasing like that is because Soyuz has been flying for a very long time. It's a very mature spacecraft. It's a little old, but it's an old one, but a good one. Soyuz is like that old pickup truck that you have in the backyard that just won't die. It's never going to stop running. It'll be fine. You beat the snot out of it, it's super rusty, but it works. And who cares? It works. You know? So because it's so mature and so well understood, like an old pickup truck, it's quite simple, right? You can afford to run a crazy transfer window like that. With Dragon, NASA's a little more cautious. Why helium and not nitrogen? Well, friend to all, that's a super good question. Okay, so I'm going to give you an explanation. The explanation isn't technically right, but you're going to understand what it means. Helium's lighter. But you got to remember, in space, weight has nothing to do with it. Helium is less mass. That's the right way to say it. It's lighter. Yeah, that's why they use helium. Nitrogen is heavy, comparatively. Higher mass. That'll screw with your delta V. Ullage is technically dry mass, because that's something that you can't use to go forward. It's something that you use to make your propellants burn to make you go forward, right? So you honestly want something that's lower mass. Helium is lower mass. Helium is also inert. I mean, so is nitrogen. But helium is basically non-reactive. I mean, it's very conductive of heat, which is great, but yeah, helium just likes doing its own thing. It's introverted. It's an introverted gas. We'll call it that. Yeah, and helium will not freeze. Nitrogen could solidify in the wrong conditions. You don't want that. Yeah, helium will not solidify. The point of solidification for helium is like 1 to 2 Kelvin. And yeah, yeah. We can do it. But trying to keep something exactly at like 1 to 2 Kelvin is a little bit of an energy intensive thing to do. Noble versus introvert, close enough. Yeah, exactly, Bordel. I call them introverted gases. Now, that's the noble gases on the periodic table. So that's, what is it? Helium, krypton, xenon. Helium, krypton, xenon, argon. Of course, I knew it a second ago, and I go to recite it, and my brain went, it'd be funny if you forgot this right now. And I'm thinking, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, pal. Neon, there you go. How did I forget? How do you forget neon? Come on. You know that I knew that, right? Like, Come on. It's like when you get put on the spot. It's like, I know what 2 + 2 is. And someone's like, okay, what is it? And you're like, chair? Potato? What? 2 + 2 = chair. Crew 11 post-launch press conference in 30 minutes. Good, we're chilling here until that happens. Fastest shuttle ISS rendezvous. You know what, Erudite? I don't remember off the top of my head. I kept track of the shuttle missions. I did not keep track of them like I do with Dragon missions, so I don't remember. I don't remember. Shuttle got up there pretty quick. I'd say 24 hours, I think. If that's a guess, it's a huge guess. I know someone that's a shuttle nut, that's a bigger shuttle nut than me, is going to be like, UJ, no! Sorry. Hey, man, I'm a pretty big shuttle nut myself. Don't yell at me, okay? I know how the remote manipulator system servo power amplifiers work, okay? How many people know that? All right? Get off my case. 2 + 2 is fish. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what's the plan for the rest of the stream? Well, we'll watch that post-launch press coverage, Bleaks. I'm kind of wondering if they say something about the second stage. If Sawyer is down there from NSF, you know what? I'm going to ask him. You know what? I got an idea. Let's send Sawyer a message. Dude, are you going to be at the post-flight presser? Cool. We'll see if he gets back to me. What's the next thing in propulsion? Well, right now, Dragon is doing its first phasing burn. If you look, it's in an eccentric orbit. It was at 213, now it's at 220, which means that indicates that the highest point in the orbit and the lowest point in the orbit are different, which indicates that the orbit is not a perfect circle. So that in orbital mechanics, that's called eccentricity. So it's completed its first phasing burn, which is good. STS 104, just over 41 hours. Thank you, John. Ask them how much neon you need to fill a bucket. I'd have to say, Element, that was probably the dumbest question I've ever seen anyone ask in a press conference ever. Reference acknowledged, but also that one time in a press conference about Artemis 1, guys, we were covering an Artemis 1 pre-flight press conference, and they had a hydrogen leak on the carrier umbilical on the SLS core stage. And somebody asked, oh, well, the liquid hydrogen is leaking. If it was leaking, how much, say it was going to fill up a bucket. It was going to drip into a bucket. How much is that going to fill up? Not entirely realizing that if there's a hydrogen leak, that means you have gaseous hydrogen, not liquid hydrogen. If hydrogen leaks out of a hydrogen system like that, it's going to evaporate immediately. Hydrogen only exists as a liquid at like 5 or 6 Kelvin, which means the second you go a little bit higher than 5 or 6 Kelvin, so you get to 10 Kelvin, gas. So, hey, how does this gas drip into this bucket? That was, like I said, that was probably the dumbest question I've ever heard anybody ask in any NASA press conference I've ever covered. I'm just like, you just asked how gas is going to drip into a bucket. Okay. Artemis 1. What company were they from? Dino, I'll give you 3 guesses who asked that question. Now, I saw somebody in chat said, I know there's no dumb questions, right? That wasn't a question because you're curious about science. That was a question to write an article about how SLS leaks and parry that into an ideology of why SLS couldn't exist, and it written as a news article, reported as a news article, but actually an opinion piece. I ain't saying nothing. It was a gotcha question, which pissed me off. I don't like questions like that. Last boss. What's up? Soyuz is the Hilux of rockets. That makes Starship the Ford Focus. Interesting. I don't think there's... So, Gek, yeah, exactly. You used to teach. Dumb questions exist. Gek, what gets me, all right? So, you said you used to teach, dude. So, the things that bother me... I usually say there ain't no dumb questions. As long as you're coming from a point of genuine curiosity, there's no dumb questions. What gets me is when somebody asks me a question because they think something and they want me to kind of inadvertently prove what they're thinking instead of asking a genuine question about something. That pisses me off. I do not like gotcha questions, and I'm pretty good at seeing them. Okay? The second question is if somebody asks me something and they ask a very simple question about a rocket and I answer it, and then they ask like a follow-up question, and the follow-up question is basically what I said, right? Like, I can tell when I'm giving people a response and they aren't listening. If you ask another question, like, it's very easy to spot that you didn't listen to what I had to say. You just wanted my engagement. Like, it's very easy to spot that behavior, Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes people ask questions and then their phone rings, or, they have a 2-year-old and the 2-year-old's crying, or their dog needs to go outside. I get that. I understand it. That happens. I understand that I don't have people's undivided attention all the freaking time. I get it. But yeah, it's very easy to see when people are being deliberately obtuse, right? Or they're just genuinely not listening to me and they just want to talk. Like that, there's nothing wrong with that either. But, if I'm trying to teach people about something, I really, people aren't paying attention. What am I doing? Like, those are my two. So there's no dumb questions except for those. I will genuinely sit here and repeat the same question a bunch of different times if a bunch of different people are asking it. That's why I always go to talk about the toilets on Dragon every single time. Because someone always asks about, hey, where do they go to the bathroom? Dude, I got you. I'm an expert on spacecraft toilets. I really didn't want to be an expert on spacecraft toilets, but here we are, Elon stated mid-August for Flight 10. Yeah. I have the post. I saw it. Yep. Someone has to be. Hey, yeah, no, hey, everybody poops. Just saying. Sorry. I'm sorry if that's a shocking revelation. Answering the biggest questions about the universe. Usopp, that's the other thing. Not that I'm particularly inclined to talking about the stupid toilets on the spaceship all the time, but I think that's funny. Like, that's the question that gets asked the most. I think that's awesome. That's really goddamn funny. Like, the 15-year-old inside of me is like, you get to make poop jokes now. It's like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. You get to make poop jokes. Good for you. I guess that makes you an expert crap talker. Well, I am on the internet, guys. Isn't that kind of par for the course? You're supposed to crap talk? Like, that's... Am I doing it wrong? Where does the poop go? That's right. It goes in the square hole. Your inner Beavis and Butthead. Yeah. Hey, Chad, I see you like spaceships. I like spaceships, too. Settle down, Beavis. Nachos. He said he needs TP for his bunghole. What the heck is a bunghole? All right. All right, let's not go full Mike Judge here, okay? Only a little bit. Never go full Mike Judge, okay? Actually, if you were gonna go full anybody, he'd probably be the guy. Now that I'm thinking about it, I retract my previous statement. You can go full Mike Judge in here. That's okay. You need more propane, boy. Well, I tell you what, this rocket could have had a little bit more efficiency if it was using good quality American propane from Strickland Propane. In Arlen, Texas, boy, I tell you what. Is there going to be a VOD? I need to go up the chat, but Twitch isn't letting me. I want to continue the conversation I had. I think chat replay works in the VOD, no one. If these people could read, they'd be very upset. You know what? I'll put on some background music while we're watching Dragon go here until the post-flight presser comes on. Oh, Sawyer got back to me. Yeah, she says it sure will be asked. Didn't get to see exactly what it did, though. Okay, cool. I sent something to Sawyer. He said it might get asked before him, so who knows? We'll see. Sawyer is one of my buddies that works at NASA Spaceflight, and they'll be at the post-flight press conference here, which should be happening very soon. Right now, we have kind of a live shot of where Dragon and the ISS is. There's your mission elapsed time up there. See, you could see that Dragon has increased in altitude here. Its initial insertion was like 213, give or take. And it did its phasing burn. Now it's up at 244. But here's the thing. Remember, guys, I told you, as you go higher in altitude in space, your speed goes down. What was our staging velocity? Staging velocity here when they separated Dragon was 27,009. Right? Or about 17,499 miles an hour. Somewhere around there. Right? See, it's gone down as the altitude goes up. That's telling me that Dragon has completed its phasing burn, meaning its orbit is slightly egg-shaped. It's not a perfect circle. Will Dragon do a retrograde bird to kill like the 100 meters a second of speed like you do in KSP? Block, it will do that, but the thing about the ISS is that the ISS has those big honking solar panels, and what you generally don't want to do is outgas with the vehicle a lot near the ISS at all. You don't want to do that. In fact, the reason why the ISS's solar panels are like way out on the sides is because when the shuttle was coming into dock, they were worried about the shuttle's vernier thrusters shooting gas into the solar panels and having the solar panels weeble wobble around like a gigantic sail, right? Because outgas from the engine hitting the solar panel, which is basically of the consistency of like a tarp, right? Because up there, the solar panels don't need they don't need to be inside of a metal box or like a metal case like they are down here. They can just float around, right? There's no perturbing forces up there, right? So the solar panels are on the far outside. Now, don't get me wrong, your differential velocity when you get near the space station, they still basically hit the brakes. They do a well, actually, they do a posigrade bird when they get out in front of the ISS, right? But the meters a second, so the impulse on that burn to circularize, to start doing RPOD operations, so rendezvous proximity operations and docking, to do our pod stuff is a very, very, very low thing. Like the differential meters a second here is like less than a meter a second. They really dial it in for efficiency. And also they don't want the spacecraft outgassing near the space station. Like they don't want it outgassing near the space station too much because you'll blow it in. It'll eventually, like what, you know, one thruster is eventually going to line up and it'll blow an exhaust plume into the solar panels. And you don't want that. You don't. The whole station will rock back and forth like a sailboat. That's no good. You don't want that. That's why they, like, when Starliner went up to the station, for instance, right? When it got close, the thrusters started going all over the place, and they were like, stop. And Butch and Sonny took manual control of the vehicle because they had to get the thrusters to stop doing that. And that's why Starliner kind of drifted away for a second. Because they shut the thrusters off because it wasn't able to station keep because they weren't sure. You do not want a lot of outgassing near the station that can damage it. Because, I mean, the other thing you got to think about is that the plume coming out is, could potentially be unburnt hypergalls. Unburnt hypergalls are extremely corrosive, even the gas. And the gas is basically getting shot at the space station. You want to try to minimize that as much as possible. Quick question, is the black surface we see on the trunk and the bottom the heat shield? No, that is the bottom of that's the bottom of the trunk and it cradles the heat shield, Lava. The heat shield is behind that black structure from the camera that we were looking at, right? 17,000 miles an hour would be like Mach 25, Jordan. What's that, Baron? Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw that post yesterday. Yep. AKA, see when the Hubble had its panels replaced because the shuttle blew them away. Bingo. Gotta be careful about that stuff. That's something Kerbal won't teach you. X-Wing, what's up, man? So, all flight above 18,000 feet use mean sea level as a reference point. So that's what we are all using. We're all using the same thing, right? Do they use MSL as a reference point? Yes. Yeah, X-Wing. I mean, spacecraft have multiple guidance systems, dude. There's multiple ways for the spacecraft to figure out where it's going. First and foremost, there's your inertial guidance. That's very important. Spacecraft knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't. That's a very important one. Second one. They have star trackers on board. The star tracker on the shuttle basically is like having a telescope that was put into the nose of the shuttle to look at the stars. You can navigate around in space by looking at the stars, just like you can navigate the seas by looking at the stars. Guy that came up with doing that was a guy by the name of Buzz Aldrin. Yeah. You can use a naval sextant and use naval navigation to navigate around on orbit. Buzz Aldrin used a sextant and a grease pen writing numbers out on the windshield of a Gemini capsule to get two Geminis to rendezvous together. Pretty cool, huh? No computer. Guy did it on a slide rule with a sextant in space in the 60s. It's pretty rad. So you have a star tracker, right? You have the star tracker, you have your inertial guidance system, right? And sometimes you'd have a radar altimeter for MSL, right? But the inertial guidance should give you what you're looking for in MSL via an extrapolation from your position, from your IMUs. Hey, baby.
Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. They went into space?
Yeah,
Thank
that's where they are right now. Yeah, scrubbing tomorrow would have been not good.
No, I was like, at 10:30, I had to go do something else, or 11:30. 11:30, I had to go do something else, and so I was like, no, I'm not gonna know. And then I saw them in space, and I was like, okay, it's cool.
Yep, we got a post-flight press conference happening soon.
Woohoo!
And then Starship's doing its thing. That's gonna static fire today, and we're not sure if that's gonna happen during the flame trench and stuff. And
that's fun.
And Adrian also finished the post notes for me, so I don't need to worry about that.
Oh, awesome! That was nice of him to do.
I didn't know he was gonna do that, but yeah. I added all the things that we wanted to talk about to the to the Flame Trench docs, guys. The Flame Trench is a show that a podcast that I'm on the NASA Spaceflight channel on YouTube. It's restreamed here on Twitch on this stream, but it's a podcast that I have with a couple of my buddies from NSF, Jack and Sawyer, and we it's Mr. Rogers, and we talk about spaceflight, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then we have Road America, EJ Le Mans tomorrow. Yep.
Do you think you'll have a break between Flame Trench and racing?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, cool. My friend is coming up.
Cool. Wait, you have friends?
I know, it's weird, isn't it? We might go to lunch. I don't know. I'm gonna see when she gets here. Yeah. I love you and I care about you.
Yeah, likewise.
Can you turn off the mic so I can tell you something really stupid?
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
No, it's not. It's nothing you did.
I'll be right back. 1 second. They're saying you're Detroit represent? Yeah. Detroit!
Detroit! Detroit. I can't. I was gonna try. I was like, maybe I can imitate Eminem getting eaten by an alligator saying Detroit!
Spoilers!
But nobody would have. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Happy Gilmore! Gone to the great sizzler in the sky.
I don't know, did the Lions win or lose yesterday? We were watching Star Trek.
We're nerds, remember that.
Mr. Rogers was a saint. They got destroyed. Oofta. Oofta, oofta. We lost bad. Were they playing their first string? Like, I know it was preseason, so was it just like...
A butt fumble in the HOF game wasn't on my bingo.
Oof.
Butt fumbles? I love butt fumbles. Those are hilarious. 34-7. Rip? Yeah, but it's preseason. Who cares?
It was just the backup. Okay, see, so I don't care. The opening has me wondering what I was watching. Dude, that opening was great. It was great. That's all I'm gonna say.
On Detroit's first kickoff return. Nice. So once again, guys, we're at mission elapsed time 1 hour and 11 minutes. We should be coming up on the post-flight press conference here.
Live hearing on DCA collision.
Oh, dude. I'm not doing that here. We're not talking about that.
Okay.
That's the Black Hawk that hit the plane in Washington D.C.
Oh, no, you don't need to.
I don't want to talk about that here.
No, there's another hearing coming up soon. It sounds like, so you can talk about that one.
Yep.
All right. If we go to lunch, I'll let you know where. You let me know if you want something to eat.
I'm not hungry. I'm good.
All right.
Guys, I went to Dunkin' without Bree this morning, and she was pissed because I thought she was asleep.
I was pretty pissed.
That's on me.
I was pretty pissed.
My bad. So I already ate. I'm good. Yeah, that's... Dick move acknowledged. Okay? My fault. I thought you were asleep. I'm going to get up early for this dang thing, lady. What? Oh, I'm in trouble now. What the heck were you thinking?
Yeah, you didn't even get Chad a donut.
Why would I get you a donut? You're not my wife.
How was Strange? It was good, Fluffy.
Yeah, don't...
I will tell Chat, I know there have been a million Star Treks since the original Star Trek, and Next Gen and original Star Trek have really, and maybe DS9 have really been the only ones worth watching. Strange New Worlds is worth watching.
It's good Trek, guys.
Yeah.
I did not like Discovery. I didn't like much of the new Star Treks. Strange New Worlds is it's good.
It's worth watching. Yeah.
It's good. It's very well written. It's good classic Star Trek, with that STEM stuff kind of sprinkled on top of it, like exploration and stuff. It's good.
It's good.
It's good. Trust me. And I wouldn't endorse a new Star Trek unless I was absolutely sure, because most of it has been caca.
We have not watched Lower Decks, but I've wondered about it.
Hey, Car Toys, 115-month resub.
That's why they're canceling after season 5. No, they had a 5-season. They have a 5-season story to tell. Eventually, Kirk has to take over. Like, you can't just.
It's on a 5-year mission.
Yeah. Silly chat.
Everything seems to be okay, Nader. They told them to keep their suits on for a little bit longer after engine cutoff. The second stage did chug a little bit when it shut down. There was a little something was a little funky with the second stage shut off. I know it was a little funky because usually when the second stage shuts off, we see a little bit of weeble wobble with the nozzle, and that's about it. There was weeble wobble on the nozzle, and the whole camera that's stabilized, might I add, was shaking around. Like, it was not. Yeah, that was not right. I'm pretty sure that was a little bit off nominal, but it wasn't exactly what. I don't think it was exactly a problem. Like, it was just.
Weeble wobble on the nozzle sounds like something you could auto-tune and make into a song.
Yeah.
So I encourage chat to do that. How much does Brimo know of rockets? I married him, so more than I ever wanted to.
A lot more through osmosis.
Alright.
Hey, Jackie, what's up?
I love you.
Love you too. So when are we getting a Brimo takeover day? About 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I was on a plane going to the Spaceport America Cup with Das X-Wing. And when Starhopper did its first hop, I was on a plane. Brimo streamed it. No, Hellfish, but that, yeah, I mean, I heard that. I haven't read into it hard. She played KSP during that stream. Best intro ever.
I feel the liftoff. The clock has started. Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Rocket Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
Liftoff, America's first space shuttle.
Liftoff, America's return to space as Discovery clears the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Go and throttle up.
Roger, go for deploy. Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Yeah, boys, I remember that. It was a good time. That was a COVID thing.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Ignition's full power and liftoff. Go Falcon. Go NASA. Go Crew 11.
Together we rise as NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicle is pitching down range.
1.7 million pounds
Stage
of
1
thrust.
propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory.
All right. These pressers are usually packed with
Good
info,
afternoon,
so listen
and welcome
up. I'm
to
going to
NASA's
shut up for a
Kennedy
little
Space
bit.
Center in Florida. I'm Antonia Jaramillo, and you are watching the post-launch news conference for NASA's and SpaceX's Crew 11 mission. At 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time today, Crew 11 launched aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 39A. Crew 11 is now on their way to the International Space Station, and joining us in the room to speak with us about this mission and the next steps are Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operation Missions Directorate,
Kenny.
Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program,
Steve-O.
Dana Weigel, Manager for NASA's International Space Station Program,
Dana.
Kazuyoshi Kawasaki, Associate Director General at the Space Exploration Center at JAXA,
Ohio.
and Sarah Walker, Director with Dragon Mission Management at SpaceX.
What's up, Sarah?
This group of experts will be taking questions here in the room and also over the phone. But before we jump to the question and answer portion, each of our panelists have some opening remarks, and we'll begin with Ken.
Thanks, Tony. Hey, welcome everybody. What a great launch today. I'm glad we got to see it together. Yesterday we were really close. We had some clouds come in at the last minute. Today we had some more clouds building as we got close to launch time. I think it was a great reminder that we don't control everything in the space business. And that sometimes good fortune helps a lot and timing just works out so that you can launch your mission. But that wouldn't happen without excellence on the part of the teams that make it possible. I was so proud to see our team from SpaceX, NASA, our international partners from Roscosmos, JAXA, all of our interagency partners that help support these missions, doing their jobs to make it possible so that when the opportunity opened up right there at T0, we were able to launch. Now we've got an international crew headed to the International Space Station. 10, 12 hours from now, they'll be docking with the station. They'll join the crew that's on orbit. They'll hand over. They'll learn as much as they can about the station from that crew. And then we'll switch our emphasis to bringing home Crew 10 sometime, we hope, next week if weather and hardware cooperate. And now I'd like to turn the microphone over to Steve Stitch to share a little bit more from the Commercial Crew Program.
Yeah, thanks, Ken, and thank all of you for your support and interest in the Crew 11 mission. I would say I got reacquainted with Florida weather in the afternoons from my time in the Space Shuttle program where we would try to launch in the afternoons. And it was a pretty challenging couple of days. As Ken said, we got a little unlucky yesterday. We had one cloud that formed over the SLF yesterday, moved toward the pad, started on the coast near Pad B, and then took us out of the count yesterday at the very last minute. And then today, again, we reviewed the weather after the scrub yesterday and decided we would give today a shot. We knew we would have some challenges with launch weather. The abort weather today was within limits. Originally, the forecast a few days ago was not good for today, but winds were within acceptable limits in the staging region and up the coast. We watched a few thunderstorms roll through the staging area, but then those passed through and it was all clear. And then the focus was launch weather. And we really got very lucky today, I would say, to have. I was just looking at a shot on my phone, a view from Falcon 9 looking down, and you could see the launch pad was kind of in a little, it was almost like a horseshoe of clouds, and the launch pad was in the center of that horseshoe. Of course, our weather rules are set up to avoid triggered lightning, and so we followed our weather rules, and the range weather officer and our weather team did a phenomenal job of watching the weather down to the last minute. And we got off just on time. Falcon 9 performed great all the way uphill. No issues really with Falcon 9 on the first or second stage. Dragon was inserted into the nominal orbit. We got the nose cone open on Dragon. We did the checkout of the forward bulkhead Dracos. We've already executed one of the phasing maneuvers for the mission just about 30 minutes ago. There's another phasing maneuver coming up this afternoon at about 3:30 Eastern. This is a real short phasing case is what we would call it, and so we have quite a few burns today. The docking time is the same as yesterday. Yesterday was what we would call a longer phasing case. This particular journey is about 15 hours from launch to dock. The crew's doing well. You could see they were very excited on the way uphill, and they're doing well on orbit. They'll get some time off before we start the final rendezvous sequence. And that'll start tomorrow morning at about 1:24 a.m. Eastern with the first big burn to come inside the ellipsoid for station. That's called the approach initiation burn. And then we plan to dock at about 3 a.m. Eastern. So we're really looking forward to getting the crew to station. And then once we get safely docked, we'll turn our attention to bringing Crew 10 home. And the earliest on dock opportunity would be about the 6th of August. So again, lots of fun with weather over the last few days.
Next Wednesday.
We lucked out a little bit and found a good opportunity to launch today. And I can't thank the team enough, the Commercial Crew Program team, the SpaceX team, working with the International Space Station Program, our international partners, in particular JAXA and Roscosmos, FAA partnership, the Eastern Range, Space Force, the U.S. Coast Guard, and all the other parts of the Defense Department that we work with. So congratulations to all those people, and we'll focus now on docking. I'll turn it over to Dana.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Steve and the Commercial Crew Program, and also Sarah and the SpaceX team for their diligence and tireless work. A lot of effort went into getting the vehicle ready and getting us ready for the successful launch today. I'm very grateful. I'd also like to thank our international partners and the space station team. It takes a lot of work to put together these long-duration missions. There's awful lot of effort that goes into the cargo and the resupply and the research that we need to put on board, and also the other vehicles that we prepare in order to supply space station. So huge thanks for getting us set up well for Crew 11's long-duration stay. And thank you all for being here today. I appreciate your interest in our mission. As Steve mentioned, we've got short phasing. Docking is going to be early tomorrow morning around 3 a.m. Eastern Time. We're looking forward to having Zena, Mike, Oleg, and Kimia on board with us. When Crew 11 arrives, we will have 11 people on board space station. Crew 11 and Crew 10 will do 3 full days of handover with each other. They'll walk through emergency procedures on board. They'll make sure they're familiar with where all of the emergency equipment is in the different modules. And then they'll do familiarization with equipment that the crew commonly uses, like the toilet, like exercise equipment. They'll also transfer, we've got critical research that we fly up in freezers on the Crew Dragon, so they'll take that research and they'll transfer that over. So a handful of other things go on during the docked handover time frame, and of course, Crew 10 getting ready to come home is another big part of that. As Steve mentioned, Crew 10's earliest departure will be August 6th. After Crew 10 leaves, Johnny Kim, who has been on board for a few months, will continue the handover with Crew 11 to give them the rest of the familiarization that they need. During Crew 11's long-duration stay on board, they'll conduct research that's key for us for our follow-on missions to the Moon and to Mars, and that will also benefit life here on Earth. Some highlights for you. They'll do some human research that's going to help us better protect human health for longer and longer duration missions. They're also going to do simulated lunar landings in a region that mimics the South Pole. This is the region that we're planning for our Artemis missions. The goal of the study is to really understand how the disorienting effects of microgravity impact piloting and landing. And then we'll take that feedback and we'll put that into our planning for tools and aids for the crew. The other interesting research they're going to do is related to bodily fluid shifts and damage that some of our crew members experience in the eye that affects their vision. We're going to be using vitamin B supplementation to see if that helps with swelling in the back of the eye and if it minimizes the eye conditions that can impair vision. And we'll also be looking at thigh cuffs to see if that helps with the overall shift of fluids in the body.
Interesting.
As I mentioned in the pre-launch briefing, we've got a number of resupply missions that are critical for bringing up the cargo and also for supporting the research that we plan to do on board. At the end of August, we've got the SpaceX 33 Dragon resupply mission. Mid-September, Northrop Grumman or NG-23 cargo mission. In late fall, JAXA has an HTVX mission. On the Roscosmos side, there is a Progress cargo vehicle flying in September. And then there is a Soyuz crew exchange in late November or early December. I'd also like to mention that in November, with Crew 11 on board, we are going to celebrate 25 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station. That's an amazing, amazing accomplishment, and we couldn't do it without the extensive partners that we have across other NASA programs, across our international community, across our industrial-based, huge kudos to that team for getting us to where we are today. And with that, I will pass it on to Kawasaki-san.
Thank you, Daphne. Thank you for being here. My name is Kazuyoshi Kawasaki, Associate Director General of JAXA. I'm in charge of the JAXA human spaceflight and exploration. First, on behalf of JAXA, I'd like to sincerely express my gratitude to NASA and SpaceX and not here in Roscosmos, and international partners and all the members on the ground who have devoted to the Crew 11 launch and the continuous ISS operation. So as already mentioned, the Crew Dragon was launched into orbit as planned, and I'm truly impressed to see that such a spectacular launch. While the crew were on their way to the International Space Station, I'd first like to congratulate all of you and the successful launch. I look forward to seeing their smiling faces on the ISS soon. And I'm very proud of that Japanese astronauts have been flying on the Operation Crew Dragon spacecraft on 6 consecutive flights. And Japanese astronauts have been staying at the International Space Station almost every year since its completion in 2011. And I believe this is brought by the close cooperation and having cultivated between the US and Japan for years through the ISS program. And I truly appreciate the time and effort of the international partners, including NASA, Roscosmos, that has made it happen. And this is astronaut Kimiya's second flight. And following his mission in 2015, I expect Kimiya will play a key role by making most of his flight experience in his previous flight, and also by receiving knowledge from the other astronauts, especially IS Commander Takuya Onishi, to create a crew command, which is dispensable to our life on the Earth and the future exploration. For example, missions are planned to support space exploration, such as technology demonstration of aimed at developing smaller and more efficient carbon dioxide removal systems, enabling sustained exploration activity in future. In addition, we'll continue to pursue the scientific achievement and promote the expansion of the commercial use, so that there's will be no gap between ISS and the post-ISS era. So Japan is also planning to launch the next generation cargo vehicles, that is HTVX for ISS. Soon, the first model of the HTVX will be launched to deliver supplies to the ISS. Through some improvement from the previous HTV system, it will be possible to deliver more cargo to ISS. Kimiya captured HTV Condor 5, that is HTV's name, during his previous stay in 2015. If HTVX-1 arrives at the ISS during his stay, I believe that Kimiya will be capturing HTVX-1.
Cool.
He also says that he's eagerly looking forward to capture that. I'm very much looking forward to the HTVX-1 mission. Lastly, tremendous honor that two Japanese astronauts, Takuya Onishi and Kimiya Yui, who just gone up to the ISS, can undertake back-to-back and long-duration missions. This marks the third time that two Japanese astronauts have stayed on the ISS at the same time. Although this dual stay will be very brief, I believe it reflects Japan's continuous contribution to the operation and utilization of ISS since astronauts first began living aboard the ISS 25 years ago. Other strong and long-standing corporate relationship we have built with international partners. JAXA remains fully committed to international cooperation in human space exploration, not only through the Artemis program, but also by an ongoing effort in low Earth orbit, including ISS and its successor programs. Finally, I'd like to share the Kimiya message. Kimiya says he wishes to engage in this mission with the key message of believe in bright future and take on new challenges. We here share the same sentiment and intend to support his endeavors and hope for their success. I deeply honored to witness this historic moment with you. once again, congratulations on this success flight. Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you. Thank you, Kawasaki-san. What an exciting day to be here with you, just watching Falcon 9 launch Dragon, Crew 11, to the International Space Station a little over an hour ago. This past May, we celebrated the 5-year anniversary of Bob and Doug and launching on the Demo 2 mission, which only feels like yesterday to so many of us on this channel. And today we launched our 19th human spaceflight mission, almost 5 years to the day from when Bob and Doug safely returned to Earth after their 63-day mission, returning human spaceflight capability to the United States. Zena, Mike, Oleg, and Kimya, if you're watching this, you'll actually be docking tomorrow on that 5-year anniversary in the very same spacecraft that Bob and Doug flew 5 years ago.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
While we're on fun facts about this Dragon spacecraft, it's also a spacecraft that holds the record for the most time in orbit by any American spacecraft, both the single mission record, which is 235 days, that was Crew 8, and the cumulative record, which is 700 days and counting. I think after this mission, it will be nearing 1,000 days.
Dude.
We've collectively achieved so much in those 5 years. We've safely flown 74 crew members to space, some of them repeat flyers and some of them new to spaceflight, welcoming new countries to the list of spacefaring organizations and nations, creating greater access to space for more of humanity with missions like Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, From 2, and the private astronaut missions to the space station, flying critical research and supplies to help maintain an ongoing presence in space that Dana was talking about, and so much more. It was unfortunate to have to pause the count with just over a minute left yesterday, but the safety of the crew and all those involved in the operation is our top priority, and today was a better day to fly. Although just barely, I want to say that that horseshoe of clouds closed within a couple of minutes of T0, but it's good to get them safely to orbit. We fly when we're ready, and we fly when the conditions are right, always. Today we saw Falcon 9 perform nominally throughout the count. And teams have now shifted to supporting the series of burns to catch up with ISS, concluding with docking with the space station early tomorrow morning. Then next week, we will return Crew 10 to Earth, which has been on board the last several months conducting critical science and technology that will soon be continued by their Crew 11 teammates. And then finally, in a few weeks, we will launch CRS-33, our first ever long-duration cargo mission full of critical research and supplies, but also a boost module in the Dragon trunk to perform a station reboost. So I look forward to talking with all of you more about that in the coming weeks. It will also be Dragon's 50th flight to ISS, so a good round number to end 2025, if you ask me. It remains an honor every time, for me personally, but on behalf of everyone at SpaceX, to launch missions like these, to not only help all of us to continue to reach beyond the stars, but to inspire generations of astronauts, engineers, and more in the future. So thank you to Crew 11 and all the crews that have gone before for making that your life's work. And huge thank you to all the teams here on the ground as well, JAXA, Roscosmos, NASA, the 45th for your partnerships as we prepared once again for a mission together. Go Crew 11 and Godspeed on your mission.
Thank you all. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media in the room and over the phone. As a reminder for those joining over the phone, you may press *1 to ask a question. But let's start off first here in the room. We'll go to Marcia Dunn right over there.
Hi, Marcia Dunn, AP. For Ken and maybe Sarah as well, 19 successful human space flights for SpaceX. But Starliner showed that that's not always the case, and more people are urging NASA to try to come up with a rescue plan, an independent spacecraft, or some kind of joint effort in case things go wrong and there's not a space station safe haven or some other thing. Is NASA giving any consideration to that, and maybe SpaceX has got something in the works too? I don't know.
No one's saying that.
So the topic of crew rescue is something that we do think about. We always like to have a backup plan, but when it comes to being able to rescue every single crew on every single mission, having a backup plan like that would be, number one, expensive, and two, risky, right? You'd have to have a vehicle ready to go somewhere in a hangar. You'd have to be able to roll it out pretty quickly, get it launched into just the right orbit, and that could be highly risky in itself. But Something that we've had a chance to talk about with our partners from Roscosmos is the potential for maybe someday being able to rescue each other's crews or providing support. I know on my mission to the International Space Station, I came home in a Russian spacecraft, and that wasn't really planned. We were able to do that because we had a strong partner that had a vehicle there to bring me home and the rest of my crew when the shuttles were not in the best situation to do that. Apollo-Soyuz, that mission 50 years ago happened largely so we could demonstrate the capability to meet up in orbit and potentially someday do a crew rescue. So I would love to see those kind of discussions continue. And then if we got in a situation where a spacecraft from any of the countries that fly in space now happens to have a problem and one of the other people that has that capability have a spacecraft available, they would be able to help each other. I think that's the kind of the first step, is just to have that capability to be able to come up and assist each other.
Nothing to add. I just want to say we stand in solidarity with all the companies, not just Boeing, but every company that's daring to do this hard thing, right, of making space accessible to many. And so that's an important work, and we want to live and work in a world where there are many companies, many nations that have access to space. So we're rooting for our friends over there and any other companies that try to do this hard thing alongside us.
Thanks. We'll go to Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Okay. Come on, Irene.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week for Ken. Speaking of backup plans, in 2 months, if there is not a fiscal 26 budget for NASA, is the agency planning to do what it traditionally does and with a continuing resolution continue your existing funding levels, or do you have some contingencies since there is such a big difference between what the administration is proposing and what Congress in its early steps have pro-offered?
Swing and a miss.
So first, thanks for helping with my opening remarks and giving me some ideas in the parking lot on the way in. But second, we have a big range between the president's budget request and what we see in markups from the House and the Senate. What we'll be doing over the next couple months is working with our representatives both on the Hill and over in the executive branch to see if we can get some guidance on where we'll fall in that spectrum, right? The best thing is when we get alignment between the executive branch and the legislative branch. That's the easiest thing for us because we have one plan to work from.
This is a press conference for Crew 11, specifically talking about the uphill ride with Crew 11, and that question had nothing to do with any of that.
Have uncertainty about exactly how much you have available in the way of resources. And then our program managers, they can tell you they're having to think about what they might do at the lower levels and what they might do at the upper levels. And we're sort of looking at the full range, kind of aiming in the middle to make sure that we're ready when we get to the beginning of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Ken. We'll go to Manuel Masanti right here.
Thank you. Manuel Masanti from Exploración Espacial. Question for Dana. You mentioned some of the activities that the crew is going to perform after docking. I wonder if there's any EVA scheduled for them during their stay?
That's a great question. We do have an EVA we'd like to do. So we've got a little bit of work to do outside to cross-tie some of our power systems together. This is what I'd call get-ahead work that puts us in a good configuration for station's end of life. Helps with redundancy. It will really depend on where these visiting vehicles fall. So I may have windows in between some of these cargo resupply vehicles, but if those flights shift, it'll cause a problem. So the goal is to be able to fit in a spacewalk between now and the end of the year. I'm not exactly sure where those slots will really be.
Thank you. See Will Robinson-Smith right here.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you for taking the time. Maybe tying in the budget question with the spacewalk and visiting vehicles question. If the budget happens to trend more towards what the administration is proposing versus what Congress is, Does that impact which vehicles are able to visit when to the ISS? Like, will the HTVX still stay on its course, as well as Progress and Cargo Dragon and the like? Thanks.
It's a great question. If we're down at the lower end of the range, I won't see any changes to the fall schedule. I mean, we're in, I'd call that, we're really in execution time frame at that point in time. But the types of things that we will consider is flight cadence after that. So I'll be looking at next summer, 27, and we may be looking at moving flights and spreading them out to help with
Will's
gaps.
question's all right. Will's usually good.
But none of that will affect what I'm doing in the short term for the end of the calendar year. There are things I could do in terms of trades for what I put on the vehicles. So the manifest itself could be affected. I may choose to go more heavily with food and supplies versus an area like research, depending upon what I think I'm going to have in the future. So those are things that we'll have to adjust. The HTVX vehicle itself, as Kawasaki-san mentioned, it's got a number of upgrades, and so it's got very large cargo carrying capability. So it's now a critical vehicle for us. They're planning to fly about once a year, and so that's really critical resupply. And so we're not planning any changes to that. Those are really important missions.
Thank you. We'll go to Bert Dyke right over here up front.
Hi, Bert Dick from the National Space Society. My question for Dana is, with the 25th anniversary coming up, is NASA and the international partners planning anything to celebrate this as such an important milestone with people learning to live in space, science, technology, and we're happy to help spread the word.
I love it. I love the enthusiasm. We have no shortage of ideas for what everyone would like to do to celebrate. In fact, I was talking to some of the Expedition 1 crew. Of course, they'd like to come back. Everyone would like to come back and celebrate. And so we're really trying to figure out where are we going to do this and how are we going to celebrate. So we have a lot of ideas. We do plan to do a number of things that allow our teams to celebrate with each other, but also are more of a public engagement to let the public kind of get involved. And so you'll start to see some of those things rolling out through this fall.
I have an idea.
And by the way, I will add that all of our industry partners are really excited to help us too, but that's great. I mean, it's great. There's no shortage of spirit in terms of trying to help us celebrate. So maybe we'll have to do a week-long celebration.
You should do collaborations with universities, because now undergraduates, the vast majority of them will have graduated having never known a day when there weren't people in space.
There you go. I'm going to open up an idea.
Love all the brainstorming. We'll go to Sawyer Rosenstein with NASA Spaceflight right up front here.
Sawyer! There he is.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF. Dana, you're the popular one today. In regards to supplies aboard the ISS, obviously there's a lot still coming up. Where are you at currently? Because I know there was a lot of emphasis on the criticalness of CRS-33. Is that potentially why it's going from 40 instead of 39 to get that cadence up? That may also be a Sarah question.
Great question.
Dana controls the schedule.
In general,
that's my boy right there.
What we've done historically is we like to have 4 months of supplies on board. And the goal is really, if you have a problem with the next mission, and for some reason that can't fly, then you can make it to the mission after that.
Yep.
When Northrop Grumman found the spacecraft problem on NG-22 and realized it couldn't fly this year, we quickly adjusted the SpaceX 32 mission. It was unfortunate I had to pull off quite a bit of research, but what I did is I loaded it with a lot of food and water and other consumables. That doesn't quite get me where I need to be to handle skipping a mission. Once I get 33 up there, then I'll be closer to the position where if my next flight doesn't make it, then I can get all the way to the one after. And so that's really the strategy. And so I look very closely at our flight spacing to try to understand what amount of reserve I need to have on board. Of course, if missions spread out, that means I need to have more cargo on board. So we're not quite where I need to be for my reserve numbers, but 33 will get us to what I call a skip cycle number, where I can skip a mission.
So that's Dana Weigel, guys. She's really cool. She handles ISS logistics. She handles like what goes to and from, what missions go where, when they go where, what supplies they have. It's a really cool job, and she's damn good at it.
The next
25 years. How is there any update on the progress of the commercial station your commercial station partners?
Good question.
Are you all still very confident that we'll have
Red Panda, thanks for the raid, man.
alternative, like other options in orbit before we have to deorbit the International Space Station?
So our commercial partners for the future commercial space stations are making great progress on their different milestones for their Space Act agreements, and we're excited to think that here later this year we'll be hopefully putting out a request for proposals for the next phase of that work. I think 25 years from now, we will definitely have some of those platforms in orbit. Whether we'll have them available right at the end of ISS remains to be seen. I mean, the amount of time we have available to where we're planning to deorbit ISS is pretty tight for actually getting the hardware done and launching it. But there's still a lot that can change between now and then. And as I said, our partners are making great progress. So our goal is to not have a gap between our current station and the platforms that come next.
One piece, Udava.
Thank you. We'll go back to Will Robinson Smith.
Phones. Then you got to do the phones.
Hi, thanks for allowing a second question. Realize Roscosmos wasn't able to be here given the slip in the launch date, but so maybe to Ken. Can you talk about what Roscosmos is doing as far as helping to deorbit the station coming up in 2030? Obviously, SpaceX is developing that U.S. deorbit vehicle, but how is that working with that agency and making this happen? Thanks.
Well, so Space Station was meant to be operated jointly. It requires the work of all the partners. Russia and America especially have to be able to cooperate for the deorbit. And the Space Station team, Dana may want to jump in and share some more details on this, is working together to come up with that final plan where we use Russian elements and American elements, particularly the USDV, together to lower the risk to people on the surface as we bring the International Space Station back down into the water out in the ocean.
Yeah, I'll just add the U.S. deorbit vehicle is actually designed to do the very last series of burns. And so it takes about 2 to 2.5 years to get Space Station all the way down to that point. Some of that is just drifting down naturally. We may also actively come down. The Russian segment is primed for doing all of that. So all of the attitude control, debris avoidance, anything we do actively lowering is from the Russian segment. Once we get down to the point of actually deorbiting, our current plan is to have the Russian segment do attitude control and the USDV do the actual thrusting and boost. That gives us additional layers of redundancy so that if something happened with the attitude control, you can then switch over to the USDV. So it's very much an integrated plan and an integrated solution. Part of what Roscosmos is working on right now is fuel delivery. So we've got to get the fuel reserves on board Space Station to the point where they can do their portions of this. Latest predictions are that will probably be at the right level in early 2028, and we'll probably start drifting down in mid-2028. We got to make sure we have the fuel there and everyone's ready to go, and then the USDV will arrive mid-2029. So that's sort of the sequence of events. But as Ken said, it's very much an integrated responsibility.
Thank you. We have a question over the phone. We'll go to David Curley with Full Throttle. David, your line is now open.
Yeah, we've got a streak of good questions here.
I joined late, but I'm guessing this question hasn't been asked. I want to know about the PAMS program. How are you feeling about it? Early, there were people who wanted to get to the station. Now we're seeing countries want to get to the station. How is it working generally, and how does it help the program or hinder the program?
I'd just like to start with that to say I think the private astronaut missions have been very valuable to us in a lot of different ways. One way that I think they've helped me as a manager is they provide more vehicles in the flow getting ready. So if we have a problem, we can switch vehicles, rotate. It gives us a lot of flexibility. But we've learned a lot about the commercial market that will support the future commercial space stations through the private astronaut astronaut missions. And so our goal is to try and continue those and keep learning, keep helping to develop the demand for the type of work that can be beneficial in low Earth orbit. Dana, any more thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just add that I think we'll continue to see a mix of other governments with interest and also some private individuals along the way. One of the interesting things I've noted, everyone's interested in doing research, so even if private individuals are flying or other governments, and they've been able to access, whether it's other universities, whether it's in the academic field or other agencies, what they've really brought to the table is a much broader breadth of research and research interest. And so in addition to the commercial aspects of what they've been doing on the business side, they're also really expanding access to other researchers to space. So it's been great overall. Some of that expansion has happened in country. They do a lot of the flying through National Lab, and some of it has happened internationally. But I think it's been really beneficial, and I think it helps lay a solid foundation for understanding what other interest other than NASA we might have in the future for our low Earth orbit commercial destinations.
Thank you. We have another reporter on the phone, Kenneth Chang with New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for Ken Bowersock. I was just wondering, could you tell us anything about what Administrator Duffy and Director General Bacanoff discussed yesterday? Thank you.
So I don't want to go into a lot of the details of the discussion, but at a high level, let me just say it was really positive. The two of them, I thought, had a great connection, and I think they started the very beginning of what can be a good relationship. And as we work with all of our partners, relationships are key. The way we talk to each other, the ability to call each other on the phone and ask questions or ask for a potential change in the other partner's position is really, really important. And so it was really exciting for me to see the potential for them to work well together. In a few more specifics, they talked a little bit about how it would be good if we could support each other in the future with the capability and standards to be able to rescue each other's crews, to be in a position to do that in the future someday, and related that back to Apollo-Soyuz. And they talked about the things that we might be able to do in the future together if the situation allows us to continue that type of effort.
So that question was in regards to Dmitry Bacanoff, who's the guy that runs Roscosmos. There have been prior heads of Roscosmos that have been, I'm going to say, and I don't use this lightly, douchebags. Yeah, Bacanoff's actually pretty cool. That guy, he's a young dude. He's a younger dude. He's 39. That's what I was looking up. The guy's 39, and he likes, that guy's a space nutcase, so that's kind of cool. Take with that information what you will.
Rain Klotz right here up front.
Thank you. My question's for Mr. Kawasaki with JAXA. How much did JAXA pay to cost to develop the HTVX, and are there missions for it beyond the remaining years of the ISS?
Yes, firstly, I'm not sure about the amount of money, budget for the HTVX development, but I did in Japanese yen, maybe 2 billion yen, maybe. Let me check it later, and I'll tell you later. And we are going to provide at least 5 HTVX for the continuous operation of the ISS until the 2030. And after that, we are going to use that HTVX to the commercial space station to supply that.
We'll go to Marcia Dunn.
I'd like to also add that HTVX launching on Japan's new, more powerful H3 rocket can get to rectilinear halo orbits around the moon. You know, no reason why I'd mention that, but also there's no There's no plans for it right now because the thing doesn't exist, but it can reach Gateway. Yeah, it can do that.
Hi, for Dana. You were talking about the timeline for the last few years of the space station. If you get the deorbit vehicle in 29, how long will crews stay on board? And would you reduce the size from 7 to 6 to 3? I mean, what's the thinking on how you'll handle that in the last months or so?
It's a great question. The goal would be to leave the crew on board as long as we can. One of the big risks we carry on space station is failure of boxes and components, whether inside or external. In order for the USDV to operate properly and the Russian segment, the U.S. segment has to provide power, cooling, so we have these critical infrastructure functions that we have to provide to both sides. And so in order to keep that functional, I've got to keep the systems, the critical systems, healthy. And it requires crew to do that, whether it's going out to do a spacewalk. We have a number of critical systems outside that would require a spacewalk. So the goal is to leave the crew there as long as possible. We've talked a little bit about 3 versus 4. I wouldn't go below 3 just because for the spacewalk, you have someone flying the robotic arm and 2 people going out. Ideally, that would stay at 4, is our thinking right now. We've got to make sure that right now we've got a certain certification limit, like for the Dragon vehicle, for how low we go. So we've got a little bit of work to do with SpaceX to kind of look at that to see how low we might go. That last crew, though, will be up there for about a year. So once the U.S. deorbit vehicle arrives, I only have 2 docking ports. And so once it arrives, I can no longer do direct crew handovers, meaning overlapping crew. And so the concept right now is we do our final crew rotation before the DV arrives. The DV arrives, the crew's with us for about a year, and then we end up with about 4 to 6 months without crew there. And we're really trying to shorten that back end time frame.
Huh.
It will depend on the solar. It'll really depend on atmospheric conditions, which are driven by what the sun is doing.
Yep.
So right now there's a range, so it's somewhere at the very end of 2030, or it could be something like January of 2031. That's hard to predict what kind of behavior we'll get with the solar cycle as we're coming down.
Cool.
Thanks. We have time for one more question. We'll bring it over here to Sawyer with NASA Spaceflight.
My guy's got 2 questions today. All right.
I appreciate it. We've heard a lot about, HTV and Cygnus. We haven't heard much about Dream Chaser. Do you have any update on where they're at with reviews and when we might finally see that fly to the station?
You went there.
They're working really hard. I think everyone really underestimates what it takes to put together a complex spacecraft. I mean, you're watching it right now with Boeing Starliner. You're watching it with Sierra. But if we remind ourselves, it also took... on average, it takes 8 to 10 years for a spacecraft to get ready and fly. Everybody's hopeful they'll be closer to 6, but in reality, there are a lot of complexities, and you want to get it right?
I've been saying that
you got to fly when you're ready. They're in final assembly. They're doing a lot of tests, and they're doing what I'd call final certification work. Some of the big key areas that they're focused on is the software certification. You've got to test end-to-end all the different software functions, so that's a big focus area for them. And then they're still working on certification in the prop system. We still have some of our integrated safety reviews to do, and we're in the process with updating both of our schedules to try to understand where does that really put us. And so Sierra's working on that, and so I need to wait and just get information back from them to see where they think some of that work lines out. But we are looking forward to having them flying. They're a berthing vehicle, as you know, so that's helpful for us to have dissimilar capabilities in terms of our ports and our logistics. So we will be ready for them when they're ready to fly.
Thank you, Dana. That's all the time we have for today. We want to thank our panelists for answering our questions and for everyone who tuned in to ask questions. Crew 11 is scheduled to dock on station Saturday, August 2nd at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 1 a.m. on nasa.gov/live. Here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go Crew 11.
We are seeing the astronauts that are flying today, and once again, getting suited up. This is a tradition that happens before crew can leave the suit-up room. Crew 11 walking the hallway,
a good day when a crew
ready
launches.
to do it again. And here they come. Crew 11 walking outside before launch. Well, there's Xena giving a last wave with the window down. Crew 11 on the road to launch pad 39A. Well, there is our commander and our pilot looking up at their rocket. And here comes Mike and Xena, just getting ready to get inside Dragon Endeavor. And here come our mission specialists right behind them, Oleg and Kimia. And there go the seats, articulating upwards, putting the crew in launch position. And the closeout crew closes the hatch to Dragon Endeavor.
3, 2, 1, ignition. This is full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew 11.
Together we rise as NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching downrange and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory.
Cool. Well, it's good stuff, dudes. Good stuff. All right. What is the reason the ISS is going to be deorbited? It's old. It's old. Flew through the eye of the horseshoe. I still can't believe that they saw an open spot in the clouds and they went for it, which is pretty crazy. EJ, why did you rush? Oh, don't worry about it. It's old, man. So okay, think about it like this. They've had continuous operations on the ISS for 25 years. That's pretty good. But that doesn't mean that the ISS is 25 years old. The ISS modules date back to the Cold War, all of them. Yes, a lot of them were manufactured in the late 90s, early 2000s, sure. But the designs of those modules are from, so the USOS side, the United States Operational Segment, those modules were designed in the early 80s. Mont Blanc, 10,000 bits. Jeez. Thanks, man. Those modules were designed in the early 80s. The DOS module and the functional cargo block on the Russian side of the station were built for Mir 2, a space station project from the Soviet Union.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They're old, man. They're old. Time to cut it loose. Replace it. Raised by Panda, 75 months. Thank you, buddy. And Mont Blanc with 10,000 bits. Thank you. Could we get Ship 38 prep with the engines in the next couple of days? Maybe. You should look at some of the photos of this launch. A lot of photographers did amazing. Oh, all right. Cool. My design dates back thousands of years, and I was made in the mid-'80s. Should I be deorbited? Your design was refined over millions of years of rapid prototyping. I don't think the ISS can say the same, dude. But are they working on a new one? NASA is working with commercial partners for a replacement to the ISS. Basically, what does that mean? The commercial partners will launch the space station, commercial partners will operate the space station, and NASA will basically rent time out on the space station. So instead of NASA proverbially building a house in space, they're going to rent a timeshare on the station. And commercial crew will go to it. Now, I do like commercial low Earth orbit destinations. I think that's cool, but I also think it's straight copium to think that NASA can't operate a space station and also go to the moon at the same time. If you introduced something like Skylab to the SLS program, you could easily go to the moon, you could easily operate the space station, you could easily operate commercial crew, and it wouldn't cost as much as ISS operations. The ISS is a very, very complicated piece of equipment because it was assembled. It was assembled with hardware that was engineered in the 80s, built in the 90s, and launched in the 2000s. Okay? With a modern space station, you wouldn't have to worry about that as much. What I would want is SLS to throw a Skylab up there, convert it out of an EUS, and make a new space station that is much more like Skylab. Skylab was a little bit easier to operate. A space station with a purposeful shelf life of maybe 5 to 10 years. 10 years at best. 10 years, launch another one. Simple. And then use Dragon and Starliner and Dream Chaser to get to it. That, coupled with commercial segments on the station and commercial low Earth orbit destinations, will put redundancy into your commercial low Earth orbit economy that NASA is trying to grow. But that's just my personal opinion. Big Orange Tank Station? Yeah, man. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. You forgot Susie. I will be very surprised if that vehicle actually gets made, John. But it is a cool design, and I hope it does fly. What about throwing up a bare-bones Starship and using that as a space station? I think SpaceX is going to... Okay, Dino, I can't prove it. I think SpaceX is going to bid on commercial low Earth orbit destinations doing just that. Making essentially a reusable Skylab. I absolutely think that that's what they're going to do. In fact, I don't know what the state of the Polaris program is right now, but that was my theory on what I think Polaris 2 is. Sending a Starship up there with nobody on board, and then having a Dragon capsule launch and dock to the side of Starship. That's what I thought Polaris 2 was going to be, but who knows what happens. It's going to happen at this point. Tank Farm is venting. I see it. Reusable space stations still feel weird to me. Yeah. Could they make SLS with no second stage? Go orbital and then use the first stage like Skylab 2? I would prefer straight dry workshop ATOR because of the less risk and less complication involved. It would be easier to just make a dedicated space station module out of the station. Hey, look, man, that's what worked. That's what worked in the past, and guess what? It'll still work. Von Braun was pretty damn good at this stuff. That was a pretty good design. A dry workshop like that, just made out of a converted stage, I think would be just fine. In fact, if I had my way, it probably would be a SLS LOX tank with a service module attached to the back. So don't necessarily use the EUS, right? I mean, you could use the EUS. That could work. That is a pretty big pressure. The hydrogen tank is a pretty big pressurized volume. Just take an EUS, manufacture it down here, and use it. Heck, use the structural testing article from the EUS program. Convert that into a station module. Keep its propulsion systems, its RCS control systems on it, right? And then use the hydrogen tank as a pressurized volume and put a huge docking adapter on the front to take multiple spaceships and solar panels. That'll work. That'll work just fine. I mean, or actually it would be better if you put the solar panels on the back of the EUS so the panels aren't near where the spacecraft dock. That would be totally fine. They're going to have an extra testing article because they said that they're doing an STA. Take that, convert it into a dry workshop. Boom, instant space station. Give it a shelf life of 5 years maximum, deorbit it, send up another one. Why not put spaceport for rendezvous stop on the way to the moon? That's not a pit stop, Shogun, so much as it is a detour. Wouldn't they want to have more starships around than boosters so they could have a starship up there for a while and keep launching with boosters? Yeah, of course, Manfu. with the refueling thing that SpaceX needs to do, yeah. In fact, Manfu, I think it's going to get to a point where the Starship program, where one booster uses one pad. So, like, say in the future we have booster number 87 or something. Booster 87 will stay on one pad, and it'll just keep getting used on one pad. And then if it needs some refurb, booster 88 will come and it'll just stay there on the pad. That's my theory. That's what makes the most sense. And personally, I think that there will be way more Starships than boosters in the future. Yeah. I would be designing 1 to 2 boosters per pad if per what SpaceX wants to do, right? So always have a backup booster ready for a pad, just in case. I mean, why do you, like, if you think about it, why do you think SpaceX is building out these gigabays with a bunch of stands, right? There's a bunch of space inside of these gigabays to store boosters as well as work on them. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think you'll have a backup booster like you'd have a backup crew, but one booster for the most part stays on one pad. And you just keep putting different Starships on it. Just keep putting different Starships on it. Think about the booster basically being your runway, and Starship is your airplane that takes off the runway. You don't change the runway. The plane lands on the runway and it uses it. Right? Need capabilities to refill COPVs and other consumables at the launch mount. For what, article? I'm not ready for a fully operational gigabay output. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. So maybe think of the booster less of an independent vehicle and more as another element of the launch pad to deliver Starship. You got it, man. We were on the same page, buddy. The question will be how many booster missions will it be able to do before it needs to be worked on? Well, geek, what's the one part of the Starship program that SpaceX has reused thus far? Booster 14 flew twice. There's no secret that they're working on first stage reuse first, because that's the reason. There's your bottleneck right there. Can Super Heavy SSTO itself without Starship, just with a nose cone? Hurricks, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably don't need 33 engines. It could probably SSTO with 3. Well, now, let's say 13. You probably don't need the outer ring if you were going to do something like that. It's crazy that they want to do orbital refueling by the end of this year. Look, John, you know, I know that it's easy to overpromise in the spaceflight industry, but see, people get confused. Other companies and NASA and stuff, they overpromise and they underdeliver. SpaceX overpromises, but they're doing it not because they think they could do it. They're doing it because they're trying to stay hungry. They're trying to stay bold. And I don't know, if you want to look at that as an excuse or not, whatever. They always make a challenging deadline, not because they're trying to overpromise us, but they're trying to keep the momentum going. Because if you're not keeping the momentum, and if you're not making forward progress and new designs and new innovations with your spaceflight program, it's very easy for entropy to set in and something bad to happen. You got to keep going aggressively. Heck, man, you know, even if SpaceX is successful with everything that they do, and we see Starships landing on Mars in 2030, SpaceX can't take its foot off the gas pedal, right? From there, good. Start sending Starships to the outer rim. Go, start sending them to the belt. Next goal, next thing up. You can't stop. You can't stop with spaceflight. The second you get comfortable, someone's going to get killed. They are not refueling anything this year. Rocket launch. What's up, Snap? How you doing? The way their things are looking, the rest of the year is just going to be construction. I think we'll see a Block 3 booster fly this year. But yeah. When would the fifth belter be born? Ben, there's an entire... Dude, it's not out of the realm of possibility that could happen in the 2040s. Just saying. All right. So, Bozer, the Bozerian says hi. Tell him I said hi back, Snap. It's good to see you, buddy. But, okay, so, fellas, Crew 11 is scheduled to dock Saturday at 3 a.m. That is 13 hours from now. I've been streaming for 6 already. I'm going to take a break here. So, I was checking into something. There are some tentative plan changes to the flame trench here. Flame trench is going to start a little bit earlier today than when it usually starts at 5, which that's kind of cool for us. That gives us some time after the flame trench to play some games and stuff. Maybe. We got to do racing and stuff. Let me see. Okay. So the flame trench is going to start in about an hour. The reason why is we're trying to plan flame trench around the Ship 37 static fire. That's per Adrian. Yeah, and after whatever happens with Ship 37, we'll go from there. So, depending on how long that Ship 37 static fire goes, if we end up getting some extra time, we're playing MSC before racing. Okie dokie. And then we'll do Flame Trench / Ship 37 static fire. Right? Still a lot of space stuff happening. And then we'll do depending on time, we'll do Summer Car after that. And then Friday night racing, and then we'll go right back to docking coverage till 3 a.m. Who's going to stay up with me? Who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me, man? Flame Trench will probably start in about an hour. Chan, do you want to be my... Sorry. So what I'm going to do now is because clearly we have another 13 plus hours of streaming to do today. Games, space news, racing, and docking coverage. Man, I don't know about that docking coverage, dudes, now that I'm kind of thinking about it. But yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a break now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break now. We got Flame Trench starting in an hour, okay? Want me to travel 3,000 miles to get to be with you? No? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. All right. So, dudes, I will be back in about an hour for Flame Trench. Here, we'll just jog the channel and we'll go live again. I'm gonna shut the channel off for an hour. That was awesome Crew 11 coverage. I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. Covering crew launches is my absolute favorite thing to do on stream. It's amazing. It's really fun. I have a lot of fun with you guys talking about toilets and whatnot. So I got it under control, Aitor. Don't worry about it. So I'll see you guys in about an hour. For Flame Trench, still got plenty of space stuff today. Still got plenty of games today. We got racing. We got potentially Summer Car. We got a bunch of good stuff. So I will see you guys in about an hour. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I'll see you in a little bit.